Whispers float in empty halls. Footsteps echo down the walls. Shadows break where secrets lie. Every echo holds a hidden sign. Blow the trace along the crime, a hush that haunts the night, a fear that lives in light. Unravel lines of twisted lies. In the dark, the story waits unseen.
And here we go.
Okay, here we go. Hold on. What the fuck am I? Hold on. We are here somewhere. Down here in the bottom. Nope, there were not. Not that one. Not that one. I don't know why the source is here. This one. There we go. Go figure it out.
That's fine.
Oh no, the chat will be on top of Tracy.
No, that's okay. It doesn't really need to be there. It's fine.
No, we don't want to do that.
It's
No,
fine.
we don't want to do that. No. I'm trying to figure it out. How do I move us up? I can't. That's so dumb. It's over Tracy's face.
It's fine. They don't.
Sorry, guys. I know we're late. Tracy couldn't get on. So it's all her fault. I know we were tiny. I know, because I had the thing on the side is weird. It has like an add scene and there's different scenes and I clicked the wrong one. So that's why we were tiny. So Tracy's coming on tonight because we wanted to talk about the investigation into Nancy Guthrie, her things that she's found out from her investigative point. This is kind of, again, why we're trying to start the nonprofit, because we're investigating. She does the investigative part, some of the intuitive stuff, and I'm over here, the, psychic boots on the ground when possible. So we're kind of... I don't like this. I don't know how to... I don't like this. I don't like that the chat is on your face.
So move you like this and then put me under you. Can you do that?
I won't let me. There's not an option for that.
What? Oh, I don't know what to say because
I have to take you off. I have to take the chat off, I think. Unless there's a way to make it like smaller.
To make it smaller. Yeah, there has to be a way to minimize it because everybody else. I'm trying to watch the screen over here. I can't read the. Oh yeah, you know what? Because my background's very bright. You can't see the comments.
Oh well, that might be. That is a little bit better.
Sorry, guys.
There we go.
Oh, thank you, Trista. You're very, 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 very kind. Very.
Can you guys hear me? Okay, because I've been messing with my mic. So, anyways,
I can hear you, lovely, and I'm just gonna try to put my phone on so I can see the comments. So this time I don't feel so far removed from that. Hey, everybody.
So we are talking about her investigations, things that she's found out. I don't know what she's going to tell you guys. I know what she's told me, but I don't know how much of it you guys get to hear.
Exactly.
Why does it say demo right here? I don't freaking like that.
It has been a trip.
Oh, well. Should we do the chat on there or not? It's kind of annoying me.
Well, yeah, because they might want to see.
Yeah, but look at this right here. This is annoying right here. It's on your head.
It's okay. It's better than nowhere.
Can you guys even see that right there where it says compact, large, demo? I don't know what this is. Demo.
From Boston. Hello.
Custom.
I'm probably neighbors.
This
is why we do other things with our lives, because we suck at computers. Just so
you know. I'm checking this out because I'm seeing like if it's a way to do it without theme compact.
He's ready to
look, you can change the chat.
I know. I think you can minimize a little bit on the text size or something. I think.
Look, you can change it to different. Look, you guys are Minecraft.
Oh, like a whole background?
Do you see the wording's changing?
I know. I'm sorry, it's too small because my head is too big, apparently. It looks lovely on the rainbow, though, like that.
Like that one.
Okay, that's any better, guys? Or no? Well, unless, if you're live, then you can pull down, like, the chat on there as well. I gotta do that in order to see it. Okay. Very good. Excellent. It's probably your best viewing option, actually, if you want to be in the chat.
How's that?
I would just prefer that you guys don't, like, put any things in the comments like, this girl needs, like, mental help or something. So.
I don't know why this is here. Do you guys see this thing right here? It's on our heads. I don't like that. I don't know if you guys can see it or we just see it. Oh, it disappeared. Okay.
Oh, all right, maybe while it was nesting, I think, maybe.
Okay, I don't know. Is that better?
They're saying it's perfect.
Sorry, I was kind of playing around so that, you guys could see the chat, because I know sometimes whenever people rewatch it, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Okay.
We're one of those nosy people, too, where we like to read it also sometimes, just even if we don't want to say hi or anything, we just want to know what everybody's talking about, so.
Okay. Yep, he was there earlier, too. He's always Ezekiel.
Well, thank you, Krista.
Okay.
She loves our
No, I know you guys don't need it twice, but for people that rewatch the chat was what I was thinking. Okay. Yeah, I know you can, but people that rewatch the chat, it's a pain in the ass. So that's why I do it that way. Because it's just easier for people to see what people are saying, so that it doesn't look like I'm replying to nobody. Do you see what I mean? Make it clear again. I don't even know how I did that, dude. Okay,
oh yeah, especially the restreams, because that's when they talk all the crap, get caught up. It's cute. Oh, I see. Oh, see, Trista keeps saying you're good and it's beautiful, and then you get smaller, and she's like, "Now I can't see you. Now I can't see anything."
Okay. All right. So hopefully that's a little bit better. All right. So I guess I'll just let. I don't know how we're gonna do this. This was
do you want to kind of get everybody up to speed about like what's been going on for about the past 24 hours, maybe?
Oh God, how spirit just bugs me when they want me to figure something out lately.
Like,
well, I don't know if we want to start from do we want to start from the beginning? I mean, people have kind of heard, but they haven't heard your side of
that is very true, because and I apologize, because literally while Rochelle's going crazy, driving around and acting like a crazy woman with her unicorn pants up her butt crack, walking through washes and things like that, I'm usually on the other end on the phone. So, watch out for the coyotes, careful. And this has been a wild ride, I will just say, because there's been so much stuff, and not just the stuff. It's like, because Rochelle is working so differently, all the information is coming in very different and at different times. And it's been kind of fascinating in some ways, because being behind the scenes, and like, I will have like a bit of information and I won't mention anything. And she's like, I just got this random download all of a sudden. I don't even know what it, my REM pod just beeped. I don't know what it means, and I don't know what I'm supposed to do with it. And I'm like, that's interesting. So we kind of go a lot of back and forth on that, and a lot of back and forth on that. And I think because we're kind of like, geographically so far away, we're trying to kind of figure out ways where, some stuff we can validate through different like things like our REM pods and our balls and that kind of thing. And what's been fascinating is that this whole process of like looking at a map or something, she's getting pulled to different areas. And from the very get-go, it's so strange, because she's literally driving around in circles. She can't see herself driving around in circles. I see it on the map because I keep repeating these same streets and areas and everything. And I'm like, Pasos Adobes, like, why does that ring a bell? And just trying to, I guess, keep track of all the different energetic pulls because everything is so different. Every area that is probably saturated with certain things, and I think that's kind of how we're coming under learning more about Rochelle's gifts and the way they work. Because I'm noticing from being an observer, it's like she goes someplace, she's like, oh my God, I feel like I'm going to throw up here. And I'm like, oh, okay. So I've been kind of like researching, I guess, in some ways and trying to compare that with what she's feeling and how she's feeling and what areas they are. Because I guess try to break down how her gifts are working. And at some point, it's crazy or not, but going back over the maps, we're seeing different places, and I'm like, wait a minute, Silver Bell, for instance, just throwing a word out there. There's different areas that have a different like pull to them. Every single time she's going back to certain areas, it's like, do you hear my literally, like literally. And this doesn't stop. This is like nuts. And yes, that is me. I have
She has a REM pod on.
And I do have a REM pod back in the back. I have a ball and I have an EMF, but it's just kind of laying low. But what's interesting, and just like you just heard right now, there's times when you're having to pay attention to different, responses and that kind of thing for validating certain information. That is how we're really focused on breaking down, like, why does this feel a certain way? Why does this, keep repeating? Why are we doing, there's so many different aspects of it. And that's kind of like the way to validate. And, I only get like Rochelle's kind of stuff when you guys are getting them, maybe just a little bit ahead of time when she's channeling and doing the reading first. And she's always doing that first. And she does that on her own, and we'll start talking about it. And, it's just, you have like no, and it's been so crazy, and I'm about to lose my voice in a second because I feel like I'm going to get choked out. Hold on a second. It is absolutely crazy watching this process work. Sorry, my voice is like literally like trying to choke me out. So anyhow, and I don't know if you guys can see my REM pod, maybe not, because it's like really, I don't want to touch it, but if you hear the beats, it's good. So from the very beginning, and it's very strange because normally cases don't kind of come together like this. It's more of, doing the reading, pulling the cards, doing that kind of thing. And Rochelle and I both were kind of like, she immediately like messages me and she's like, oh my God, I think I know who it is. And I'm like, And, we were pretty in agreement about that from the very get-go. So that's one of the reasons why this whole like craziness today with that everybody's cleared, blah, 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 is very confusing for us in some ways, but it's not confusing because this was very crystal clear. And from every reading from as far as Rochelle has been working, it has been and let me tell you, it's been hard because the fog and everything else, and this case is actually the fog from the outside is coming inside rather than the fog's all here and we're trying to like pull back the layers. It is very, very different. But the downloads of the feeling of going places, and actually she wants to throw up or she'll get a headache, or it's like, and these are all down the corridors of the places that she's traveling. And the fascinating thing about it is and I call it the red string stuff, because when Rochelle's following these strings, it's kind of like energetic ley lines, and she literally has not swayed from the feelings that she's getting in these areas. Like if she had a headache to begin with, every time she goes down this path, she has a headache. Every time she goes in a certain direction, she's like, oh my God, I want to throw up. I have, pains in the back of my neck and all this other stuff. So we're more or less using it as, I guess, a learning activity to figure out certain ways that she's processing, and growing in her gifts, because and I guess, Rochelle, wouldn't you say it's kind of been, in some ways, you kind of refer to it as being backwards in some ways, because you're like, oh, I should just be Nancy Weber. And I say, no, Nancy Weber only a TV segment. Like, you don't have a clue. Like, you don't know what you're talking about. And it's interesting to me because even though Rochelle's doing like all this, like growing this way, I'm like kind of growing in my own way because I'm actually like saying, hey, you know what? I'm picking up on these things and kind of breaking that open for her to give her an understanding, because sometimes she's just like, I don't know why I would feel that way. And I'm like, are you like, girl, are you crazy right now? I'm like, just think about the 5 things you just said to me. All the repeat stuff, all the pulls, all the throwing up, all the headaches. Like, they're literally going in all these directions of all these people that are probably involved in some way. And that is the thing, the biggest thing that has been the most eye-opening, because she's out here, I should just be able to find people. I'm like, Rochelle, you will find people because you're literally walking the path of the predator. You are literally, all the stuff that you're tracking is like predatory movements of people who are probably involved in very bad things. And then come to find out, it's like, oh, North Oracle. Oh, there's North Oracle. Hey, I got to go by this church. Oh my God, I want to throw up. I'm like, that's the same spot you said 5 different times in a row now. So what the heck's going on there? Like, it's breaking.
I feel so weird at that church. I don't know. It's weird.
You have said that so many times, and it is kind of and you
I
bring up
like
a good
wanted to get out and look because it felt like, well, is she here? Because it felt weird there, but I just don't think she can't be there because there's no water, there's no blah blah. But I was like,
point.
my legs felt achy and I was like shaky and I was like, why do I feel weird at this church? I keep being drawn to this church. So the one up by Orange or whatever it's called, I don't know why I feel weird there. I can't figure it out.
It's the Catalina one, I believe.
Yeah.
Or is it on the opposite end? No, actually, no, because you felt at that intersection on where the Catalina is and the Orange Grove School there, that big
Yeah.
church right there, every single time we've gone there. And it's funny because the first time you were just driving around, you started to take a right, and I was kind of like, well, where are you right now? You're like, well, I was back by that school. Remember, I was starting to feel weird and I had a headache and everything. And I'm like, well, why don't you go back in the opposite direction? Because you have the North Oracle and everything like that up there. And you should probably just take a ride and see how you feel and whatever. And as soon as you turned around and started going the opposite direction, I'm like, oh my God, I got a headache again. Like, I feel weird. Like, my legs, I feel like I'm going to have a heart attack. All these different things that are
Yeah,
going
my
on.
heart hurts at some places. It's weird. It's kind of weird, but I noticed like along that whole Orange Grove was when my heart was hurting. And so
The
I thought
whole
that was kind of weird. No, it wasn't Nancy's church. I have absolutely
I know, and that's the
no
freaking
idea. That's why I was like, is her body around here? Because that's how like getting pulled to the church I am. But
yeah,
there's no water, there's there's nothing I'm looking for. So it
yeah.
had me a little combobulated because I don't know why. I just keep going back to the church and feeling weird.
And no Nancy there. So, and then we didn't even know anything about like where she went to church or anything until
Yeah.
later on, which made us feel more like, what the heck is going on? Like, either all this misinformation that kind of comes out and trickles and whatever has been very confusing, because as helpful as people want to be, when you're repeating things from other people that are hanging out in front of the house for 10 hours at a time, they're just there to get more of a story. They need to be entertained and be entertaining. And, as much as sometimes that helps, or they think it helps, it doesn't really help the neighborhood and clear out all that energy, because that would be helpful.
Well,
Because
what I noticed in the difference in the cases before this, well, actually Bella's was really clear. And so Bella's was the first one that was really clear. And then this case, this one has a lot of Aquarius energy in it. And I think because I have an Aquarius stellium myself, I tend to connect very strongly to it. But besides that, like I tapped into this after Neptune went into Aries. And I know people don't think that the astrology has anything to do with it, but it definitely does, because Tracy can tell you since the 26th, my energy has spiked. I get random downloads I never got before. And I'm a hell of a lot faster when I talk. So that's all Neptune in Aries, when before it was in Neptune in Pisces, which everything was foggy and slow and tiring and confusing. It's not like that in this case. Because that was the Tepe's case was the foggiest, and that was like in the middle before, the middle of freaking Neptune and Pisces, which makes everything.
Well, it's funny because
So,
with Pisces too, you're more emotional, and you're reacting more emotional going through this too, because it's way more frustrating when things are not that clear.
it's more mediumship too, where this is like psychic lightning downloads. Like it's different. Like this is like claircognizant,
Yeah.
claircognizant along with visions, and the other one's like I can't understand what's going on. Like everything's foggy. I need the cards. It's just very, very different energy. And in my third house, that's about communication. That's why like you guys are seeing me. Can't help it.
It is like literally, and I'm sitting there, and the same thing because the red pod's going off all day, and I'm like, you know, she's kind of like just like all spirits are, like blah, 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 like all this energy coming from somewhere, and it's like just a surge, and even random. It could be nice and quiet. She might be, you know what, I'm tired, like I just want to like relax. I'm like, so relax, and she's like, you know, them things had me up at 8 o'clock this morning. The red pod going. I'm like, well, trying to make sure you're not distancing yourself from what your job is. Like, you need to get up and go to work.
They're being helpful spirits in the way that they're waking me up, but they're pushing me. Like the day I did they knew I had to go to Tucson, so that day I had to kind of. And my dog, my bird didn't even end up needing anything done, so I had extra time. So they knew that before I did. So they were like, "You need to have a place to go look." You know what I mean? So it was kind of like that, but. Tracy's at with me while I've been driving around like a maniac. 1 minute you say I feel sick, and the 1 minute, get the fuck out of the way, asshole.
Absolutely.
Why are you cutting me off?
I'm hungry. I need something to eat.
Why are you on my ass?
And I'm like, where are you driving right now? You're like, can't you see me on my location? I'm like, no, it just tells me where you are. It doesn't show me, you know, you're driving around like a crazy person. And it's even funnier because you can tell there's a certain time when she's just kind of like over, like, I don't even know how to describe it. When she's like crazy, like all ungrounded and everything, when she's out in public, you notice like almost right away when she's driving around in circles, she's like, I don't know where I'm going. I don't know what I'm doing. I'm like, oh my God, I don't know what to say. Just give me like a pin drop so I can call someone for help. And that's, but it's very much so similar to that. It's just crazy. And you know, the other thing with everything being so clear too, and as we're kind of going through everything in this process, is you know, when you're trying not to assume anything about anybody, I mean, nobody ever wants to do that. The purpose of most of this work is to find people that have been misplaced, they're missing, been taken, removed, or whatever. You don't want to necessarily be the police because that's their job, and but sometimes. When spirit knows like there's bad people involved and they're never going to want to tell the truth, is kind of, I feel like that's when Rochelle gets the pull and the push. Like, you need to go do this for me because they don't have a voice. And especially with an Aquarius, it's like, oh, hell no. Like, this is not going to go down the way that they think it's going to go down. And she's very, very, very much pushed into believing that it's a certain somebody, and she's never wavered on that. And as much as she wants to keep me up and give me a heart attack, second guessing everything, I'm like, what are you doing? This was so clear. This was so clear right from the get-go. Why would you want to even, like, don't get dragged off into different.
Well, this is what, like, I try to tell people is like, there's so much pressure in this work to be right, because the one time you're wrong, everybody comes at you, or you have a lot of people saying, no, this person's it. No, that person's it. No, this is where she is. No, that's where she is. And it's like, you guys don't understand. I'm sitting here doing the work. I'm getting what I'm getting. Don't come argue with me about it. But because it makes me second guess. And this is exactly why I don't do live readings anymore. And I don't do live video, like mapping and stuff anymore, because people try to take me off track and take me in a completely different direction. Freaking back of my head hurts.
I'm just wondering why that light is so bright behind you.
I just put new battery. Oh, REM pod's about to go off.
Yeah, it's been building up for a while.
Yeah, because my head just started. But the ball was going.
I told her that air tag and bear spray.
The ball was, but that's how this started with Nancy. Anyways, was she came in at the end of a live. People were asking me to work on it. I was like, I have to focus on my bills, and I still need to do that. So I'm going to be doing a live after this to do that. Because, yeah. But I was like, I can't, because I'm not going to be able to. And then I had no choice. I was pulled into it. That went off. I got extremely sick. And all of a sudden, I saw Nancy and the person below her, which in mediumship, anybody knows that's like a child or somebody below.
Yep.
And I'm getting hot now. What's going on?
Well, if
I'm just
Nancy's
gonna start
coming in,
tripping.
better tell
I
us
got
what
caught with
we
spirit energy knock. Well, I don't know. Lately, I've been getting kind of like the chills when I've been sleeping. It's weird, but my head just started hurting. So,
I think the energy's kind of building up from everybody because everybody's so anticipating for her to be found that this could be a process everybody's watching right now.
so what happened? What happened that day was, like I said, the REM pod started going off, and I started the like I talked about this already, where it kind of just like started going and going and going and going to where
Mhm.
I would, I was using the rods, and it kept telling me no everywhere. And then as soon as I got to that spot, like everything stopped. It was like ramping up. I've never seen it do that before. It was going hella fast. And then it just went
Crazy.
complete quietness when I got to that spot. And then today when I was doing the EVP before we came on here, river, the only thing that was said very clearly
Mhm.
by a female voice.
Well, that's been another interesting journey too, is between, downtimes and whatever. We've both been trying to kind of connect in other ways and make it a little bit more of the paranormal kind of things, just because you never know. You're curious when it comes to the energy of somebody that, and I hate to say it, but you presume that they're no longer with us, is that if you're not directly channeling, they're going to look for other ways to find you and communicate with you and say, hey, dum dum, like you're supposed to be looking for me. So here, and drop a little tip in there for you
Well,
somewhere.
that's the thing too, is that they've been very pushy with this case, but
Yeah.
that was what happened today. Is at 3 o'clock in the morning the REM pod started going off, and I didn't know I was sleeping. I was like, what the heck? Because I sleep on the couch while Starlight runs around because she's still weird. And it was going off all morning until like I got up and I realized somebody had sent me a message about the neighbor, and that's what my videos that I just put out about. And all of a sudden I like went into this download mode again. But you know what part is going off right now with this REM pod?
The temperature.
The temperature.
That's why you get hot. Yep, indeed. I mean, that makes all the sense in the world to me.
And the headache. I still have a headache. I feel freaking high right now. Okay. Take it away,
That's
Tracy. I
another
can't
thing
talk.
that's been happening as well. And no, Candace, we're not blaming you for that, so you're good.
Not drunk, Candace. I don't
Um,
know, guys. Like I don't know. Like I can't that like I'm only given what I'm supposed to have. There is a timing to everything. And
yeah,
if spirit won't tell us usually if someone's going to be found. The only thing that I usually feel before someone's found is that going back into their case, which I'm already in her case, or feeling
yeah,
a push that something's going to happen. It's
yeah.
happened in previous cases with Elijah and Dylan where I picked it
Right.
back up
It's
or was
that
going to go look in
anxiety build
and
up,
they weren't
like,
found. Yeah,
yeah,
so it's just that kind of feeling. It's not. And sometimes I'll see, like I've seen Sebastian being found. When? I don't know. Eventually,
no.
you
That
know.
could be a long time after seeing some of the things like the last couple days,
Well,
but
if
that's a whole
anybody
other.
would care to listen to my GPS stream, we could at least, see. But this has been quite, and that's why I wanted to bring Tracy on, because she wanted to talk about all her experiences behind the scene and her like what she's been looking into, because it's not just
Right, because I'll be like what, especially like the last couple days, because a lot of junk has come out and a lot of different things, and trying to look at it and dissect it within the psychology and also the law enforcement part of it. And from everything that I've learned, everything that I've studied, every interview that I've heard recently, because if you want to make a big deal about this whole like, well, they cleared everybody, the FBI hasn't cleared anybody. The sheriff may have cleared certain people, but again, if anybody watched the interview like 2 days ago, he was very reserved and wanting to say anything. And I don't feel like when you're talking about family, you're talking about like immediate blood members. There's a way to, if there's DNA somewhere or whatever, obviously, if you're family, that's going to, be, oh, well, they're there. Then they have to go further and kind of diagnose, well, when were they present in the house? When, and what type of evidence it is as well. There's a lot more that goes into that, but I also feel strategically this is another tool. Just like when they put the press release out, they've put photos out. They needed somebody to come forward and say, hey, here's a tip, there's like it was some ridiculous amount of tips, like just in one day it was like 3,000 tips alone just from photos, and everybody looks like everybody. Like Michelle and I have had the discussion so many times, like seeing that picture, just like, that looks like 10 million people in the United States or anywhere else for that matter.
That picture is bullshit anyways. I think that they did that picture like you said. I think it's off of somebody else's ring cam for a totally different crime.
Yep.
There's no way you can make a sketch out of a completely covered face, but the eyes and the freaking. There's no way.
Exactly. A perfect goatee. He's
Nope.
quite strikingly handsome, apparently. Like, just like, and the problem we have with that is because everything that's going on right now within the country is like, is somebody pushing a narrative just because this would be helpful for that aspect going forward? And I don't want to make that, very heavy, but sometimes it does seem kind of heavy, especially when people are being profiled. And to turn around and also admit perfectly on, that, oh, well, we used AI to determine who that person was. What? Like, how is that even acceptable? I don't know anywhere where that would be acceptable, because this is all. Guess what? Yep. My grandpa is
Robot.
navigating it right now, but it's not acceptable. It really isn't acceptable, because that you're bringing, culture and the way that people that are supposed to be, providing our safety and taking care of internally within our country and whatnot. After seeing so much injustice going on, like, what's the next level of that? That's very concerning. And AI is not always accurate. Ask Rochelle. There's many times she has to have a talk with it. Sometimes, when she wants to ask a question, she's like, I don't think I like that response. And it gets a little kind of naughty at times with the responses. And as technology develops, we don't know what we're in for next. We have cameras all over the place. We have all these different tools. People also get profiled. I've seen it myself. I've seen certain people being followed by, Department of Homeland Security and whatnot. And I can tell you, the second I saw who was driving, I knew exactly why. And if that's the approach that they're taking to try to figure out who's going to be a perpetrator in a crime, then that's going to go down a whole different terrible a terrible direction, I think, for people. Because then what do you have? How do you defend yourself from something like that? And there's a lot going on. There's even in the area where Nancy lived and within Pima County, they just implemented this new person into a position which is basically just trying to clean up all the local crime. So it's kind of when everybody says, oh, they're fighting with the FBI, and I'm like, they're not. They, honest to God, are not. And the conflict, I think, right now is happening is that there was a very prominent person who was in law enforcement. He's headed up that part of within, if it's for the Attorney General's office or whatever. Basically, they have a project that they're, go in, clean up the streets, get all this stuff taken care of or whatever. Now is just a prime opportunity to kind of like really push it forward because of this particular case. So they have a lot of that going on. You have a sheriff who's probably going to be fighting for his job very, very, very difficultly. And he's probably feeling very inferior to this new person. Well, he's not really a new person. He has a very well documented resume on all his achievements and accomplishments. And, he could be feeling very much, kind of being pushed out in that sense. But it's from the local person. It's not from the FBI. I promise you that. And that's a tough thing to swallow when you're an older person and you've been in your community for a long time and you care about people. Obviously, he cares about this family and whatnot. But at the same time, you're kind of, and I've seen it all over the place. Oh, he has to go. He has why are you even saying that? Because when they're following protocol, and I'll tell you, they follow protocol. When they have something, it's, a protocol. They have to go about it by all the levels of the law. And you can only work with the information that you're given from people who, oh, I have a missing person. Why are they missing? You go to the scene and say, okay, there's actually a checklist for all this. And Rochelle and I were both talking about the light thing too, because I was trying to figure out, how would someone that's not familiar with the area find their way around in the night? And that was one of the first reasons why she actually wanted to go out there and was being pulled to that, because she needed the navigation of the the geography, and she'll tell you herself. She's like, there's no way somebody did, if they came in, they had to know. They had to know the streets. They kind of had to know the area. And there's like these humongous cactus trees everywhere. You can't walk on property and not be like either killed by a cactus or, spiders, snakes, whatever else is, well, probably not this time of year, but you get my drift. There's just not ways to navigate it. And they don't have the proper lighting either, because you can only have it so bright because of the nature, the wildlife, neighbor.
Looking at the stars. We're one of the best places to see the stars. So it's about light pollution and all that stuff. Because the same thing here when, for my mom, like we can only have so many lights. You can only have so many lights on my house outside. So it has to be like, you can't have like big ass lights on your yard.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely. And I would push for that and support that.
And that's why I was saying someone had to know it and know her house in order to go there, because it's extremely dark and it's like a freaking maze through that neighborhood.
It is really dark. It's very, very dark.
So a random person is not going to come up and kidnap somebody just randomly, like an 84-year-old woman out of all the other people they could kidnap.
Yeah, no, they're not going to do that. And I think most of you are under the same thought about that, like they're not going to come take somebody's grandma and then come up with this silly whatever about Bitcoins and everything else. But
well, that's what I was going to tell you too, is I think I figured out that there's two different things going on with the Bitcoin, not just one.
Interesting.
Because like I just put out a video on this, guys. So there was like a huge download that I had today when someone asked me about the neighbor, and I kind of was just like, maybe they didn't stage it. Maybe somebody else came in and used the situation, and then they said it was a premonition, and that it was the son-in-law from a premonition. It's basically him admitting he saw something without admitting he saw it, because he couldn't get
he couldn't really walk into the police.
He couldn't put himself at the scene, but yeah, he saw something. So that was his way of putting it out. But what I was thinking is, we have the person that knows something probably saying, give me the Bitcoin and I'll tell you who did it. And we have the person that did it saying, going along with the narrative, because they took her out of the house because of their last person to scene with them. So they can't really leave her in the house. They have to make a narrative. So allegedly, then we have the other Bitcoin that's, I have your mom. I'll give her back for this money. You notice how there's different narratives? So, one's a narrative of, I'll tell you who did it. The other one's a narrative of, I have your mom. It's two different. I feel like it's two different.
Yeah. And it's just, again, mind blowing. I mean, and honestly, guys, and there's been a lot of that lately, and I know everybody's trying to help and whatnot, but there'll be a lot of people coming in with different comments from other creators and things like that. It doesn't do anything except make Rochelle go on a meltdown, and it also causes all this extra fog, because all it does is give her the opportunity to get insecure about the information that she's already put out. And from day one, there has been nothing but, nope, I know who it is. I'm like, so I can't even, she would probably, if she had $1 million, she would probably bet $1 million on it. That's how like clear it was.
Person, yeah, because it was clear. And then I checked the astrology and it aligned, and I was like, okay, not changing that one.
Exactly. Where is Tomato? Nobody knows where he is. Where is Tomato?
And just to get him to come out of hiding too, that's another thing.
Well, that's just kind of the next.
Just because they say somebody's clear doesn't mean that somebody's clear. I watched them clear a boyfriend one time, and literally they cleared this boyfriend because he was out of town and they didn't think he could have done it. Well, when they finally dusted like the pizza box, they found his fingerprints on the pizza box at the time, like it was delivered around the time like she was murdered. So they were able to tie him to it. He was cleared before that. He got the lie detector and everything.
Well, travel is like the best way to kind of remove yourself. Look at Israel Keys. Look at how many times he used to travel and say, well, there's no way I could have did it because I was over here. And come to find out, that was a totally different, separate thing that he reserved, and then took a car and drove somewhere else and killed people. Like, you know what I mean? It's like he's putting himself directionally in different places. And that's probably a great way to kind of eliminate yourself. But then he turns around and basically confesses anyway. So, there's all types of criminals, and somebody that's very egotistical and cocky that feels, well, nothing's going to come out about this because he has the upper hand, basically. And, watching the video yesterday of Savannah was just heartbreaking because you kind of look in her eyes and you feel like she knows exactly who it is. Exactly who it is. And that's interesting. And it's funny because I'm sorry, I'm just reading this comment about, when they're dressed in white and things like that. I often get those same visions when people have passed and they're kind of like on the other side and they're in that pure and, beautiful state of being in a wonderful, beautiful place in white. But, I don't know how much everybody has kind of, well, and I don't know, Disney Girl, because I've been trying to figure that out too, and I have not got any confirmation on that. And if he's at the Olympics, he's not with Savannah, so I will say that. Unless she gave, maybe she gave him her pass to get out of there because she doesn't.
That's the thing that kind of doesn't make sense. Like, if your mother-in-law's missing, why aren't you out begging for her?
Yep.
Why are you out knowing, I dropped my mom-in-law off, now she's missing, can some, give her back? Why aren't they doing that? Why the silence?
Yeah,
I just explained that, Gigi. I think it's the person that came in and took advantage of the situation, a crime of opportunity, and the crime of passion. So I think it's both. Whoever Tomato's working with is helping with the Bitcoin. We have your mom, because he has to go along with the kidnapping narrative, and then the other one knows who did it.
Well, plus it was like, who in their right mind that does not know anybody is going to message and then take a 9-second phone call with Annie and Tomato from all the way over in California and basically saying, where's my money? Because and having some kind of connection with them, whatever. I don't know how people usually behave, but I don't think I usually call up families of victims that have been kidnapped and just want to see if they want to answer the phone. Like, no, thank you. It's the last place you want to be is linking your phone number.
No, this has nothing to do with Epstein. This was something that happened out of rage, and it had to be covered up because they were the last one seen with him.
Yep.
Rage. He got mad because Nancy stood her ground and said, go take care of your own fucking shit. I'm done cleaning up your mess.
Absolutely.
That's why there's blood in the doorway and blood and a struggle inside.
Yeah.
Because that's why you're missing the camera footage from the beginning, and that's why he drove. That's why he exited out the back. Oh, I dropped her off through the back, because he couldn't have dropped her off through the front. You see?
Well, and that is a funny thing we were just talking about today also, because everything's kind of coming together more clear as far as every time there's misinformation that's put out somewhere or somebody's really pushing something about another person that might be involved, because like I said with the Gemini thing, like Rochelle sees it as the behaviors of the Gemini, and I'm like, but at the same time, it's the parallel. The parallels. If you look at the sign of Gemini, it's literally shows the parallel.
Everything is double in this case. Everything is double. There's two perpetrators. There's two stories. There's two crimes.
And there's a lot of bad people running around right now that are probably going to get picked up for other things somehow. It doesn't mean that they're not affiliated with crime.
People get arrested. It doesn't mean that they have like a crime thing going on right now. It doesn't necessarily mean it's connected to Nancy, but because they're looking into all the stuff they weren't looking into before.
Right. Well, Disney gal, that west line goes right out in that direction. So
the descendant line.
I can't tell you how badly I wanted to poop my pants the night that JLR was out there, literally camped out, and I'm like, Rochelle, you're not even going to believe this. Like, me like a silly fool sitting there waiting, and I'm like, why is he there? He must have a reason why he stayed there. He literally stayed there and waited. The sheriff drove by and everything. He's like, hey, what's up, buddy? And the sheriff's like, well, there's complaints about people in the neighborhood, and there was a whole bunch of cars out here. And he's like, yeah, that's what we were here for. We were wondering if you were going to go raid somebody's house. And he's like, I don't know what you're talking about. But we were both, because at that point in time, there wasn't many people that actually knew that Dominic lived out there. They were all going on to Vale, apparently. That's why they were all excited about that direction, which had nothing to do with him. And that poor guy is probably traumatized for the rest of his life as well, because all he's doing is trying to make a living. So,
I think so too, Disney gal. Like that's what I was saying. Like I didn't even because I got the neighbor and surveillance card and it didn't click at first. And the silent witness, like it wasn't clicking, it wasn't coming together until someone sent me that and they're like, "What do you think about this in the ring?" And so then guess what? I got a whole huge download on it. I'm like, that's the freaking guy probably in the video, and why he's so freaking awkward. Why he's so awkward walking around looking like he doesn't know what he's doing.
Exactly. And that's always been our biggest thing with that whole, like,
I don't know. You guys, I can't tell you that. Like, there's a time and place for everything. We don't know everything. We're not supposed to know everything. It doesn't work like that. I wish it did, but it doesn't.
They're not out there looking. So basically,
if they're not out there looking, they're only. The thing is that people that are recording are just sitting there and recording the house like she's going to walk through it. Like there's something new every day or something. There's not. No one's really walking around looking. But the thing is when they do walk around looking, they're only looking in that area.
Yeah.
If she was kidnapped, don't you think she'd be further than that area by now? I mean, they should extend it some.
And the amount of publicity and everything that's gone with this whole case, they're not going to risk her being seen anywhere.
And I don't get it. Like another thing that I saw somebody bring up with Savannah's her name, right?
Savannah, yeah.
Why isn't she putting up $1 million? She's got like 40 million.
From the very beginning is the fact that she doesn't have proof of life. And I think for that, if people were really serious about this, then they would be
No, I'm not saying to send it to the perpetrators. I'm saying for a reward.
Well, she does have some money up, but they're not. And again, I don't know exactly about, because the whole thing is we're only allowed a layer to the investigation. Some things I think are very quiet and they're not talking about it. And the fact that, why are they reaching out to the local media? Why are they reaching out to TMZ? Like, this person obviously wants to make it a point. Like, it's kind of a characteristic of someone that wants to be out in public. They want the notoriety, they want the fame, they want all this other stuff that's, all part of that, but they don't want to get a crime bagged on them that they did not commit, but there's too much of a reason for him to be inside the house and still not be responsible. So he's not kind of going that extra step to be like, well, yeah, I could probably blow this thing wide open right now, but maybe knowing that they have money and taking advantage of a situation is kind of like, okay, well, this is a good opportunity. But if he says he knows who did it, then we know.
I mean, obviously not without proof. You don't hand over $1 million. Exactly. I'm just saying, I don't know. Yeah. I don't think 100,000 is enough. I think
they might not even have that kind of like, it takes quite a bit of things and equity and different things. They couldn't even sell their New York, the brownstone at one point. And who knows what other things they have their money tied up in. I know they make a lot of investments and those kind of things. They might just be at the point where they're not able to kind of, and that might be another thing too, is like if she knew, or this person knew, like, that they're getting strapped for cash too, and it's kind of like, if that's been the flow of how things were flowing and not thinking twice about it, it's kind of cause a panic, like, well, where the heck is she going to get the money now? Because obviously she can't ask her daughter. There was no other means for anything. If everything's all tied up and stuff, and I think that, when you're talking about an elderly woman living in a home by herself, there's a big house. It's a big house with a lot of expenses, and I think sometimes people that are not really, they're kind of disassociated with those feelings for people. They don't understand, well, why are they living in this big house with all these expensive when they're just here by themselves? That makes no sense. It's a waste. Everything's a waste. And when they're ill, you kind of think that they're not going to be around for a long time,
Yeah. Well,
like really kicking it, like, Well, I don't, I guess he could be very smart since he's a teacher, so you'd have to have some level of education in that way, but
Well, and he's diabolical like a shadow Gemini, so there's that.
absolutely. And that's another thing too, is with like the whole Bitcoin stuff. I mean, we're watching all these other burglaries go on in the area and everything, and it's kind of like a normal, regular person, like people that are in those situations where they go door to door to rob people, most times don't even have an ID. So for them to be able to have a Bitcoin or a Bitcoin knowledge is just, it doesn't make any sense whatsoever until all of a sudden they come across an opportunity that says, wait a minute. This might be my shot to getting, out of this area, out of this neighborhood, set me off for life and whatnot. But you cannot collect the money until you supply certain information that you don't want to be charged with because you didn't commit the crime. But we're very, I guess, there at the premises. I don't know if you want to talk more about that, Rochelle, or not get into if it's in the video or whatever. But
Yeah, it's in the video that I just put. I mean, I kind of went into it that I think that the there goes your REM pod. I think that the neighbor is the one on camera. And it was kind of
And
getting me because of the actor, but it's really hard to tell on video anyways, you know. And the way he moves his shoulders forward, I kind of see
Right.
that shoulder forward movement, like he kind of stands like with his shoulders forward. So
And
I
the ski
think it was
mask
two
is
separate I think it was two separate crimes. I think that somebody took advantage and made a crime of opportunity after they saw Tomato leave. I think they came in, saw what happened, maybe took a couple things and left, hence the backpack. And like I said originally, I thought that was fake because it was so freaking like ridiculous. But I
Right.
think he's just very nerdy and ridiculous in himself, and so
He's
that's why it
very
felt off. Like,
awkward.
it didn't feel like the real perpetrators. That's why.
Uh-huh.
And plus, I know there's a lot of staging in this case, just from the astrology and from what I was getting. There's a
Yeah.
lot of cover up and a lot of staging.
There is.
So
And
I
two different crimes
This
that
this is why he keeps putting himself out and saying, "I had a premonition that Tomato did it," because he probably saw that Tomato did it, and then
Mhm.
was just like, "Well, I can't say that I saw it because that will put me in the house or near the house, and then I'm
Mhm.
gonna get a burglary charge or whatever." So, that's why I think looking for the person on the camera is going the wrong direction, if that makes sense.
Yeah. And I can tell you all that I've done a lot of extensive background searches and things like that on a whole bunch of people. And the person that was taken today into custody, um I have done a little bit of research on her and the boyfriend or whatever as well, and I have not had or discovered any type of like a personal link just yet. That's not coming across, but I will definitely dig a little bit deeper. And that was also, I believe, the person that they were kind of gossiping about that was in the Range Rover or whatever when it got impounded by the police at the same time. That's the association because they have some big drug charges also as well, and it's again we're
There's no
going through
kidnapping.
all these different narratives of there's other crimes trying to be solved at the same time, which is like that Operation Cleanup, whatever is going on in the neighborhood. So they have different angles that they're working off of, but also an opportunity to go and just get bad people off the street. You didn't show up at court. Come here. We have to ask you some questions. What do you know about Nancy Guthrie? Blah, blah, blah. Like it's a perfect opportunity to try to get information for sure.
Be
And
because Disney Girl, I think he's already a burglar in the neighborhood
yeah,
or
and so,
somewhere. That's why I think
exactly.
he has the stuff, and that's probably why he was there and he saw it. He was probably on his way down the street or around or whatever. Yeah,
Yep. And he's
that's why.
very like curious about
Mhm.
certain things.
Mhm.
Very curious. Almost, and we kind of talked about this a little earlier. Was like kind of like, I wonder if he was like stalking people and just kind of like that Brian Kohlberger feel too. Like again, very socially awkward. he's awkward in the way he's speaking, but he has a lot of information all of a sudden. And he was very concerned. Let's just say he had a bad premonition, a bad feeling about what had happened. Well, and I'll give you my take on how I feel about that, because when he came around the corner and he's like stumbling around, and I said, "This guy," I'm like, "Who is this guy?" Because he looks like he's so out of his place, he's out of his element. Yeah, I don't know if he was on like a substance or whatever, but he just either looks like he's rushed, like somebody kind of pushed him over there to do something, or he's just out of like he's so awkward. Like he's not a professional burglar, obviously, or a kidnapper, obviously. But if he's being or had been close enough to where Nancy lived and had observed something that happened earlier, which is kind of where I think we're feeling, is the fact that when he goes to the house and he's kind of like, I think he's going there in a sense to check on her after he already witnessed something that was terrible. And he goes to put the little plant over the camera. And, it was after a couple seconds waiting and nobody's coming to the door is kind of like where we're at with that, because everything else just does not make a whole lot of sense other than the fact that inserting yourself into a crime is usually because you're and the way that he's doing it is very characteristic for someone that has that element of I want to be seen, I want to be the crime solver, I want the notoriety and all these other things. It happens so often when people do that, the criminology of it. And if you think about it, if he's also part of like the ransom whatever, he's not getting anywhere with that. So you have like it's 2 weeks now, but you've already had days where she's, obviously no communication. He's contacted only local sources at first. And it was through a complaint department or something on the local website of the newspaper or something along those lines. He didn't send like a formal letter. So in my opinion, it means this is someone that does not know anything about writing a ransom note. He doesn't even know how to send it. And you also got to think about the traceability of that. Well, can they detect the computer, whatever's going on? And it's also possible that he could have used somebody else's computer or whatever. If you're going to just a news website and putting it through like a complaint thing, you could access that anywhere, to be honest. So if in the thought process of him being close enough to hear something happening and saying, "Oh my gosh, like something terrible just happened." And let's be real, and it's not to be mean about anything whatsoever. This gentleman, his ears stick out very much. Wearing a ski mask would probably be the only way to deter from being actually seen, because people will notify and they'll be like, well, as soon as you say big ears, they're going to know who you're talking about, or they stick out very much. It's a feature that doesn't isolate you. And it definitely doesn't help you if you're trying to hide, but enough closure over your face so that if he did walk into a camera, nobody's going to be, they'll be like, "Oh, I know exactly who that is," You can't really fake that.
That's why I was thinking about the whole neighbor surveillance, and was just wondering if it was more like neighbor on the surveillance, because it kind of didn't fit with the rest of the cards unless there was some kind of a neighbor with their surveillance. You know what I mean? But and then the silent witness, like I kept pulling, like there's a witness that's like silent, but he's not really silent. He's silent in a way of, I'm saying it's a premonition, not that I saw anything. You know what I mean? No, it's not. I mean, maybe for Tomato, I mean, there could be something, some weird stuff that he's into. I actually heard he wasn't working at the school anymore. So I don't know.
Yeah.
But we have to remember, like, just because, like, this is what I'm saying. So everybody's focusing on the video, and it's not even anybody that was involved with Nancy. It was
not
a crime of opportunity, because, I mean, look at the way, like, he's just so awkward in the video. It's just super awkward. And then I saw somebody that cleaned up under the mask. It's not a dark person. It doesn't look anything like, and you could tell by the lip that it looks like the dude. And allegedly he has the tattoo on his wrist.
That was the other thing, was the tattoo. is to kind of
Allegedly.
like get some of that information, you know.
Somebody was saying he was wearing similar shoes, and you could see like the way he's standing, like looking down, like with his shoulders forward. That's how he stands.
Well, I mean, and I'll ask
So,
opinion right now if you all want to have a nice little poll is thinking when you are an organized career criminal that is leveled up to kidnapping, there's usually a certain attire that goes with that. Like you're all completely in
on
black
a
most of
backpack.
the time. You know, there's no like features that you're gonna have that are gonna stick out, you know, considerably because obviously you are a professional kidnapper. Like, and it's not like in the Hollywood movies like that. I think it's very true because you don't want to get caught. Basically, it's a lot harder for you to, like on that surveillance tape. I mean, the only way probably with the mask to even lighten it up is because it wasn't black; it was a different color, and that's probably how they were able to kind of lighten it up a little bit. And if this person happened to, I think he just saw that something happened and ran home and just threw on a bunch of random clothes because he wanted to go over there and check on her, to be honest, and see what went on. And then once he realized she wasn't coming out or answering the door, he used it as crime of opportunity, you know. And I do like have so much to. We both have our feelings about Tomato because we can't just. We're not leaving from that place. As many of you all have said the same things, like it's just something about and I think it's the archetype, it's that personality, it's that energy, it's like all of that. I think that we've all kind of learned about. And another thing with Rochelle is like when she's out in the field feeling all these things out, um because she's been through trauma of being affected by somebody with a similar personality, is like you notice the differences in how she reacts to that and how she feels when she wants to throw up and feels the worst is usually in a perpetrator's energy. Is That's my observation of what I've noticed when she's just kind of tracking something else and going on, you know, another way, or something happened to another person. You know, there's different feelings for that, but I will say that nothing has changed as far as when she's going in a direction that there's been somebody associated that's very similar to somebody we might be following for a case. It's usually that internal nervous system that is picking up on all of that, you know, all of that. People being not nice.
Yeah, no, Laura said that my intro was defensive, and I was saying it's boundaries. It's completely different. I say things for a
Yeah.
reason, usually because people say shit to me, so I don't have to continue to repeat myself. I've
Yeah.
had to throw out boundaries because people don't respect.
And that's
So being defensive
then,
and having boundaries are two different fucking things.
yeah, absolutely. And also the fact that, you know, um, as a personal person that's been kind of like, and that's why I want to be like, I'm like kind of like the behind the scenes with the psychic, you know, like everything that Rochelle has gone through in order to kind of like grow and get to this place in her life and be able to do certain things and take certain, you know, uh, paths, I will just say, because when you've experienced certain traumas and you're kind of like not healed from them, but then you get to a point where you're very open and accepting of everybody because you're kind of like, you know what, I know what it's like to feel a little on the outside. I'm not, you know, kind of the black sheep, whatever. But then when you reach this level of betrayal by people that you thought really were very close to you and had your back, it takes everything to a whole different level. And when you allow yourself to open up after going through like a healing process, you know that everything you just went through that's your worth. That's everything that you've just done to yourself to grow yourself. That is your worth. And I try to keep encouraging her with everything. It doesn't, and so, you know, she's Aquarius. If you don't understand how she talks and everything, you know, there's times we're talking, whatever. I'll look at my phone. I'm like, did she really just say that to me? And I'm just like, yeah, because it's Rochelle, you know, and that is Rochelle. If you don't understand her language or the way that her tone sometimes, it's like you have to understand like 2 seconds later it's the energy is still not the same because that's just the way that she's kind of processing her feelings. And I'm guilty of that same exact thing sometimes because I think it instead of So when somebody might approach me in a way and says something, I'm just like, kind of like, I'm like, what? And my energy pulls back immediately. And they'll be like, are you okay? And I'm like, yeah, I'm fine. I just need a couple seconds to process that. That's all. It's nothing personal. It's like that's your own inner thing. And that's what growth is all about, is just learning how to be able to internalize things. Sometimes they don't feel good, but she has to set boundaries that are comfortable for her because of everything that she's gone through like this last year. And I can't tell you guys like the and I don't want it's her story to tell as far as that goes, but just being present and watching everything, I will tell you, I have never seen anybody go through this level of betrayal with people that she trusted and had in her inner circle the way that this happened to her. I will 1000%. I still shake my head sometimes, like, I can't believe this is real. Like, these things, and it just kept going and going and going. And it seemed like no matter what, um, things were not getting clear. They weren't going in her favor. They were just escalating and becoming worse. And, when you have some things that are still very much like unsettled, there's no closure, there's really no nothing, because quite honestly, you don't even know where this comes from. You have no understanding of how did this all just happen? Where is this coming from? Because Rochelle doesn't see the best, that like, she sees the best in people. She doesn't see the worst in people. And she doesn't think like,
Unless they're perpetrators.
yeah, exactly. And that's exactly why, with your kind of feeling about the central nervous system and how your body reacts when you're going into different places that have those type of people, like, there's a transition there. And it is a lot of growth, and it's also very empowering to be able, after being felt like the world was just a pretty shitty place for you for a long time, to be able to say and be okay with, you know what, I'm like, she doesn't have that self-doubt about saying it's okay to say the thing, it's whatever I need to say, to put up boundaries to protect herself. And nobody should ever feel like, honestly, don't ever take things personal, because that is just allowing something that has also traumatized you to affect you, like, still in the same way, because everybody needs to heal through that stuff. If it's a problem with Rochelle putting up boundaries, you have to learn, like, these things, like, in your own world too, they don't have to affect you a certain way. You don't have to take things personal. um
No, but when people have the
yeah,
same comments over and over and over, that's the only reason that I address them in the intro. So
exactly.
if people, so that's why there's boundaries, so I can lay down the line, so I don't hear the same shit over and over,
Hmm.
because people repeat the same
Yeah,
stuff. They will
yeah,
either try to bring their own opinions about whatever, and for a long
yeah,
time it was like, this is what people don't understand. If I say something or I put
yeah.
down a boundary, it's usually because I've been told 50 times something that they didn't like. For instance, oh, we don't like the way that you changed your work. We don't like the way that you're not using a sitter anymore. We don't like the way that you're not channeling live. Like, we don't like it. We think you were more accurate before. So that gets
Oh,
fucking annoying, because
yeah,
I'm evolving the way that spirit is
yeah.
having me evolve, and people don't know what I went through last year when I had a sitter, and people don't know how people take me off track when I do lives, because I can mind
Yeah.
read the chat. I noticed it in Ethan and other cases.
Yep.
So I have to work by myself, and that's the way. Do you ever see any
Yeah, you're
unless
right.
they're doing on a case, right, on video or whatever,
Mhm.
on TV, where you see psychics do it like that. But do you ever see them sitting with a sitter? Do you ever see them doing live things? No. Psychic detectives don't do that. I have to learn how to work on my own. It's
What,
part of
Nancy doesn't do
evolvement.
that? No, I'm just kidding.
It's part of
Yeah, no,
evolvement.
Nancy doesn't
You know
do
what I
that.
mean? And
Uh-huh.
so, and I think Nancy got
Mm.
to the point, and this is why I relate to her, where she just said, "Fuck off," and put a boundary down, and said, "I'm tired of giving you shit. No, take
Yeah,
care of your own problems." And
absolutely.
it enraged him, because he's not used
Absolutely.
to her saying no, and he felt fucking entitled. So
Uh-huh.
it's the same thing here, where
Absolutely.
people don't understand that the only time that I say something, like yesterday,
Yeah,
about me talking fast, it was explained in my intro.
exactly.
I can't control that. You guys see anybody complain about Matt Frazier talking fast? It's called how we get with the downloads. Like, our minds, especially having a stellium and Aquarius, and then now Neptune and Aries, like my mind is going faster than my mouth.
Uh-huh.
You know? So
I know.
when people are mediums and they're downloading shit, they have to say it before they
Mhm.
forget it. And sometimes it's a lot to process and a lot to get out, especially when I'm trying to explain everything about
Yep.
you know, the situation about how I was driving around and what I was feeling and all that. Like it was a lot,
Yep.
you know?
It
So
was a lot. But
there's a
you're
reason that
when
I
you're
say
picking up on
things.
energy is energy, whether it's
Yeah.
living or non-living. It's all
So
energy, you know?
I don't just say things because one person said it to me. I say it as in setting boundaries for the channel so that I don't have to deal with the stress. I turned off comments for a while because people were so fucking critical and telling me
Yeah.
how to be. The last thing you ever want to do for your fellows Aquarians
Mhm.
in here is tell somebody what they should do or how they should be or how they should run their channel
Absolutely.
or how they should work
Nobody
their
ever
gift,
wants to be told how to do
which
their
is
job when they have
constant.
no experience.
It
Like,
was and it was constant, you know what I mean? So, it
uh-huh.
was, like, not like I
Yep.
keep getting hot and cold. It was not like one thing, it was, like, somebody saying, you know, multiple people saying that, and that was all a test, that was all a lot of it was the
Mhm.
astrology, but it was also Pluto and Aquarius is me evolving, but also setting boundaries. Because I was if
Absolutely.
you guys look at me for back when I was so meek, I was like, "I'm so sorry." Not like that anymore.
I know, I remember. Oh, the REM pod just went off.
Not like
Going
that
off
anymore,
again.
you know?
But yeah, there's no paneling back there. There's no meekness or anything, or not being confident in what you're. And that's a big that I don't think people understand how um, confident you have to be and able to work through everything and have clarity on things. You have to be confident, and you cannot have people second guessing certain things or saying, "Oh well, did you see this person and that reading?" And no, because just like we don't go into those places and say, "Oh, did you see what Rochelle got?" Because it's very rude, it's very disrespectful. Because
And
they all
nit
said exactly. You
I
work
got
for.
nitpicked over commercials that I don't have control over. Like,
I know.
everybody nitpicks over little fucking shit, and it's just
Oh
like,
my god, yeah.
"Seriously? Watch or don't, but
Oh
I
yeah.
don't need to hear what your complaints
Yeah.
are." I literally
No,
had to
she
ask,
doesn't,
like,
you
"Don't
guys.
complain," because it pisses me off, like, I can't deal with it. I
Yeah.
will sit here and rant and rave, and a lot of times now I've learned is just,
Yep.
you know, now I've just learned to just mute, right? But
Mhm.
at the same time, I try to educate and give people a chance, you know,
Yep.
and that's why I put, "Hey, I talk fast, fix the settings," because
Exactly.
500 people were saying it.
Here's your
So,
warning.
you know what I mean? The
Yep.
intro is to help people, 1, understand how I work, and 2, understand the boundaries of the channel. And that's
Yep.
also why it's in the description box, because I like to run my channel without drama, without
Right.
BS, and I like to run it my way,
Absolutely.
you know?
Mhm.
So, um
Yep.
I have a literal freaking stellium in Aquarius. Like, this is just
Mhm.
how I am. I'm straightforward. I
Right.
don't beat around the bush. And that's also come from life. And I
Yep.
think that's where Nancy was at. She was done and she was fed up.
That's what I said. I was like, she reminds me so much of like you in so many different certain ways. Like you can only be kind of like take for so long, and then finally you're like, you know what? Fuck this shit.
There was
I'm
no
over
need for
it.
anybody to have
Mhm.
forced entry or not forced entry. That's the thing. It happened at the door. She
Yep.
was jiggling her keys, getting in the house herself, and he freaking knocked her off guard because she told him no. It
Yep.
infuriated him. He probably walked her up to the door, was arguing with her. It started in the vehicle. You know, this is how I see it. It started in the vehicle. She was walking up to the door. He was following her.
Yep.
Something ensued. He hit her. It took inside. There was no forced entry because there is no fucking kidnapping.
Exactly, and that's also
Every
really
time I hear
true.
kidnapping and I hear psychics say kidnapping, I'm like, you
I
guys
know.
don't, there is no kidnapping.
No, we don't feel like there any of that for any point in time. I mean, the fact that he had to take her out of the house after this happened, well, then that's a whole different set of circumstances. But there's too many things because we don't have access to. We want the camera footage because if you bring her home, there would be a record of you bringing her home safely, right? There would be I'm online. There would be records of things that have happened that could prove that well, they absolutely did everything. Like here she is, nice and safe and sound at home. Nope.
Well,
Even
this is
I mean, how many
why,
times do we talk about the garage door, for instance?
yeah.
Like
And this
set up.
makes me think why this is why I think the garage door opened. I think the garage door opened. Originally, I thought it was because he was backing up, but I think it was him driving in to be like, "Hey, I dropped her off," and that's why he says 9:45. I think it happened before that, more likely 9:30.
Yeah, it was very like close to home time frame. Yeah, I do. And there's no, I mean, there's no cameras like towards the garage. There's no like, and that's another thing we were kind of talking about today was who was the neighbor that told about the camera that had been installed on the roof recently because, because the dude that had made his way into the home or whatever knew that he was on that camera because he didn't go that way. So, you know,
He put her in bed. She never made it in the fucking house, guys. I'm telling you.
It is.
That's why there's blood drops at the door.
Mm-hmm.
It wasn't from carrying her out.
Yep. Exactly. Exactly. I mean,
so, and that's another thing that drives me crazy. Like, I don't go to other psychics and put my feelings there, even though I know that it's inaccurate. Like, I don't do that.
She doesn't. She talks to me and says, "Can you believe this?" Blah, 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 blah. I can't believe this.
You know, I don't need people coming and doing that. And I understand that people want to help and all that, but I can't be let off track with lakes and water tanks and, you know, all that. Like, I'm following what I'm getting, period. And, you know, we don't need that because it just kind of confuses things.
Right.
You know, it really does. And I don't know.
It totally does confuse things. And honest to God, there are times too, like when I'm trying to do research and all of a sudden everything's kind of falling in line. And then all of a sudden I get this question, well, who's a ring guy? Like, what are you talking about? And now I have to go and on social media, which I absolutely hate, on TikTok and Facebook and everything. And I'm like, oh, for God's sakes, even watching JL, the only reason why I'm watching is because I just want to see the people around there. Like, who's coming, who's going, what actions are happening. And if there's like a random, weird, awkward dude that all of a sudden shows up and says, oh, I had a premonition, a really bad feeling about this. Like, that caught my attention. But it wasn't catching my attention before any of the rest of it because I didn't see anywhere about like when a ring gets brought up, I'm like, I like gloves, I see wrinkles. Like, I don't see the only one thing I did happen to stand out to me was I thought he had a tattoo like on his wrist that just happened to be bare in that area that he was wearing. But then, so, you know, where she sends me a picture of, okay, that dude looks like he could be wearing that exact same sweatshirt or whatever. Okay. Again, it goes back to my thought where random dude went home and saw these things and just threw on some friggin' clothes just to go over there because he's concerned. Happened to grab a ski mask from somewhere because the ears, again, you don't want that to be the thing that's gonna end up catching.
Well, he probably knows that she had a ring camera anyways, that most of the people in the neighborhood did, right?
Yeah.
So I'm telling you, I think it's two different crimes.
Yes, we do.
And I checked the astrology.
And we were kind of saying that from the very get-go.
10 and 11 o'clock is more about burglary than anything else. And then there's more cover-up that starts at midnight.
Yeah.
You know, after the fact. Like, he came in, saw what happened, blah, blah, and left. Like, Tomato put her in bed, allegedly. Well, he went home and found help and all that kind of stuff. Because he needed to go get a buddy to help him do this. So, you know,
Absolutely. He did have to get a buddy because that other dude was not lifting out that's all dead weight at 150 pounds. And I don't care what anybody says. 150 pounds is a lot of muscle and just it's a lot because my dad's paralyzed. So he doesn't have like the muscular, what do you want to call it? Kind of like the ability to extract and detract.
Yeah, but that was like 5 years ago, Laura. That was 5 years ago that she wanted a ring camera, whatever, Nest cam.
And that's not something uncommon either to put on like the Nextdoor app or whatever. She was probably looking for, other people's concerns to bring up and have a conversation about it. And, the other thing too is there's a lot of wildlife and that's pretty scary. Like, ask Rochelle, because when the coyotes want to come eat her, that was not a very safe feeling, was it, Rochelle? You'd want a camera.
No, I did. I thought it was crazy. I was getting surrounded. I was lunch, but or dinner. But no, Nicole, that's what I'm saying. Like, that's why I thought it was fake. because it looks like he's so awkward that's why we thought it was fake. But I think it was like he wasn't even concerned like she was going to come to the door because he already knew. Whatever he saw, it caused him to really call it out and say, I had a premonition. No one really says, like, even me, like, I have a hard time saying, well, I had a premonition and such is involved. It doesn't, we didn't know that till we did some kind of research after I was getting, like, what I was getting below Nancy.
Up to JLR.
Yeah. And, I'm just like, and then he keeps throwing himself out there saying he had a premonition. And then you kind of start looking at him and I'm like, somebody sent me the picture of the ring thing. And I'm just like, the REM pod didn't stop until I started figuring that out. Cause I was like, well, that bothers me. I'm like, well, maybe it's not staged. So then I got this whole download on the fact that maybe there's two different crimes. We're dealing with Gemini in this case.
Yeah.
Everything's double.
Absolutely. Everything's double, the parallel, however you want to spell it, kind of thing. And then you're also looking at crime of opportunity. So,
and he seems like one of those guys that would just be fucking curious. Like, I'm curious. I want to go in and see what happened, and I want to go and see what's in here, kind of thing. And if I find anything, I got a backpack.
Well, that's interesting.
Yeah.
Well, let me just tell you that Tomato is making a very bad name for everybody else that's even closely spelled their name like that. It's Thomas.
But it means twin, and the weirdest thing too.
It does. I know, it's crazy.
The parallel from Bella's case to this case on the perpetrators is nuts because his name is Tommy.
Totally.
And he's a Gemini. And I kept driving around Phoenix, seeing the name Thomas and getting pissed off before this case even happened.
I know, right? Isn't that nuts? Isn't that nuts? And and to come to find out, if it's because of,
No, I think Savannah was appealing to her family.
Yeah, I do too. Yeah, the neighbor we just feel is like he was going, like he overheard or saw something. He's a witness, actually, technically.
Well, I think that there was elder abuse going on. Me and Tracy have talked about this, and I got the abuse card in my reading. We think that she wasn't being taken care of properly, and they were probably stealing money from her. But in the 8th house in the literally, there's inheritance in the astrology that this was inheritance. I told Tracy, and I put this in the video that, and excuse me, I'm sorry, I don't mean to be graphic, but I hear it as I hear like they're fighting. And it was like, you're not dying fast enough, you effing beat. And that's how we felt. He needed the money now, for whatever reason.
Yeah, absolutely.
And she wasn't giving it to him.
Absolutely. Nope, she had enough with that. And she honestly didn't really have the resources to kind of she's looking at it from a point where there's people that are putting themselves in their own positions, whatever's going on. And I think, too, that she probably kind of saw it like, what's the one thing that people, when everybody says nice things about them, it's usually because that person might always be the one that, oh, you need $5? Oh, he has $5. Oh, he has $10. Don't worry about it. I can take care of it. With that thought in his mind where, oh, yeah, like an open bank going back, a lot of people buy their friends and everything else with cash. They don't even realize it at the time, but they're doing it. So if it's kind of like that, and all of a sudden now you're 50, you might be having a midlife crisis. I don't know, different things, and lots of things are changing all at one time. And if you want to get, the rumor too is like the marriage problems and everything. If you want to get away from that, and it's not happening quick enough, but you've already invested all these years into this family by marriage, some people feel entitled. Some people feel like, well, hell, I deserve that because I've been here long enough, putting up with this crap from all these people. I'm not just going to walk away with nothing, and it's.
Go back to the people that seen the deep dive and go back to the cards. What did every single card point to?
I know, because
every single card points to, and I was high during that reading, so I know that it was being pushed through me through the cards, and I received downloads and everything. The family has not been cleared, so just because the sheriff said it, the FBI did not, and that doesn't matter until somebody's arrested. Nobody's cleared, in our opinion. Period. Because they're looking at the freaking video, and it's not even him.
Yeah, the sheriff is only investigating certain elements of evidence for the crimes committed. And quite honestly, because I just watched him on the interview room and talking about this and reviewing the whole interview that he just did, and how he kept like saying it was almost as if he was kind of like, is this girl not listening to me and not hearing what I'm saying, kind of thing? And he's trying to go along with it, and he's trying to go along with it. But after hearing Savannah's video yesterday, I truly feel like it's kind of like another one of those things. We'll put out something because we need to start moving in other directions. And the only way to get information is if they feel safe. They feel like, oh, this isn't, oh, they can start going out and living life and doing whatever, because
Yep.
Savannah looks at that camera and starts saying what she says. I think she's pretty clear on how she feels and who she feels that it's about, to be honest with you. She's got some type of a gut feeling about it. And it's like, okay, well, here we go. They do this so often. How many times, even in the movies, it's like, well, yeah, you're fine. Oh, call two detectives. Make sure you tell them. Make sure that you don't let them off your radar. It's that kind of thing. Because honest to God, they need them to come back to the neighborhood. They're not coming back unless they're cleared. Like, they need them to kind of pick up back with their habits and what their routines are and those kind of things, just feel the pressure and the squeeze of being.
I mean, they play games too. Don't think law enforcement doesn't play games.
Totally do. Totally play games.
And I mean, I stand by it. Like I said, I've checked this astrology a million freaking times. I know what I've seen very clearly and how it came to me. I'm not backing out on this. I would. The moment that freaking she came in and I got off the live, I went straight to Tracy and I said, "You're not going to believe this."
I know, because I told her I was frustrated with all these like little fucking things that kept coming up, and I'm like, what are you talking about? Because everybody keeps going to this channel and that channel and this channel, and they're all just like throwing things, and I'm going around in circles trying to put the pieces back.
And that's totally the astrology on this channel, on this case is literally noise. And this is the type of case with the astrology, because there's a stellium in Aquarius to bring out internet sleuths, a bunch of psychics that you've never seen before. Everybody's got an opinion.
That's
a bunch of new channels. Like, this is what this case is. And a lot of noise and a lot of BS and a lot of misdirections and a lot of just other crazy shit. So, and the whole reason, think about it. Why else stage a kidnapping? For one, do you know any cartel that's going to walk in to an 84-year-old's house, take them, and not take their medication? What do they want with an 84-year-old? How much
dude that's not even dressed to be a kidnapper, and he's so out of sorts and out of his element.
And then you're not going to take her medication that she needs for her heart?
Exactly. You want her to
that's the biggest mistake that they made with everything, was not taking her medication, because that foils the whole kidnapping story. Because if you're not taking her medication to keep her alive, well, you're obviously not going to bring her back. Okay? No, she's not. Unfortunately, she hasn't been. She was never kidnapped. This is not. And then it's like, okay, I'm the last one seen with her, so we've got to do something. We've got to make her like out of the house, because I'm the last one here.
Exactly. I'm the one.
And so we got to cover this. We got to cover this up, because, and it's probably his friend, and it was almost like that's what it felt like when he went to go like get help from his friend. That his friend told him, dude, we've got to concoct something here, because you were the last one seen with her. You're the biggest.
Yep.
Absolutely. They're gonna get you for this if she's in that house. You know what I mean?
Exactly.
They had to stage the narrative and make it look like. And why else are they gonna make it look like a kidnapping? Look who her daughter is.
Yep. Exactly. And that's a lot of that. The timing about all that baloney and everything else, because
he lost it.
If you had to do something with Savannah, it would have been directly with Savannah. If somebody wants to send a message, or somebody wants to get revenge or whatever, they're going to go right to the place of the person that hurt them or whatever. They're not going to do anything to your mom.
No random kidnapper is coming up in that neighborhood, as dark as it freaking is, as much of a maze it is. Because I kept ending up on the house and not even knowing I was ending up on the house. I'm telling you. Nobody's going to come to that neighborhood at night and not know, and just randomly kidnap an old lady. Like, it doesn't even make sense. It's like so 1960s.
Exactly, Candace. They can't. And that's,
That's what
you
I'm
know, and
saying.
it's,
When do you ever see a cartel come in and steal an 84-year-old woman?
yeah, no, they don't.
Give me a freaking break. It's almost like they're trying to throw that narrative around so
Uh-huh.
that, for one, they can blame the brown people, and for two,
Yeah.
because it's, well, look,
Yeah.
can't
They're
really
just
solve
gonna
it now.
bag the local drug people rather than, you know, that's what they're doing right now is, you know, bringing all them in now.
Well,
So,
if we look who's in charge of the FBI and all of that, and how he
yeah,
wants to invade Mexico, I mean,
I
it's not
know.
out of the realm of throwing out a narrative.
Nope. Not at all.
Tomorrow's the 17th. Come on, Eclipse.
I know, Rochelle. Today is very disappointing as far as the build up for that. I'm just like, I'm waiting because after the 20th, my life is rock star. I know it's gonna come. I'm so excited.
I mean, when have you ever seen a cartel kidnap an 84-year-old woman? They've done it
Inside,
with other families and stuff, but
yeah,
I've never heard of it, honestly.
no, and honest to God, like the way this person's behavior is and everything else like that, I don't think even being smart cartel people would employ that person to go do something like that. I don't think they'd think he was like,
Yep.
you know, up to the job.
Where
Maybe
I'm
like
It's
it's
bullshit,
not.
Barbara. It's racial profiling, just like they got
Yeah.
that, they got that Carlos guy, and it's like, for what? And then everybody came. The first thing they did was come to me. Oh my God, they got somebody. They got somebody. Like, to try to prove like the reading's wrong. Like, just wait, Grandpa. Just
Yep.
wait. Like, this
Uh-huh.
case is gonna evolve, and there's gonna be a lot of twists and turns. And you don't
There
know
is.
what they're doing behind the scenes. They're not going to Annie's and Tomato's house for no freaking reason 500 times and
They're
taking
not
stuff out of
going
their
with the
house.
type of equipment either that they've been bringing with them as far as like the digital copying of certain things
She's
and
not in Mexico. She's not at the border. She's actually, the chart pulls in as close as it can for being industrial and water. Period.
mm-hmm. And if they were smart enough to really investigate Miss Nancy too, is they'd realize that, you know, maybe on paper it seemed as though she's very wealthy, but she also had investments. She had other things. She wasn't like freely rich with just cash thrown around everywhere. So you're also looking at maybe living out the last years of your life with a certain lifestyle. Maybe she wanted to have a couple trips or go, you know, visit more friends more often. Or she also had, I think, it was getting to a point where she was getting very unhealthy and needed money to help pay for some of that healthcare as well. That's, you know, and
Yeah, he
when
didn't want
you're
to waste
aware of
family money on her health care.
exactly,
Like I said, you're not dying fast enough, is what
I know. Oh, I just got the chills.
I'm telling you. I heard it.
No, I
He
know
was
it pisses
angry.
me off
He
that.
was pissed off, and it started in the car. I'm telling you. And I didn't even really pay attention to that part in the chart. I went back over it today because everybody was saying, "Oh, they were cleared," and I'm like, "Let me look again." And I'm like, "I
Yeah.
know what I saw. I know what all the cards pulled, but let me just double check the astrology." Literally says the same thing that I'm saying, and I'm just like, "Oh, well,
Yeah,
that's validation."
right. We like the run pause for validation. The spirits are
No,
pretty
she
good
means
to
like,
us.
why the name?
Hmm?
I don't know that it's even like deep water. It's like more like seasonal water because it's like
Yep. Man-made kind of areas of
yeah, like man-made areas like
okay.
it has to be industrial. So like I was trying to explain to this last night, uh
Yeah.
you have Aquarius energy very strong, so it has to be industrial, and it's not just
Yeah.
airplanes, okay? Aquarius rules man-made systems. Aquarius rules um like man-made water systems,
Right.
railroad tracks, electricity, things like
Hmm.
that. Unique places, rules like space and stuff too. But for an area, that's what it rules. Then you have Taurus in there, that's like an earthy spot. Okay. Then you have Scorpio, which is water, hidden water. But it's also it does like drainage, so it rules drainage. So I keep seeing a drainage pipe with like water coming out of it, and that's what I'm having a hard time finding. So it would have to be someplace that they knew where there's like drainage like coming out. And there's not a lot of water in Arizona. This is what I was trying to explain to you guys. So up north, there's no water. I went to all the washes. I drove by there's no water up there.
Yeah.
This has to contain water because of Scorpio. And we got the bubbling water in the EVP. That was fucking weird. I'm like,
It sounded like
Well,
yeah,
it sounded like water, and I'm just like,
literally.
"That's freaking nuts. I've
Mhm.
never heard that before." But,
Wow.
and then today, the
That was
only
crazy.
clear EVP I got was a woman saying river. And if you look back at the cards, what did we get? River. We got the river card,
Yeah,
literally. We got
yeah,
in water, like 500 water cards. So, the only place, no, she's not in fucking Mexico.
yeah, no.
The chart pulls in close. The chart does not go long distances. She's not in a lake far
Yeah, do
away.
you know
She's
what
not in
it's
Mexico.
are
The
you
chart
gonna
is
bring
pulling in
a
super
deceased
close.
person across the border with you? Like, I don't
No, she's not in
mm,
Mexico.
mm,
Whoever's saying that is fucking insane.
mm,
There's no long distance and there's no long distance. So we don't have any lakes here either. She's not a lake.
mm,
There's no long distance in the chart.
mm.
You're going to the first industrial area with water, which is west, which is where I went. She's got to be around there somewhere because that's the only thing that fits the chart,
Yellow. So
you know?
when you're asking about this person calling somebody named Anna, is that a new name or is that just another way that Annie's referenced?
No, there's no homeless people in this area, Sheridan. It's
Yeah,
pretty clean. It's very actually, and this is what I'm saying. The area feels remote, but it's not remote. Do you know what I mean? And that's the kind of area we're looking for. Where it feels remote, but it's not remote. It's like on the kind of the edge of the town. You have you have industrial here, you have the river here, and you
yeah,
have spread out like ranch kind of houses. Um,
right.
so it's not like it's not coming across as like industrial, like in the middle of her city. You know what I mean? So this is like 6 miles air miles, and the chart will pull air miles. So because that's what you're measuring with. So actually, like it's 11, but um,
Well, Sheridan, honestly, there is a lot of like newness in this whole crypto kidnapping things that I think we're gonna start hearing more about because
because
it's
people
supposed to
are
be
using it.
untraceable and whatever, and it's an easy, crime allegedly to commit, but it's also a possibility that they heard about what happened here and want a copycat. So, you know. It's
Yeah.
it is a universal international story, so it's quite possible. They had a couple kids up in Flagstaff that they tried to do this stuff. Was it a random like app or something that somebody just asked them, "Hey, you want to make some money? This is what you need to do." And basically, it was very, very, very random and offline, but it doesn't have anything to do. But we did think and theorize perhaps that maybe hearing about that story was maybe where we came up with the idea for, oh, I can like call in for a ransom.
Yeah.
Why not get
Crypto
some cash
is
on
correct.
this, kind of thing.
Technology.
Yeah. Yeah. Crypto is very Aquarius, but there is a
And
Bitcoin place.
technology is very Aquarius.
Yeah.
Them trying to use certain technologies and stuff. But um
Yes. We're just discussing anything if you want to ask a question. Yeah, no, it's really not a sketchy place at all. Her neighborhood is beautiful. I mean, and if
yeah.
anybody has watched even JLR for 12 hours straight when he's on there on the same street, you can see the type of people that are there. They're walking their dogs, they're hanging out, they're out just being neighborly or whatever. And, not for nothing, but these people have been put through hell having a mile long parking lot full of
We're
cars.
we're 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 not that close to the border. We're like an hour or something.
Yeah,
Like it's not
no,
like the border's
yeah.
like right there. No.
Hmm. Oh, maybe you heard
Or like 3 hours or something. I
Danny.
think Phoenix is what's close to the border, not Tucson.
Yeah. No, it isn't. And
Not
when
no,
Rochelle's driving home
not
from
in
her mom, and that
Mexico.
was in, there's literally 4 border patrol cars have somebody pulled over, and like, there's no way they're gonna bring a grandma down there, especially if she
Oh, they're
doesn't.
not cartel involved. So of course, what's the point is to go to Mexico?
Exactly. Yeah, if
Shoot.
grandma's a totally different looking grandma, I mean, the chances of you getting caught.
The only thing that threw me about like the cards was it was saying north, and I always did go northwest and west. But the thing that threw me was, um, because I did get north and I did get
You're
work,
right.
but he used to work at north, so I'm just
Mhm.
wondering if it was just that. Because that can come up in the cards too, and there's no water there. So, and there's no industrial really with water that I've seen
Yeah.
that's not too far, so it doesn't make sense.
Well, going northern too, you got to remember that could be a connection between the people and the car that they impounded the other day, because
Oh
where
yeah.
he worked was right up North Arkle. So,
Yeah, but I would go in north and mountains, but it doesn't align with. But there is
hmm
mountains. There is mountains like behind, like this area is like by right by West Seguro National Forest, not the other Seguro. There's two of them.
right,
This one's
yeah,
west side, and it's I haven't been there. I thought about going to look. Just mountainous, mountainous.
that might be up by way that biosphere. Two places. I'll have to check again, but I think that's a place that people used to like to go to. Remember when we were talking about like what would the psychology think? Now this is something too, because and a different way of how things work also, because when Rochelle was really focused on the astrological chart of where everything goes and everything, and I sat there for a second and I'm like, something just came to me and I said, this is and please just hear me out, is if you're talking about somebody that, first of all, if they're so involved in wanting to clean up the ecology and places, the wildlife, things like that, I really feel like the last place he's going to bring her is somebody, unless it's like because it's remote or something. I don't think that he I don't think he thought enough about Nancy to not discard her like trash, and I hate to say it like that, but more so of an area where it would be like wastewater or man-made kind of things, because he saw beauty in nature. He was a biology teacher, studied those things, wanted to be with reptiles and frogs and everything. And I don't think that his feelings about Nancy were anywhere near as close as that. So um, I think it was like 2 minutes later, and she's like, oh my God, yeah, totally. And she sent me this whole long thing of her download, and I'm like, shaking my head going, did I just not say this like 2 seconds ago? Am I like just in a different dimension right now? And I'm like, Rochelle, like go read what she's like. No, 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 I know. But I think it was like the activation of how it clicked with her was just there are certain things where she's working. It's the energetic click, I guess, because that's when things like, her downloads, like her temperature changes, all of a sudden it's like the REM pod's going off, like there's all these different validation things that are happening. And it just kind of like that's just one of the instances that kind of blew my mind for a minute. It was like, oh my God, it's like those things, those clicks, like all those different things is kind of like cool and fascinating in those ways. But I'm not the one out there doing all the work, so, but it's cool to watch. I just know that for a fact. A very different experience, and it's a very different thing watching everything behind the scenes.
Well, I can't remember. Oh, they're saying there was a video of her walking out the door. I don't know. Look, we're talking about a lot of misdirection in this case, and somebody that had access to the Nest cams that could have taken anything from any
Oh,
time,
Brian
if
Denton,
that's
yeah,
actually true.
yeah,
Yeah,
yep.
but
I haven't seen that either, but whatever.
there's a lot of fog and a lot of misinformation in this
Yeah.
case. You know,
And especially, and I'll also be clear, and I'm going to be very clear about this, because you're also talking about people that have been camping around, making a lot of money off this case, and they're not necessarily helping the family or helping Nancy by looking at actual like places they could look, or maybe they can help, or whatever. They're literally not doing that. And I am and I will say this because I have been a witness to how these things work. One's on the phone. Well, they have a buddy over at this particular station, kind of giving him all this information, but he's not sharing it with other people because he wants to get there and beat. He wants to be the one to break the story and cover it and everything else. And there's a lot of bullshit going on because of the competitiveness of media just in general, and nobody's thinking about Nancy. Nobody's For 9 hours you're camped out in front of somebody's house, but you can't think to maybe go down to this place and walk around. Did they do it a couple times here and there, maybe because somebody else was trying to encourage them to do it? Yeah. Oh, did you do it because you heard that there's possible evidence somewhere and then you drive over there? Yeah, you absolutely do. And it's not to criticize or anything in the way that people want to work, but if you're not putting in the boots on the ground and you're not doing all these things, and you're not doing the family any good, you're not doing Nancy any good by at least trying to do something, you know, this on that aspect or whatever. You're close enough, you're staying close enough, you will find out the second something happens, then you can go back and let the neighborhood start to grieve. I mean, you're seeing the flowers come out, like they all know what's going on. They're not stupid. Let them get back into have safety in their neighborhood, you know. This is a message
If
that
that was my neighborhood, I would be a little pissed, or my parents'
yeah,
house where it's just
absolutely.
constant, constant, constant.
Yeah,
Um,
yeah.
Thank you, Toneri. Welcome.
And it's
You
terrible.
again.
It's absolutely
Uh,
terrible.
you know, so it's like you're just sitting there for hours upon hours just showing the house, and it's just like it feels
Yeah,
disrespectful to me. I couldn't even walk up there because I
yeah,
was just like, it just doesn't feel right, you know? Um,
yeah. And that's something we also had
I
spoken
need
about because
someone
she
to
got
bring a
close.
freaking drone.
She got close, and then it was like, you know what? I just don't have it in me to drive up there. I can't do it. And I said, no, go with what you feel is right because, you know, she can feel it. She reads the energy of just having all these friggin' people just sucking off. Basically, they're draining everybody up there. And you know, when when you're a woman that basically just told this guy to f off because you're not giving him any more money or whatever, that's the last thing you probably want to see out in front of your house is the sucking, like you're draining. They actually Tomatoes banned like their song and their video. I watched it. It's called Drain. Like I'm just going, oh my gosh, this is horrible watching all this
And we
stuff.
don't even know if like they had access to her finances and they were taking money from her.
Yeah.
I'm saying there was something about an investment or something like that. Um, Barbara, but do you live in Arizona?
Yeah.
Because I don't even know if it'll show anything. Like if she's in water, I don't even know if it's gonna show.
Yeah.
But I can't probably even freaking find the thing. But there's a flying place over there. I noticed.
No,
If
but
it's
we were
still there.
trying to get JLR's attention for him to bring his friend over there with the drone the other day, and we didn't get no response or whatever
We
because
couldn't get anybody to answer the chat
the chat was too
because they
fast.
don't pay attention. Yeah,
Yeah,
it's too fast. And
there
then
is
it's
literally no way to get a hold of him
and
unless
then
you
I
are
guess
subscribed and
didn't someone ask him today about psychics and he said he didn't know anybody
locally. Yeah,
local?
yeah,
Hello.
I know.
Hi.
Yeah. But
No,
again, it
I'm
goes
not even
back
a huge
to
fan, but
like,
I just need the help with it. That's all. Like,
yeah,
because this is about Nancy right now, and
yeah,
she's been very freaking. I've been very pushy, very
yeah,
very pushy. You
yeah,
know, there's a whole video on it, Renee. You know, like I
yeah.
said, it's closer than people think, but it's not like right there. You have to go industrial water.
Oh, Barbara, you're close.
Yeah, you're not far. Hey, maybe we should meet and go fly the drone.
15 miles, really?
That's not bad.
That would be
I need
awesome.
longer than that. I'm like an hour and a half. Well, Barbara knows how to drive it. I don't need freaking JLR.
Yeah, no.
You
No, and
know?
you know what too is like full-heartedly also guys like when you're doing and working on this kind of work too, it's like you have to know when to put boundaries up for what should be public and what shouldn't be public. And you know, you have to be also respectful for the family and that kind of thing too. And there's instances when you want help and you might want to reach out publicly, but you know, there's no, not to mention it's dangerous. You know, when Michelle's out there alone, I'm on the phone for 10 hours because she's walking in a wash somewhere being chased by a pack of
Coyotes surrounding
coyotes.
me.
I'm like, yeah, it's, you know, it's a level of safety thing too at that point. So if coyotes are out there, there's obviously, you know, humans are not
Mountain lions. I
any
kept
better.
thinking I was going to see a mountain lion somewhere. I was just like looking up
Exactly.
in the mountains. Please don't jump on me.
Exactly. But, you know, we also talked about the ability of her where if she's in a spot where she wouldn't have to drive around, there's somebody else there that can kind of control like a drone or something along that.
Or
Is
drive
it,
to where I could see or feel more
yeah,
because it's hard to do it when you're driving. You got people up
absolutely.
your ass. You know, you're
That
trying to drive
too.
and look, and everybody's just like, "Ah,"
I know.
you know,
Yeah.
and
Mhm.
I'm just like, why is
That is
everybody
the
at my
other
butt?
side
I
of
had to
the
keep pulling
Rochelle's
over real quick.
Aquarius that you might exhibit later on down the line. Yep. For sure. Oh, Barbara, that would be
When
awesome.
was I not out? When? No, I wasn't just out there. When?
2 days ago.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is right now, like,
Mhm.
So that's what I was telling people, like, I can't afford to just keep driving up there without support of some kind because I've put everything into this and I'm not getting paid for it, and bills have to be paid, animals have to be taken care of, and I'm gonna have to stop so that I can work on that. So that's the problem I'm having is I'm gonna have to pull back
Yeah.
because I do this for free. So like right now I borrowed like food from the feed store that I have to come up with tonight. So that was we were gonna go into readings after this. My neck is freaking hurting.
Anybody?
I don't have a Zap stick.
Hmm?
Yeah, Barbara, you can find me in my Linktree. I have an email and everything in there. My
Yeah.
email's easy anyways.
No,
It's the
that would be great.
psychicsolution.com. But
It goes our
yeah,
way.
REM pod's going on. You know,
Oh,
and I
maybe
appreciate
someone.
everybody that has helped. Like people have helped me be able to go when I've gone, but it's just
Yeah.
enough for gas and a little bit to eat, and that's it. So, you know, it
Yeah.
it's hard for it sucks. I wish I could just fund this. That's one reason we want to do the nonprofit thing so that
Yeah.
I can work on cases and not be so stressed out.
And there are a lot of missing people in, Arizona, for real.
There
A
are.
lot of them.
I mean, we don't. It would enable me to go.
Yeah.
It enabled me to get justice trained. Because I would like to get him trained.
Yeah.
I take him with me now because a dog's a dog, but that's been my dream for a long time to get that done. So that yep, there goes the one.
See that? Well,
I even had a
the
vision
next
of it
too
a
is
long
why
time
we
ago
wanted
of him helping me
Gracie
find
is
somebody, a live child, and the mom not alive, and it was a pretty powerful vision, and
yeah.
so I think that's why he came in my life. It's just been hard to get that going, but I really like to. So
Right. Absolutely. And when we're able to a zap stick, that's never heard of that.
I don't
But
know what a zap stick is. I imagine it's something that zaps people and
I might need
things.
one of those just for my family members.
Yeah.
They give me crap.
I don't call FBI, so that's the thing is I've already sent in
Yeah.
2 tips via
Yeah.
I don't call them because I ask too many questions and they won't listen to me anyways. It just make you feel
Yeah.
stupid. And I usually do it through the FBI tip line.
Right.
Because they have one like you can do through the internet, but I would like to check, fly a drone, just see what it looks like because I can't see
Yeah.
it. And I couldn't walk very far because I had Neptune in the car with me, or in the car waiting because we went to his vet, so I couldn't really walk as
Mhm.
much as I wanted to. I didn't see the water till I
Yeah.
was leaving.
Yep.
Whose neck is hurting?
Well, and we've kind of talked about a local case here too, where it's basically the same kind of situation where the person ended up was in a watery, marshy, not a lot of water, just a little bit of water, but they were wrapped in something. So as soon as they were able to get the drone
Angry?
over the area, they could tell that there was something in the water probably that shouldn't be there. So they got the local police involved and took it to the next level, and they ended up finding a girl that was missing for like 5 years from right down the street, actually. So, I mean, it's a possibility when you have an
I don't know how we
indication.
would find anything in the water. That's the problem I'm having a problem with. I know they have like underwater drones, but I don't even know if it's deep enough.
Well, that's been another challenge for us too, is like because we living out in the area and you're saying no, there's no. It's look at how dry this is. It's a desert, and I'm looking at the map saying there's all these places. This looks like could be water. Like I don't know because I'm not there, but more or less,
I mean,
yeah.
I hope I solve the case. I was just saying, I joked today. I was like, we should work for the FBI.
I know, right?
No, we're on
I am
phone
sure
fire.
they are like well advanced in their technology. I am obviously not computer savvy
You know how
either.
many psychics they probably had call them over this, telling them that she's in Mexico?
Yeah,
And
see,
this is why they don't listen.
that's exactly why they don't listen. And then when they sit there and say, "Oh, but don't call anybody, guys, don't call anybody," she's wanting you to call somebody, but she doesn't want it to be herself.
You guys can call and tip you guys can definitely
Yeah.
call and tip it if you want to.
And how many times also you have called in for tips before and you've
Yes.
gotten calls back and they'll be like, "How do you know about this?" And
Yes,
she's
I
like,
had
"Oh,
that
I'm just
happen
looking
with
for something by." Just like
I had that happen with Charlie Goose, and I actually had the investigator responding to me via
Yeah,
email, and he kept on, "How do you know this? How do you know this? How do you know this?" And I'm just like,
right.
"Fine." Like, intuitively, like,
Mm-hmm.
I'm like, "I'm not saying I'm gonna solve the case or anything." I said, "I just need you to keep this stuff in your brain
Right.
for if you run across this type of person. I know you can't solve a case like this, but I
Right.
need you to keep it here in case you run
Exactly.
across it, so you can investigate it more." I didn't hear anything
You-
else after that.
Exactly.
I'm like,
But
"Ah."
and actually there was some like there was information or something that came out like recently. I thought about her case that.
Well, no, that's what gave me the vision I never had on her case before. So,
Mhm.
I mean, a trip to Tucson, I mean, I don't know. Right now, like I said, I still have to pay for my dog food that I took today.
Yeah. And
So I was
yeah.
gonna come on and do a live tonight. Um, after this, and I'm like, even just like being live with you guys like drains me. I don't know if you notice, but even I get a little ungrounded and high sometimes. I'm just like, but
Absolutely, any amount always helps, you know. Well, this
yeah.
is Rachel's like full time like livelihood too, you know.
It's
It's
my full-time thing, and, like, I'm not doing a lot of private readings right now, like, I have Wednesdays and Fridays open, but no one's booking, so it's like, I've been putting everything I have into Nancy's case, and there
yeah,
have been people that have helped me, like I said, that have kept me afloat, but I have a lot of bills coming up right now that like I said, I'm gonna have to step back and focus on what I need to, and not that I'm one that like, I don't like to take donations, that's not what I'm not like a grifter or anything like that. I know,
exactly.
like, people like to
She's
say
not a
that.
grifter or a
No,
drifter or
some
like
people like to say, like, they tried to say that shit last year about me. That's
yeah,
not who I am. I don't even like to ask for help, but there comes a point, like, if
exactly.
people want me to do this, like, I don't get paid for it, so I don't
Yeah,
even charge families. Like, when I
right.
went up for Bella, her dad helped me get up with there with gas, and that was it, you know? So,
Yes. That's
gas
a
and a little
whole
bit of food, and I
yeah.
did and that was he offered that, I didn't I was just like, "If you want me to come, that's the only way I
And
can do
that's also
it."
kind of part of where we
I
want to
can't
go
be
with
promised
too, with the
anything.
nonprofit is this is giving you the experience to go in the elements
Yeah.
of things to feel it out to know how that's going to work for you. Then it's getting
Yeah.
justice in there and stuff, and it's being able to be just active in doing what you're supposed to. Like this is Rochelle's purpose. This is what she's supposed to do, you know. And
It's literally in my astrology to, like, bring
yeah,
crimes public with my Scorpio midheaven, like
yeah,
and that's the other thing too is, like, I try to dig into cases where others kinda do the surface level. I just go as deep as I can, and,
very much so.
but I always question myself, so that's the biggest
Mhm.
thing is I'm like, when people
Yeah,
come and, like, say certain things, I start questioning, so I'm just like, I try my hardest just to block it out, but it's hard.
yeah,
Because I'm not perfect. I'm a human, and I'm probably not gonna always get it right. Like, I'm just not. But
yep,
that's part of being human. Like, we can only
yes.
go with what we get, and it's hard to trust
Mhm.
it. You have nothing to validate what you're getting,
Well, Rochelle,
and
and
it's
your
coming
also
different
in
now.
your defense is like you haven't really been in a position where you go out into like places and just kind of like, oh, I just want to go here for the day to check it out. And you don't have a lot of those location experiences to even have a point of reference. So you have to build that too. Like you're learning, like, oh, that looks like a culvert, or that looks like, hey, and you're looking for something very specific too in your visions, so that when you do see it, you're gonna know immediately that's the loot, freaking white ass, whatever, water drip tube, whatever the heck has been showing up in my head 5,000 times. You're going to know automatically, you know, but you have to be out there.
Well, when things like lately, like I said, it's coming in different. It's more psychic than mediumship.
Yeah,
Like, it's,
right.
like, downloaded, so, like, I'll just know, but I'll see it, and it's never come in like that. I used to have to sit and scribble and connect with spirit, which I'm sure they're still giving it to me, but it's just different, and it led up to
Yeah,
this differently. Like, I was blocked for a little bit where I wasn't seeing shit. I was having a hard time, and I think that was the end of Pisces,
there was a
Neptune and
lot of
Pisces,
fog and
everything
things
was
here.
foggy, and I couldn't see or understand anything, and I thought I lost my gift for a minute. Then Neptune and Aries, and I'm just like, take off. Like, and usually I don't have
Mhm.
this much energy, so at least it's giving me a little bit more energy than what I normally have. But still, this work is draining and takes a lot. It
A
takes
lot of
hours.
messages.
I never stop.
Yep. No, it never stops. And well, and for anybody that knows that is kind of like learning and has their own certain gifts and everything is, oh,
Massachusetts.
you have to, you're evolving with things as you're healing from things at the same time. So every time you're kind of like healing from some bullshit, the fog gets less so that when you're getting to a point where, oh my God, there's so many different directions coming from this case, but you're working on the healing part of it, it doesn't combine all of your own stuff onto what's going on in the energy of the case. So it lifts it a little bit later, I think, in some ways. And anybody that is very in tune with their intuition and everything like that, all your energy, guys, like that helps too. But it has to be coming from a positive place. And, it's so appreciative when you're all in here talking about things and you're all like,
And the
kind of
support and not the questions or the doubts. Like that's what's helpful, because when people start doubting and questioning me, like I doubt and question myself.
Yeah.
So the positive support is more helpful than, even if you don't believe me,
Mhm.
it helps because it's
Yeah.
all, I'm like the biggest like questioner of myself. I overthink everything because there's so much air in my chart. Like, I
Yep.
freaking, when I do, well, I was gonna try to do them tonight if
Yeah.
I can. Otherwise, I
And she
have to
looks
do them
right at
early tomorrow
yeah.
because I don't know. Somebody's got some body stuff going on in the chat right now. I don't know if you're achy, neck ache, or it's somebody else on the other side, but I'm having a hard time. My neck, the back of my head, and my body is achy. I usually get achy with like if someone's achy. It could be fibromyalgia. It could be someone on the other side that has cancer. I don't know. I just am not doing great right now. So I don't know if I tend to feel live people through the chat
Yeah.
sometimes and not spirit. Thank you,
Mhm.
Barbara. I appreciate that. I don't know. You guys, I don't know.
Yeah, if anybody's like feeling similar to what she's
I
kind of
think that
talking.
I think it's gonna be kind of funky how this comes across. I don't know if this, because we had a confession card in the oh, it's Laura
Well, you got
or
two of them
Barbara.
coming
Maybe
in at
everyone.
once. You have two coming in at once is probably why.
Thank you, Nicole.
Oh,
That's very
that's nice.
sweet. Um, so
Sorry,
what I was
guys.
gonna say is
Feeling like
I
that.
think it's I think it's kind of interesting because we have the confession card, but I don't think Tomato is gonna confess. I think it
Yeah,
might
no,
come from our little
silent
video
witness.
bandit. I think they may find out that it was him and he says, "Give me
Yeah.
immunity. I'll tell you who did it. This is what I
Uh-huh.
saw."
Uh-huh. Ashley, I'm so happy you're great.
Ugh.
You should be great with a little baby and everything else coming. You know.
No, it's just
But
mostly I feel achy. No, it's okay, girl. I started picking it up and I was like, oh my gosh, my neck and my back of my head and my freaking back, like it's all achy. And it's interesting because I will pick up on live people more than
mhm.
deceased sometimes.
Yep.
And no, it's all upper body. So this is what happened when I went to Bella's. There was a logistics guy and my neck started killing me. Like I couldn't even feel like what I was trying to feel. And I was just like, is your neck hurting? Like my neck and my head,
Mhm.
and I thought it was Bella because we were standing kind of in her spot
Yep.
and he was standing next to me though, kind of like a little bit, like a little further.
Yep.
And that's when I first started picking it up. So I was a little confused. I was like, is this, because I know she had head stuff. So I was like, is this Bella or is this him? But it
Mhm.
continued the more that I was with him. And I'm like, what's going on with your neck? And he's like, oh, it hurts so bad. I've got such a bad neck ache and such a bad headache. And I'm like, oh, get away from me, please, so that I can do
Yeah.
my work.
Right. Do you not know who I am or what I do? Like,
Well, I think
because
that
you
goes
seem to
back to
be like
feeling
very
the energy.
convinced and everything else, except the
I think
fact
that
that
goes back to feeling the energy of the perpetrators more because they're alive. I don't know how to explain it, but like if we think about it, like I
yeah,
walk in the shadows. I've channeled Ted Bundy. Like this is part of my work as far as walking in the shadows and dealing with perpetrators. I just think that's a part of it.
and guys, don't think that she's smart about reminding herself about this stuff too, because I've had to remind her several times is when she's saying things because she doesn't even necessarily put those things together. It's
Well,
the
there's probably
observation of recognizing that and saying, "Hey, by the way, did you remember?" Just like with the awkwardness of like Kohlberger, for instance, like it gives a very similar kind of thing to a certain other person that might be involved in something. Like these are all kind, and she's like, you know what? And this is even after like 4 weeks ago when she's saying, "Well, I got this information in the Idaho Florida reading," and I'm like, okay, well, what are the things? What should I be paying attention to? Trying to like make this whole like list almost like it's a
it was
study
Delphi.
list. Whatever it happened to be, but they were like so many things that were just kind of like make my job easier if that's what's happening, because if I already have a reference sheet, it's like I can look down at it, zoom right onto it, and say, oh my god, this is where we need to go. Let's go look at this, let's go look at that. That would be nice, because when you're trying to do like research to kind of get information that's going to validate the things that she has, it makes it a lot easier when I know like what direction it should be going in for. And we don't want to just assume that somebody's not great.
I
So
used to follow Doreen Virtue. She got a little weird.
I don't think I've ever heard of her, but y'all with your
She
neck
used to make,
pains,
like,
I'm
cards
sorry.
and stuff. Like, I think I have a couple of her cards, but she got a little weird. She got really not like, just like what she was doing was bad or something.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Hmm.
Against whatever.
Yep. Well,
Why does my water bottle feels like it's leaking?
we think tomato is still very much at the top
Yeah,
of the
it doesn't matter to me what anybody else thinks, honestly, not to be rude, but, I'm the one getting the downloads and stuff. I don't just think and throw somebody out for the hell of it. I was shown exactly who was related to her that was involved and why, and I saw the whole thing play out in my mind's eye. So, and then it aligns with the astrology. It's literally he was the last one with her, guys. Come on.
Yeah. Well, it was a little strange too, because
And I didn't
when we
even
were
know that when I got him.
when we were having the conversation about it, do you remember? Is exactly when we started talking about all this stuff and going through the motions. And I just said, I stopped everything. I looked at the TV, and Ashley Banfield was on the TV at the time, and she literally just said, "Oh, with my FBI source, very good information." And I said, "You're not even going to believe this." And I said, "Well, either yeah, she's got a source, and they're looking at it from the kind of the whole investigation part of it. Who's the last one with her? Who's this? Who's that?" But she threw it out there so suddenly in a way that was just pretty definitive, because Rochelle's doesn't have the audience like Ashley Banfield might have, because we kind of like joked about that too. Like she just literally set herself up for a lawsuit putting that information out there, and we were trying to be more guarded about how to word things so that doesn't have to be like any type of situation. And it just so happened that she comes on TV and says that just as we're actually like literally said at the same time, almost simultaneously, tomato. Like it's just like that's wild. That is wild. And we like I don't believe in circumstances of like, oh, this is coincidence. Oh, this is good timing. Like not in that kind of way. Not with other ways that validate so many different things, Mm-hmm.
Well, this is what I have to say
Yes,
about
that's
the
right.
whole Doreen Virtue thing and about her getting saved and like her going in that direction. Look, I got my gifts from God. I asked for God for my
Yeah,
gifts. My gifts help people. There is literally nothing
that's
against
true.
God or the Bible that tells me I shouldn't be doing this. And a lot of what the churches teach and religions teach is not true. We have soul contracts. We come here, we learn lessons, we go
Yeah.
back to the other side. There is all kinds of religions on the other side. There is no right way, no wrong way. It's all there. So
Mhm.
people
And
can do what
9
they
out of
want,
10
but
times
what
when
I
you're an
do
active person like
is
that, the
not wrong.
reason yeah, the
Yeah,
reason why
it was given to me for a reason and it helps people, period.
right,
And
right.
I don't need people to tell me, oh, you need to get saved or you need to go follow this person because of whatever. What I do is not wrong. God had prophets. Jesus had prophets. A lot of times what the people follow in the Bible was rewritten by man to make people believe whatever the hell they wanted them to believe.
Yeah.
Just saying. So
Yeah.
you're in the wrong chat if you want to preach to me about what I should do.
Lots of people get saved all the time in
Seriously.
prison, and then they come out and they're criminals again. Okay?
Yeah.
I'm just like,
I couldn't believe that my son was getting baptized. I was like, what the?
mm-hmm.
But he believes what I do, so it's interesting.
Yeah.
I found it kind of interesting, and he's like, "Oh, by the way, Mom," I'm like, "What?" Huh?
Excellent. Nice, Trista. Trista's all these new toys to try out. She's
Well,
so,
I mean, the way that it all happened, and it's like teaching in the chart. Like literally, the fixed star is like in an area to like that is for teachers. It's just there's too much pointing in that direction with all the cards and everything, and what I saw. What I was told. Like it's never come that clear before. Like I told Tracy, I have literally never had a perpetrator come to me that clear before, except unless it's like a boyfriend or something. If it's like a boyfriend or something, Spirit will say, "Oh, it's a boyfriend," or "It's a husband." But in this way, it was very different.
And you started to get those the whole like download during a live chat, like kind of like this one night when it all started to come in, and you're like, "Oh my god, I don't feel good. Like my head hurts." Like, and I don't know if you all present, but it was like very, something was going on. Like what's going, like all this is kind of happening, and she didn't really want to make it a big deal. Because she wasn't very sure. Well, she wasn't wanting to say it out to everybody. She was pretty sure what she saw.
I was pretty sure what I saw, but I didn't want to put it out yet. And I was like, I'll have to go look at this real quick. And then I asked Tracy, I said, does she have like a son or son-in-law in the area? And so then she went down a rabbit hole. And she came back pretty
Definitely a rabbit hole. Yep.
She came back pretty fast with the information,
Uh-huh.
So
yeah. And it just kind of also had an opportunity where it aligned so much with the case that she was just working on, almost like kind of like another twin, like just
that's what I'm saying. The interconnects, like he's so much like the perpetrators are so similar, and they really put out this do-gooder face, but they're really somebody else. That's how the shadow Geminis are. So I mean, that's how that guy was. Like he was Bella's, sugar daddy, and he acted like he was some nice guy and throwing money at her, blah blah blah. And then he got really possessive, really obsessive, had a really dark side, got really controlling. So
yes,
they both have the same freaking name, and they're both Geminis. And I was just like, this is crazy.
It was very crazy. Like tomato, to like whatever.
He was a Gemini. I told Tracy, I said, I bet you he's a fucking Gemini. And
as soon as I looked up his birthday, I'm like, oh my god. First I saw that month in a year, and I was like, I have to know more. I can't say.
Okay, so it was the other one, the other Tommy, I thought was a Gemini, but we didn't have a birthday until I was with Bella's dad. Oh, I'm not worried about haters. I just set boundaries. Like I said, I set boundaries for my channel so that people can understand this is what the channel's about. This is what's going on. So,
we've already had the haters like a year or so ago, whatever. Like you can't really do much more than that.
It's preparing me for more haters in the future that only me and Tracy know about that you guys will know about later. So, it's preparing me for that because I'm sure there'll be a lot of bullshit with that.
Yeah, most definitely. And
this year is supposed to be kind of like, again, with the Saturn and Aries, or Saturn and Neptune going into Aries in my third house. So third house is all about communication, public, like how I represent myself, like how I talk, faster downloads, things like that, how I work in that way.
Yeah.
So that's where the claircognizance downloads are coming from. That's all like Neptune and Aries. And so that's like my public speaking. So that's why this year is going to be kind of different with that.
Very much so. But also, you guys, you don't always see the growth process when it comes to her and her communication and how like because she does really try and tries to work on that. The Aquarius thing sometimes is like they just have to say what's on their mind and get it off. And really thinking very, constructively about how to word things. And I know because she's even asked me sometimes, what do you think? How should I respond to that? And I'm like, well, I don't know how to respond because you're you and I'm me. Like, I don't want to influence that because those aren't my feelings being processed. Those are her feelings, you know?
Well, you guys are lucky I don't respond the way I really want to respond.
That is true, but she has really, really worked on it, guys. Like, really. You don't even know the questioning.
Most
I
of the
think
time
there's
I
other
just
people
want to
in
say
there
F
that could
you.
say, yeah. There's people that know, huh? Like, they get to.
Welcome, I gotta do
Annoying.
more for the members.
Mm-hmm. Totally. And
I'm so far behind in my members and Patreon and everything. I do have a Patreon, but I'm far
yeah.
behind there. But the Zodiac's in there.
Yeah.
Mabel.
That is a whole
Hopefully.
other discussion. How at a different at a totally
Rainbow.
different time. But yeah. And you know, it's nice you guys trust me because even watching the comments, there's so many of you in here that follow true crime because of the fact that crime affected you in some manner. It's very close to experiences that you've had in your own lives and with things that have happened. Yeah. And exactly, Mara, the Geminis. And you know, hopefully in some way too, by talking about these situations and these different types of personalities, it does help people. It educates them, and you know, no one's saying don't go because all uh, astrology is separate depending on the human. Not every single. It's not an archetype to be a Gemini. Like that's not. It's just a personality.
Well, and it's like not all Geminis are bad. It's just a shadow, like the
Exactly.
shadow
It's
Gemini is the one that goes towards the shadow traits. Like there
yeah,
can be bad Aquariuses too. I mean, Epstein's Aquarius, so there's shadow sides to
yeah,
the signs,
right.
and it also depends on the rest of the chart as well.
There's a lot of different influences in that. So, but
Yeah.
hopefully by teaching some of these things too, and also, if you guys are able to share your own experiences and help
Thank
somebody
you.
else in the process, then I think it's worth everything talking about. Look, especially nowadays in this time of year, well, this time of like economic bullshit, all this crap, everybody's constantly on edge about everything.
Did I hit that? You see it, Tracy? It's doing that thing again. Did I hit it?
I didn't happen to notice it, but yeah.
It's
Yeah, the
moving.
shadow side is very hard, Mar, and it's very hard to heal through that. It's very hard. I don't know, hon. I didn't really happen to notice it, but
I just noticed it's just that one that's moving, nothing else. I just like, did I hit it or something and make it? Because it did that thing in Bella's case.
I was just gonna say, is Bella coming in now? Because that's possibly.
Yeah, Ezekiel was here when I was like recording earlier, and then he just kind of
Yeah,
hasn't. But that's what he does. That's his
yeah, he
job.
does.
He
He
over
likes
here.
to protect you. Yeah, absolutely.
Mhm.
Yeah,
He's Angel Kitty.
he is. He is a beautiful kitty. And yes,
So
and
half the
it's kind
time.
of funny too watching the animals navigate around all this craziness too. For they're so used to you being at home, and then you come home, it's like, oh my god, I know it's so late, like trying to spend time with them and everything, and then the next day, like the same thing, and you can watch the animals like literally when she's talking about them, they're watching her, following her, and laying. Remember the night they all just like laid on top of you like you're Snow White. Like they are all part of this as well because they're her spirit team and everything else. They know
Yeah.
what they need to do, and
Well,
so
we have soul contracts with our pets before they
yeah,
come. So, but cats are they protect on the astral plane. So, you
yeah,
know, that's why he likes to be here
yeah.
with the energy on this.
Yeah. Oh, man, that's horrible. I'm sorry. Yeah, exhuming bodies is not an easy task, for sure.
No. What? They just did it with what did they just do it with?
There was one up here in Massachusetts. Is it Henry Bernard? He was like
Yeah, no,
14,
he
I think.
was in front of me, but I kind of pushed him over there because he was like in the way when I was trying to record. So he just kind of sat there.
Yeah.
But look at that thing. It's still fucking moving. Shouldn't it have stopped by now? Do you guys see it?
That's the thing that I noticed with the Bella part of that. Because, yeah, it's very similar to just, mhm. well, there could be a reason why she's coming to visit you, you know.
I mean, it could be anybody, but I'm just saying it. Yeah, I wanted to do the new EVP with her and see what I got.
Uh-huh. Oh, speaking of which, I need to.
What was weird? So
This
on
was
the
very funny, guys.
on the
I'm
thing
gonna
that
share
you
my
take pictures.
EVPs.
Oh,
Hmm?
I was gonna just tell them about the bird picture real quick.
Oh, go ahead.
You know how I don't know if you guys know that you take pictures like on the one, what is it called? Like tube video or something like that. Anyways,
Oh, yeah,
give
those
you
two here. Yeah, yeah.
yeah. So
Oh,
they give you a picture that like represents a case or whatever, or whatever you're asking for. So I asked them to give me a picture for Nancy, and they gave me freaking birds.
yeah.
I couldn't believe it. I was just like, "Are you freaking kidding me right now? What is it with the birds? I don't even know."
It is very weird that happens.
But
But I
it was
thought
weird. I
it
was like, "What the heck is going on?" All right, Tracy, go
um,
ahead. Tell me your EVPs.
I did the same thing with Barbara too, and I got an angel playing a trumpet, like just overlooking the clouds and like the sun kind of hanging out like in heaven. It was pretty interesting. But so when I was doing my EVP session, it said, "This is very strange," and I scribbled, and sometimes I cannot read my own writing, so please bear with me. And they said, "He's white. Let me help you." I saw them. Let's see. This is the thing that blows my. It literally said this so clear. Get this to Fox News when it's the right time. I'm like, what? Okay, that's weird, but
Yeah.
what? It also said past. It also said university debt, which I thought was another thing that was very interesting. And then it said on the show today, they're dummies. And I'm like, okay. And the next thing that came in was like kind of like pretty soon, you know? And I thought that was very interesting as well. So, oh, I'm sorry.
Apparently, we're supposed to get it to Fox News.
Well, if,
Like
you know,
Fox News.
Enton will stop hijacking all the news in general, whatever. It validated it. I just said, please be nice and share the
Well,
wealth.
that's what I was trying to figure out is why they all went to
Yeah.
sorry. Why they all went over to Dominique's, because it was weird. So this was freaking wild because I was just there on the 11th, and that was why I went, because the preserve was there, and then we figured out I had gotten the preserve first, and I was telling Tracy I was seeing these birds, and I was like, "There's there a preserve or anything right there?"
Mm-hmm.
So we kind of clocked that one, but then she pulled up so and so's address, and it was right there by the freaking preserve, and I'm like, well, that's crazy, I gotta go out there because it had like railroad tracks and everything else. And I have been drawn to that street Lambert like 500 times. She can tell you, like I told her, I don't know why I'm drawn to that street Lambert, but it's kind of driving me a little crazy. I
Yep.
go over to that street, and I'll be damned if the cross street to turn onto his address wasn't Lambert.
Mm-hmm.
And when they were saying that there was a raid over there or cops over there or whatever the other day, which I don't even know, they had the picture of Lambert on their freaking like front
Yeah, you could see
thumbnail
it.
thing.
Yeah, you could see it
I thought
clearly.
that was so weird. And then this was like 2 days after I was there.
Oh, I'm sorry, Barbara.
I'm sorry, guys.
And Louise, you're right. Like, time doesn't take away any like
I was
amount of
actually going to ask
healing.
about the canal thing because I was kind of getting that.
Oh.
My head hurts.
And yep, you're right, Tracy. Time doesn't matter if the wound isn't healed, but you know, that's part of the process of having to understand. It took me a long time too, guys, because I had a nephew of mine that passed away when he was 3 months old from SIDS, and it was probably one of the most significant deaths in our family that brought everybody together because it was very obviously unexpected, but with a child it's very different as how everybody kind of like treats you, or they act weird about it, or they don't really have words to say. You never do when it's a child. And but through that whole experience, I would have to say that it's kind of it makes you understand when other people have losses, from that perspective, because there's losing that kind of losing a child, and he was my nephew too. We were very, even though we weren't like spending a lot of time, the 3 months is not a long time, but we were just instantly bonded. And the whole aspect of a child's passing is just not something that anybody, you just never do. There's always a part of a heart that's always broken. And that's possible. Sometimes they do just. We also sometimes have things that are never diagnosed and never understand.
Yeah. I'm sorry, guys. I was feeling very uncomfortable because my head hurts. I'm tasting blood. I don't know. I feel nauseous. I don't know where it belongs, but I was a little uncomfortable.
You could probably distance yourself from the energy right now or so. And
I don't know. I mean, it could be any of these ones that are talking about it.
well, I'm trying to see the times to see if they're still moving in the background there. Yeah, are they swinging? They're moving a little bit.
Right here. It's still moving.
Yeah, it's still moving. Yep. Yep.
I'm glad, Maurice. That means a lot.
Mara, I remember your reading too. That was pretty something. That was something.
All right. Why am I hearing gunshots?
Yep. Exactly. Both children. Oh my gosh. Oh, good night, Nicole. Thanks for coming.
Good night, Nicole. Thanks for helping out, girl. I appreciate you.
But
It's all in the freaking side of my head.
Where's my drink?
All right, it's just an app.
Yeah.
Yeah. So we just use it. We use the Ghost Tube and the Spirit Talker.
Yeah.
So yeah, I don't have a box. No. Why are you asking that, Gigi? Hey, Barbara. So if you go in the Linktree, there's different ones. There's 20-minute, 30-minute, 40-minute, and I only do Wednesdays and Fridays. Okay, it's Luann. I knew it.
Yep. Because now I'm coughing.
Yep. I knew it because it feels like I've been shot. So yeah, there's all different. There's 20 minutes, 30 minutes, 40 minutes. I kind of cut back. I was doing an hour, but it was just like it's hard to do true crime and like a lot of private readings, So, but I can always make exceptions,
Yeah.
If people want it, if people want it longer or whatever, you can just pay extra and we can always make exceptions. So,
yeah.
But yeah, and I have a website that you can go and
Yep. And that's
my gosh, Luann.
Thank you.
Sorry, girl.
Well, hold on. She has two that might.
Yeah, but she said it was her other nephew.
Yeah. Well, the other one, they don't know what happened.
I know. Oh, okay. That was a lot. It's a lot. So I've noticed like the feelings of that is a little bit stronger too. Than before. But it's harder for me to I feel mostly pain, like people's pain or spirits pain, but not so much as like, okay, I could just follow the energy to this person. Like, unfortunately, I don't feel it like that. Other than what we've noticed in this case versus other cases is I've literally stayed in the same corridor. Like I've literally stayed northwest to west, but mostly west. Like I've been circling the same energetic corridor. So I haven't swayed as far as going. I don't even want to go east. I don't
Yeah.
even really want to go northeast. I don't want to go east. I don't want to go south at all. Every time I do that, I feel like I'm getting away from her. So I've kind of stayed in the west, northwest energetic corridor. And then yesterday, EVP said west. So I was like, wow, I kind of like stayed in the astrology goes that way too. But I kind of just like stayed in that energetic area, which is weird because usually I'm kind of all over the place, you know?
Yes,
So
but
that's
also
like, that's
things on
different
the
too.
map is like they appear all out of like nowhere as soon as you are looking at or focused on one specific place, and then all of a sudden it's like, where did this all come from? This wasn't here on the map before. Like
Yeah.
literally, it's very strange. It's very strange.
Yeah.
Oh my
Well,
gosh.
Barbara, I can never promise, but I mean, I always just ask people to come with an open mind and, that's it. And we give what spirit gives. But if anybody is, interested, you can go look. I have reviews on my website. So there are reviews there if you're feeling kind of weird about it or you don't, because I
Yep.
know there's a lot out there that, some are good, some are not, some are in the middle. So if you're questioning, if the mediumship is good or the intuitive guidance is good, there's lots of reviews on there that you can go look at. So
Well, it's also harder too when there's children like that have gone through the loss of another child as well. It's sometimes you need like a way to kind of open up the platform to kind of talk about it. So sometimes
no,
having reading is
his
good.
plan is could he have sent a note to where she's located? No, I don't think so.
He's not getting the Bitcoin.
No.
Nice.
He doesn't really want her found because at this point, like, he's not gonna lead him to her. If
Yeah.
she's found. The
Yep. Exactly. Yeah, he ain't gonna do that.
No,
Then he just
because that's why that was the whole point of taking her out was to hide what had
right.
happened. So, but and they put her in water, it's harder to find. She might be found one day, but you know what I mean? So that was the whole
Yeah.
point of that. So, yeah, he's not
Right.
gonna just give a location. No.
Exactly. And water would be used to wash off evidence and
Yeah.
things like that. But
Mhm.
after like figuring out kind of like the personality,
But
the
it's very
astrology,
seasonal here. So
yeah.
it's like the water goes up and down, and
Mhm.
literally that's the only water here. Unless there's like an area belonging to somebody's like property or something that I don't know about, it doesn't come across as like that. It could be connect. I'd be curious where like certain people work, like where he was working at the time, because apparently it wasn't that school, and where the other person was working. Like we haven't been able to find information on that because I'd be
Yeah,
curious
right.
if anywhere in this area,
Exactly. Well, even when you went out the last time and you were over in that location, you're like, oh my God, I don't believe this. There's
Yeah.
actually water here. I'm like, well, it has rained a couple of days, but I don't know how long it would stay without evaporating. But you don't know unless, you're able to see it.
For their appointments, you trust energy
Yeah.
readings? I don't understand that question. I don't understand, Tracy.
Yeah, I don't.
Are there apps I trust energy readings?
Mm. I mean, I wouldn't trust anything that I wasn't able to like have an exchange with. If it's some random person, you don't know who you're exchanging energy with when you're going on an app.
Oh, it's okay. Welcome in. We're
Oh
here.
yeah, hello, welcome back. I know she says that she's so late, and I look at the time and I'm thinking, usually this is when you're just getting on.
I
This
know.
is so early.
It really is.
Mm-hmm.
But Tracy has done some extensive research into the area, and so there's could be multiple things going on,
Yeah.
some weird shit going on with things out there. you
Well,
know.
absolutely saturated with different things, and like I said, they're trying to clean up crime and all this other stuff. So they're using kind of like an opportunity, like, okay, well, we can put, rally up some criminals and put them back in
Mhm.
because there's a lot of crime.
Mhm.
Take advantage of that too. And they're also looking at from this aspect, which is quite interesting, especially after the sketch, was that one thing the sheriff has been really trying to be cautious of, and the same thing with the mayor, is that they don't want ICE coming in here and interfering with anything. It's up to them to provide law enforcement. It's up to them to be able to be the ones to run the municipality. They don't want outsiders coming in doing things that's going to create a big nightmare for them. They're concerned about citizens that are there. They're they don't want things to go down in a bad way when they worked so hard to get everything to where it is today.
You
And
don't know where you work, though? Sorry, Tracy. Go ahead.
yeah, no, nice to meet you too, Sheila. Well, we are still like on the fence about Dominic because years ago he had a place in Rio Rico, but he lives in Marana. That's why when we were freaking out about, oh my God, he's in Marana, when JLR was there, like we were like, oh my God,
And I was there 2
he's
days
actually
before.
there. Like, is this something gonna happen? Like, that's how excited we were. You have no idea.
Mhm.
Just like it was
Well,
very,
and I was just there, so I'm like, "What are the friggin'
yeah,
odds, Tracy?" That I was like,
yeah.
it seems like everywhere that I go, cops go after. Like,
It was
it's
very true. Areas
because
that
I went to Annie's, and then next thing you know,
mm,
like, there's the cops. Like, then we heard that they were
mhm.
up north. I don't know how true that is. And, that was, like, interesting. It's like everywhere I turn,
Yeah.
then stuff would happen.
Well, see, he's a bio teacher, but he also teaches AP classes, which means that's all the advanced
Yeah, but
stuff.
he hasn't been doing that, though.
Yeah, I don't know. Oh, so he has extra property like here and there. Hmm. And that's
Oh,
another
he
thing.
still
He
has
does
a
have
house.
a record as well. So is he like a good, solid, standing like citizen that has the ability to have another house, or you know? Well, you know what? And if that's true, then Tomato, you should do the right thing. So just saying, it's
Oh,
not
Nicole.
cool for the rest of the family to have to
I
suffer.
think who are? Oh, I don't know. It's just weird because it was weird because it was almost like Brian Eaton, how do you fucking say his name? Like it was like he was putting that because he put up Lambert, and then there went JLR, and then he went to a different place. It was really weird.
Somebody had
It was
information.
like he did it on purpose or
Yeah,
something.
yeah.
It was very weird.
Um, Absolutely. But then, Enton gets in also like information as it's coming in from all the other sources that he's very close with. So he's kind of doing like these circles and saying, oh, I'm riding behind the SWAT team right now. Like, no, you're not, fool. They're not letting you get anywhere close to that. So don't make it more dramatic than what it is, because this is not funny. This is not a game, of friggin' Night Stalker or Shadow Hunter or whatever, or MacGyver, or what was the other one? Columbo, whatever. Like,
Don't put your butt in the camera.
yeah, that's too
Sorry,
much.
guys. I started it.
I literally saw the crack in that.
I started it. Sorry.
Uh-huh. Yep, he is always like he is always
I
there.
shouldn't have messed with him, but he was like facing the wall. I'm like, why are you looking at the wall? Dude, now
He
you're
probably
crazy.
wanted to do that on purpose. Like, that was not nice. But it's been a long time
Just
since
let
he
me
did that
stare at the
before.
wall.
So.
Yeah, but I don't think they listen to me.
Oh yeah, Laura. He showed so like totally 100% his inside
Yeah, we
information.
know. That's
He's
the whole
very
thing
tight
about
cautious
Gemini.
about it.
They don't show people like their bad side. That's the thing.
Yep, Kimmy, we are very much of that, because there literally have been people that have been interviewed by one of those people out on the street that had called a friend of hers. The kids go to school there, so. And
I
that's the
mean,
other thing I said to Rochelle right off the bat. Did I not say that? I'm like, all I can
what?
find about is how wonderful you fucking. There's nothing, not a
Yeah.
bad word
And
about
so
this.
that made me start second guess, and I was like, but wait a second, like he's a
Mm-hmm.
Gemini, like that's what he's putting out,
Yeah,
Dude, seriously.
totally. Wow,
Um,
that's not nice.
I don't. He always
You know
does
he's
the
gonna come to
pawing
my
thing.
house and try to shut me up.
No, he was pawing. He does that pawing thing because he wants pets. It's like he tells me, "Give me more pets." Um, calm down though, dude. You're getting
Which
cray
is
cray.
fine. I would love on him
Uh,
too. He's awesome. Well, the whole like clearing the family is just part
do
of
that.
like the protocol where to get to the next step. Basically, that nobody's ever cleared from. You know, they really are never cleared.
Yeah, no, they're not. They can just be saying that too. You know,
Yeah.
they can just be saying that. It doesn't mean that it's like legit. Thank you. That's Ezekiel, and he's half blind.
Man.
He has a blind eye. But
I
yeah,
think it's
he's the one that like will paw me if he wants me to pet him. So
yeah, Geminis are because they have that that
yeah, the
theatrical,
dual personality,
creative,
like
satisfied.
they show you who they want you to see. Kind of like a chameleon.
Well, I don't know if any of you have seen the video of the band back in the day, but somehow it showed up on my feed, and I was like, "Oh my God, he's so socially awkward playing his instrument. Like every part about him was awkward." And it just brought me right over again to Brian Koberger. It's like the social awkwardness. They're really like they kind of introverted, but when they go out, it's like that border of introverted but not introverted.
Yeah.
Like they're able to adapt when they have to outwardly and be very social and all that kind of stuff. But normally they just want to chill out and do weird, quiet things, like that kind of thing. It's very weird. Yeah.
Well, I appreciate Nicole. She left, but if she sees this to watch the end of it, thank you very much for your donation. I appreciate it. It helps me out a lot, especially tonight after I think I'm gonna have a headache.
There's a lot of kids that have been passed away here, so
Yeah, my head is like freaking killing me right now. My head and my neck. It doesn't help. I'm trying to peek around Ezekiel, who's now taking over the spotlight.
Yeah, he's looking at the homeless population that he was trying to figure out if they.
Yeah, but there's no water in that river.
No, but he didn't have really anything else to run with, so that was his next thing. Was
No, Brian's a Scorpio.
People, Yeah.
Remember, I got Scorpio in the reading. Brian's a Scorpio.
Yeah, he was. Oh, gosh. Well, man, I'm sorry. Sometimes, when things like that kind of shape a family and how you end up, the dynamic of everybody is, it's hard to heal from that.
Yeah, I had someone saying, well, it seems like you're talking about, and Brian in Idaho 4 in the lives, like, it seems like you're talking about multiple people. And I'm like, yeah, because she's like, sometimes you were talking about him. Sometimes it seems like you were talking about the frat. Sometimes you felt like you were talking about another person. And I'm like, yeah, or Jack. I'm like, yeah, they were around the situation. You don't just get things on the perpetrator when you're in an open like channel. You're gonna pull in things about things that happened at the frat, things that
All the energy.
Jack was a part of the story from the beginning. It doesn't mean he's involved. And then you had like people in the chat like having their own ideas on who were involved and bringing that into the chat and it being louder than spirit at times,
Yeah.
So.
Yep. And then constantly reminded about it afterwards to just add a little bit of extra, It's like, And, I mean, I get everybody sometimes has like questions or whatever about people's different ways that they talk to God or hear things or whatever. It's fine. But, unless they're experiencing severe mental illness or something like that, that doesn't sound like it's like it could be a sign of maybe schizophrenia or something like that, then I would just respect people and leave them alone, because nobody knows what kind of information that people are getting. That does, you can't necessarily say that somebody is not right or they're wrong or whatever. And even with Rochelle, like sometimes she'll even say, she's like, I just think I had all the information. Maybe I just interpreted it wrong or a different way or something, you know? And being out in the environment really kind of helps her feel out like all that extra stuff that she probably needs to put in her little, vocabulary to compare it,
Well, like I tried to explain to people, it's not as easy as just walking to like a body. Like you don't have you
Mm,
just
no,
it just doesn't
no.
work like that. At least not for me. I'm sure maybe it does for some people, like Nancy Weber, who I wish I was like. It
That's
it's not
all an act. Stop it. It's television.
or
Even for
things,
God's sake. Yeah, no.
it's not like that for me. Plus, haven't had any practice doing that, so I'm trying to learn even what things feel like because, like I said, I mostly feel
Yeah,
pain from spirit. I don't really feel the pull
right.
this way or the pull that way or whatever. Um,
Yeah.
and I usually have to like look at a map and then see what I feel like along the same energetic. So I'm feeling things, but it's more like not really a pull in one direction or another. It's just like, let me go over here and I feel like I'm having a
Yeah.
stroke, or I go over here and I feel nauseous, but it's different in
Mhm.
feeling the perpetrator versus like spirit. Like the perpetrator is
Yeah.
louder because they're alive. And I think that's why I can feel it a little bit better, but it's mostly like just
Mhm.
pain and nausea. And so
Just got
that's
the
kind of what
chills.
sucks. It's not like, and I'm hoping that'll change because of the fact that like I said, in this case, I have been pulled to one
Mhm.
corridor the entire time. It's never shifted
Mhm.
and it doesn't feel right to go anywhere else. So she has to be in that corridor somewhere
Right.
from northwest to west. And I'm thinking more west, especially after the EVP, like and everything. Like she has to be in that fucking corridor because it has
Yeah.
everything I'm looking for anyways. It's just the
Yeah.
exact spot. No, they're not moving her. He's not even here. You don't move a body once you put it in water and
Probably know.
you don't move it. Um,
Not once it's been in water, you
okay,
don't.
girl.
No.
I'm sorry. That's all right. But, once you've weighted it in
Well,
water, you're just gonna move it.
you also have to figure that he would have had to come up with an excuse as to why he was at a certain place at a certain time after the
Yeah.
first or whatever, because they've already
Mhm.
declared her missing. So
No, but that's
he
the
would
one
kind
thing
of have
is
to,
Aquarius is a fixed sign, so usually when something's put, it's fixed. Just
yeah,
like a lot of people are saying Sebastian's been moved. No, he hasn't. Fixed sign, put in water, stays
yeah,
there.
right,
Summer, fixed sign, put in the hollow, stays there. Those cases, they don't fixed
yeah.
signs don't move. So Sebastian's never been moved around. It's a bunch of
No,
hot.
that's a whole other thing
Uh,
happening, right? Yeah.
what I get irritated about is that I'll get GPS streams on cases where no one listens to me, and then cases
Mhm.
that people are listening, I don't get GPS streams. I don't get it. It drives me insane.
Right. Well, Luke was also, I want to say, possibly entangled in the whole Range Rover or whatever when they found that car the other day. And he's also got another buddy, let's see, because he's gonna probably be the next one on the list. Is he's
Well,
foreign or whatever?
it was
Yeah,
weird because, like I was telling Tracy, I thought that it was a black Range Rover, and I was flipped
yeah,
out because when I drove by Annie's house, I saw a black Range Rover
yeah,
parked on the curb or whatever. And I don't. This was like before I think they left. I don't know.
yeah,
It was they had like a camera thing out there, and they had one vehicle with like its hood up, and then there was another black Range Rover. So when she's telling me this happened with the Range Rover, I'm just like, dude,
mhm,
that's weird. So
yeah.
I started flipping out, but then I saw that it was like silver or something. So
Well, at
it
nighttime
was
too,
still
it looked
tripping me the
very
fuck
dark
out.
in those
No, it
pictures.
wasn't dark when I went over there. Like it was still like
No, in the picture of the Range Rover, it looked very
yeah.
dark because it was at
When she first
nighttime.
showed me it, I was like, "Oh my gosh, it's black. What is
I was
going
like,
on?"
oh,
It started
no,
freaking me
yeah,
out, and then so I started flipping out over it. And then I was like,
yeah,
"Why am I seeing Range Rovers?" you know. And then she
exactly.
told me the Range Rover, and I'm like, that can't be right." It was weird.
Hmm.
Um,
It was very
so
weird.
and you guys have to remember too that they're not just towing and doing things in regards to Nancy. There's other shit going on around there that they're trying to deal with too, I think. I don't think everything's
Yeah,
involved, but they could be involved in other shady stuff that it's like
yeah,
it could be, just breadcrumbs into other cases from looking at other video cameras and stuff. And
right.
they're like Tracy said, they have this new cleaning up the
Yep.
cleaning up the area. So it's like a what is it called, Tracy?
I want to say it's called the 88 Project, but it could be called something a little bit different because there's two projects basically with similar names, but one is a very different organization or calling or whatever than this is. So if it's on a local chapter, I want to say it was called 88 Project, but basically that's where this old new guy came in and he's going around and trying to focus on the local crime in ways that they can with the resources that they have and remove some of that kind of craziness for the sheriff and everybody else to come in there and say, yeah, we don't have to worry about these idiots anymore,
Right.
Just take it off the street. But that other kid that was Zach Jahoo, I think it's Jaghou B, if I can spell that on here. He's just somebody that has been kind of like tagging along with the rest of the the rest of the crew of whatever they do. But yeah, Luke and Kayla, I think, were the ones that got searched like last week and then again this week, maybe. Oh, I'm sorry, Mar. I feel
She must
better.
be the
The blue one was bad.
she must be my neck pain because I have a lot of neck pain.
Well, as
Thank
soon as
you.
she came in, that's why do you like?
Yeah.
Yeah. Sorry. Hope you feel better. So the blue car.
Well, why do they keep looking at people that are connected to them? That's all I'm saying.
Well, see, the thing with that problem is that that's also the affiliation of the motor rental, whatever dealership or some crap like that. So they could get a car and anytime, any place. Probably if he works there or knows a buddy that works there. Just saying.
Get a new cat, Barbara.
My phone just like my cord hit it and it closed everything down. And it just opened up to one of your AI.
Well, I'm gonna do my neck pain though, dude. I've been doing my neck pain.
I opened up to
Oh, Luke Daly or whatever that
Yeah.
people were talking about. Like, does it connect to tomato or no?
I'm getting a headache.
Rip on. All the spirits are at Tracy's tonight because they went from 3 o'clock in the morning till like whenever it was that I hit you with that download, like
They will come harass you later.
10 o'clock or something.
Yeah. No, they usually wake her up in the morning too. I'm a late sleeper, so I say, please be respectful of me. The mom owns an excavating company. Well, that's interesting too because in my everlasting fucking rabbit hole here, sorry, literally there's a lot of other kind of stuff going on in the background with real estate, with construction kind of people and that aspect. There's mortgage companies. There's a whole thing, like especially like the University of Arizona. Just saying, there's a lot of things that crazy, guys. Just a little bit crazy, and they still have not when they're running all the stories on Zach and the brother that was also killed. I think it was. I don't know for sure if that woman is his mom or I think it might be his grandmom. And I think that she might have been like his caretaker most times. I know that she was an older woman, but I have found other people kind of in between there. But, yeah, Barbara, I have not heard that yet, and I'm gonna go check on that too because when I tell you I have maps of Rochelle will tell you my reports, my cluster maps. If there's a way that I can link anybody with a business, it doesn't I literally have, I don't even know how many places downloaded.
Barbara, are you down to go? When can you go with your drone? Because I think I can do it with that donation. I think I should be able to take care of the dog food and go up there.
Yep. Oh, they definitely have connections. There's a whole lot of
anybody.
There's a lot of things connected here, guys.
My readings don't change just because they say they ruled somebody out. It doesn't work like that.
Yeah.
And we don't say readings are wrong or people are wrong until someone's arrested and proven guilty or innocent. That's the way it goes.
I thought about that as
Sometimes cops put things out just to make somebody feel comfortable and safe. Doesn't mean anything.
Yeah.
Plus, it wasn't the FBI; it was the sheriff.
Yep, that is very true. And I don't know, guys, but I studied a few criminals and crimes in my time. And after this, they're going to interview somebody that's going to be like, well, in order to get things moving again or whatever, or a failsafe. And we literally, when we were talking about how, this is funny, when we're trying to talk and explain about how they put this level of, safety or whatever out there for them to kind of be like, oh, they'll think that we're not being watched, we're not doing anything wrong, so we can just go be ourselves and live our best life. They're watching them, they'll mess up eventually because they always do. But at the same time, Rochelle's dog was trying to jump, escape the fence, remember? And I was like, when I was the similarity.
Oh, yeah. My dog climbs the fence every
safe, but you're not watching, so he's trying to climb the fence, just like with tornado, like literally happening at the same time. It was crazy.
He always climbs the fence. I can't keep this dog in. He's a
There are a lot of like different, and
he's a corgi, and he just climbs the fence like a freaking monkey. It's ridiculous.
I know, right? I've never seen a dog like climb a fence like that, but
I have 3 dogs that climb the fence, but luckily they always just come to the door or whatever. Zook's getting brave though. He keeps going out to the fence. I'm like, yeah, I dare you to try to jump that fence right now. You get shocked, boy.
No, he's scared
Thinking about it.
When he knew he got caught, wasn't he a little upset?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, that was the other EVPs that I got.
Did he get arrested or just detained and talked to?
I think Kayla might have got arrested or taken in. But guys, again, they're bringing them in because they have
to talk to them.
They already have charges out there. Like some of these people ain't showing up for court. Like they're not doing things like that they're supposed to do. So
where's excavation business at? Where's the excavation business at?
They all have businesses. They all have real estate. Like Rochelle, when I said this is way bigger. Yeah. I don't think Penny that I was the name that came across. I think I was going on Luke's side there. But you also have to remember, and that might be Rochelle. That might be the wrong house. Remember? It was to go to the other house. Yeah, drugs. Definitely. They all have like humongous drug charges. These are not people that are just laying around like smoking weed. They are like obviously involved in a whole bunch of things,
Is that why people are putting out the bullshit cartel stuff?
Probably. And they're not cartel people. I'll tell you that right now because I live in an area in Massachusetts right on the New Hampshire border. And when I tell you that they are like hillbilly druggies, basically. And I say that because they call themselves that most times too. They don't have a problem with that. And you don't have necessarily violence and all this other shit happening. It's like they run in a circle, they all know each other, they all do the same thing, they ain't coming from Mexico. And cartel won't deal with stupid people like that either. Not over here. Let's just say.
Well, can we find out? I want to know where that business is. I just want to see.
Well, I have to look her
I want to
up.
put in the other address too that we talked about too and mark it on the map.
The what?
No, it's not the card. I'm just saying. I wonder if that's why everybody's running with that.
Well, could be. It could very well be, or the knowing something about. Well, that's another kind of added element, maybe to the story, because if that's true, and there's a relation there, because there, I do believe that just like with this situation, sometimes we have to go ask for money from somebody because other people coming to us for money. You know what I mean?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. There could have been there obviously he needed money for something, but I'm wondering if she doesn't have some kind of evidence hidden in the house in the attic, and that's why the attic was coming to me. Like maybe Nancy had some.
I was wondering if maybe that's where the other documents, whatever, regarding,
Maybe she could have
something
put
was
some.
definitely happening with like the elderly abuse and all that. Well, you guys, I don't know if y'all know this either, is like when they were raiding houses the other night, everybody was freaked out about a certain house that they went to, and it's also the I don't even know what to call him anymore, but he was in law. He was very prominent within the community, but now he like studies and prosecutes or whatever. I guess cases for financial elderly abuse. So I thought that was interesting. And then his daughter, I believe, is also the detective who investigates the cases of financial elderly abuse. So remember when we were talking about that, Rochelle, and I was like, if this is where they said they're going, like, it makes no sense because these are people that study these crimes. Like, why would they go raid them? Like,
Yeah,
that baffled us for a minute. Like, oh no, like, are they the people, like, hurting the people? And then, because you're gonna, like, sometimes they do that kind of dynamic. Like, well, if you're gonna obviously commit the crimes, go find a ways that you can bail yourself out right away or protect yourself.
I
So
think they
that,
were acting on a tip for some reason.
well, and that could very well be why, because let's just say somewhere mixed in there, yeah, somebody was being abused. Somebody was definitely taking advantage of elderly or, older, maybe some disabled people too. And somebody was they told on somebody. Just saying. Definitely. And there is a lot. What Rochelle, I'll get like down and also look at those couple of places that we talked about before because there's not just construction, there's also another kind of private group that everybody seems to be affiliated with that has to do with wine. So that's another interesting thing. Um,
And the social club.
there was a lot of different things, and there's also a lot of different. When I tell you that so many people like around that area are now like lawyers, or work for lawyers, or they all have their law degrees. Like, I'm just kind of that's interesting. Like, you all went to basically the same college, had law degrees. Fascinating, you know.
Jamie.
Kayla lived up there, huh? Or lived or lives still. Well, other than relocating earlier. And yeah, I don't know, guys. There is a whole weird bunches of things. So by marriage, huh? I literally not ringing a bell whatsoever. But so she's gonna be on our next list of people to
Yep.
look further into.
She's our next investigation.
Mm-hmm. Well, and if anything's gonna come about that, I'm sure there will be like a
Her
little
and the Luke guy or whatever that everybody keeps bringing.
monetary area because there are like Rochelle, how many times did I send you a random picture like within the past couple days? Like, does this person like look like anybody to you? Because some of them resemble people that they have, put out. We're looking for
They
this
all look
person.
the same.
They all do look the same, but it's also weird. It's hard because they're also handsome. So I have a problem trying to see the bad in that. Like, do they look? I'm like, this is not nice. Like, this is
How
not
can
helpful.
you be bad?
Exactly. Like, he's too handsome to be involved in all this
Well, that's
crime.
what we always say that we probably would have got in the car with Ted Bundy because I
He
think
totally would.
everybody says that.
No, he would have dropped us off on the side of a cliff somewhere and been like, get the fuck out of my Volkswagen Beetle or whatever. He totally would do that. All right, so Penny Guthrie we have here. And, yeah, I didn't catch the day either when I did that. So that will be my next one to go with. But there's a whole bunch of people that and the real estate and the construction development, all that stuff is
Excavating ink and Sarajita, or however you say it. Oh, she does.
oh, that's what it's called, huh? Days excavating.
Mm.
Now, how far is are you
15 minutes from
probably
Tucson.
only 15 minutes? Okay,
Yeah, she lives where Barbara lives. Or that's where Barbara lives, right?
I know. Well, you need to move to a safer neighborhood, apparently, Barbara. All right, Days excavating. All right.
I think I've been out there actually. Is it like this way from Tucson or that way? Like, is it past Tucson or before Tucson? It's before Tucson, isn't it?
Yeah, they do a lot of work there, huh? I don't know, but I think you guys should be the ones boots on the ground there.
Well, yeah.
Hmm. Barbara, how would you feel about being a correspondent? So, when you have real information, you can share it in a platform that's truthful.
Oh, I don't know. Barbara's. I don't know if she still lives
It's
there.
very close, I guess. Well, that's weird that she looks like Annie, I guess, but I don't know. Sometimes people, resemble like that generation that they might have skipped in between. I don't know. I don't know. But I think that sounds like a plan. So, Barbara, do you have Michelle's email? You can send her your, because I think that's probably like the next big
Yeah,
thing.
I mean, if she has a drone if she wants to meet up. She's gonna
Uh-huh.
search her.
Oh wow, well, Barbara, you're all invested in this, huh? Like, she's gonna search the property and everything. Like, okay, what? Just before Green Valley?
Mm-hmm.
Interesting.
Green
Huh.
Valley's like the risky place.
Yeah. Well, Green is also another person that came up. Remember?
Oh yeah, but this is not connected to him. But I was
But
asking about the green school over there though.
he also has another type of business on the side there. So. Mhm. Mhm. Oh, okay. Perfect. Well, that would be excellent if you could or would like to do that. And if anybody would like to help and contribute also for Barbara's expenses to get there, like that would be nice for volunteering her time. Oh, Sheila, I've already we could go on a plane very quickly because I feel like that's something that needs to happen. Death Valley, no joke. They really call it Death Valley. Rochelle, how you feel about that? It's called Death
I,
Valley. Hmm.
yeah, I know. I heard her. I see her.
Well, Barbara, we are very excited for all your excitedness to be part of that. So, Michelle, are you prepared for that?
I mean, I don't think she's on. I mean, I could be wrong, but I don't think she's on the property that far. That's south.
Huh. Yeah, no, not in that direction. Probably not. No, but
And
you never
it's too
know.
far. The chart doesn't pull out that far.
No, that's okay
Unless
because
she's got water drainage or something on there.
no, but there's things that have been stolen, perhaps that might end up somewhere else, or documents,
Yeah.
or you know, you
I
know.
mean, who knows? I guess it never hurts to look.
No, but if you'd like to expand a little bit further, also, Barbara, there's a couple of like washes and water places, and, like,
Well, she already said that she would come out and use her drone. She's only like 15
okay,
minutes away.
excellent.
So that's what I was asking her when she could do it because thanks to I think Nicole's donation, I should be okay.
Oh, that's
Well, at least to go out there. I've got to, not okay, but you know.
Oh, all right. Well, what time can you leave? And if anybody wants, I swear to God,
Trying to push
and
me out tomorrow. What? I told her to let me know when she wants to go.
right.
So I'll just figure out. I can't do Wednesdays.
Oh, and the weather too, because the
I think I have a
weather.
reading this Wednesday. I think so. I can't do Wednesday or Friday.
Places
Or
to sit.
Saturday this week. I have to take Neptune if he goes okay today. So I don't know. I was supposed to call my vet today and ask her some questions, and I freaking forgot to do it.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah.
You know, after a while, every day is like a big blur. Like, is today Monday? Is it Sunday? Is it Wednesday?
I don't know. I keep sleeping on the couch because of Starlight, and then I haven't been getting up and going to bed. So
I
my other
know.
cats are probably mad at me because they sleep with me in there when I go to bed. So
When
they're
you're
probably
looking at a map for 24 hours straight, you know.
Just well, it was just weird. Like the REM pod was going off at like 3 o'clock, and I was like, "What the hell?" Like it went off for hours. I'm like, "What are you trying to get me up for? What is going on?"
That would not bother me as much as being on a map. But
well, no, I was on a map the last time it did that, but it was just weird, and I was just like, "What is going on here?" It was so random because I was staying in whatever, but I don't know.
Okay,
It was
no problem. Your wife is like,
yeah.
First of all, that's the number one priority. Just being able to connect on the same schedule is great.
I'm just not going, and I'm not going out there without a drone because it's like pointless right now.
Yeah. Yeah. It's elderly people.
Yeah, Green Valley's a like real ritzy place. Like Sheridan was telling me that like they get rid of a bunch of stuff all the time. So he was like, if you want to get anything out there, like he goes out there. So like when they replace it or whatever. That's what he's telling me.
Right. Is he still in the chat? I thought he might have. I think he might have left because he
probably
wasn't feeling well or something. Wow.
I have Eli's drone. I just don't know how. For one, REM pod. For one, I don't know how to fly it. I would probably freaking crash it or fly it into a tree. I don't even know if you can fly drones out there without any kind of permission. That's the other thing. So I
think it's just having to be registered with the FCC, I think.
Well, mine's not registered, so.
Right. And obviously you can't like just drive it anywhere,
Well, that's the thing I'm saying. Is I don't know if I can just like go and fly in my drone out there. I have one. I mean, Eli had one. I have to go find it. It needs a card on it, but I don't know how. It's like one of the cheap ones. I don't know how good it works. And I don't know how to fly it. Probably
how many people end up like in the Rio Grande or whatever too? Like, it is a problem, Yep. Yeah, usually like not high end, like obviously commercial whatever drones. They for the little ones, they just require that you're like registered with the FCC so they can recognize what it is, so they don't shoot you out of the sky or something. Like, which is fine. I get it. Yeah.
You don't have to have anything special to fly them. I think that's what I think is a card, but I need a card on it. But I think that's just to record. But I think you can connect it to your phone.
That's
to see like what it like. It has a camera on it, but it's like it was cheap one, and he just never used it. I bought it for him for Christmas one year so he could fly it out here and spy on everybody. But
yeah. Oh, good, awesome.
Thanks, Georgia. I hope it's right. If it's wrong, I'll die.
Oh my! What have you been talking about for 2 hours now, people? Did you just hear that? Really? Like,
if it's wrong,
I'll die. My God! Ezekiel, go like this to Mom right now. Oh my goodness! We're crying out loud. All right, so we have a little bit of
Yeah, she has everything.
A little bit of
like everything. What do you mean? Like, can it see in water?
not highly, but Rochelle, the whole point of it is maybe seeing objects that are in
Well, that's
there
why I'm
that you
wanting to
know
know if it can see that. Because I don't, that's why I keep saying I don't know if like she's in some sort of water or drainage, if like it, I'm seeing things. If it would, like show on a drone, like if it has capability, you know?
yeah,
I'd rather use Barbara drone.
like
I'd
I
rather
said,
have someone her fly it that knows what she's doing, that has a better quality, anyways.
well, if she's more advanced and experienced in the controls,
Hello,
it's probably better.
yes. I've never driven one in my life or flown one in my life. And the
Mhm.
way I am,
I told you what
like I
happened
could
to
totally
mine
see
now.
me crafting it because I, it's not.
Uh-huh.
I break everything.
Yeah. Well, they're not like regular, like, I'm not a video game player, so I don't have great dexterity when it comes to like
I'm not a
those
good video
controls or
game
anything.
player either.
It's better to leave it up to the
Yeah, I
professionals.
agree.
Like,
Eventually,
so Bob,
I'll have to learn how to
Bob.
drive one, fly one.
Yeah, I think that would just, it's too much happening going on at
No,
once. You
but
focus
I'm just
on
saying, if we do our
your,
nonprofit, eventually I'll have to learn how to fly it. Hello,
or we would be hopefully like blessed enough to get somebody to do that for us.
or
Hmm.
that, but
But yeah,
it would be kind of cool.
yeah,
See, she says it's easy.
it's easy but unreliable. Yeah, that's okay.
We don't care at this
Honestly,
point. We just
Tracy,
need
at
to
this
see
point,
things.
yeah, it's kind of getting us an opportunity to
It's
be
too
able
big of
to
an
access
area to
certain
hike
places.
completely. So, I mean, and
Yeah,
I don't know the places that they know or the secret places, and that's the only reason we'll be able to see it.
yeah,
You
agreed.
know, we need something.
And the level of water stuff too is like, you know, maybe you'll see something.
Okay.
Oh, that's nice.
Yeah.
So you get
Yeah, I
lessons
get
too.
lessons.
Barbara, she should probably bring her Andrew in for the lessons.
Tracy knows how I am with stuff. It's okay. I break it and then I like rig it back together. It's kind of ridiculous.
Mhm.
So there's
Mhm.
lots of duct tape things around here. Hence the microphone.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
For a while, I with my
Hey,
old
stop touching your
with
microphone,
my
by
old
the
car, I
way.
duct taped the bumper on for a really long time.
For real.
and then
Oh,
and then the people that
oh
bought it,
my God.
like they were, a Mexican couple, and the the guy just like put the bumper on there like it was no big deal. And I'm like, I've been
Yeah,
driving around
'cause
like
right?
with this
Because,
tape.
hey, duct tape is very reliable, you know, just saying.
I know, Barbara, but
I
I'm
think
like,
my
I'm
kids
saying
have
it.
probably fixed
We start
everything with
moving
duct tape
close
at
and we're
one point.
looking for water, like literal
Yeah,
water drainage. Like there has to be some sort of water because of Scorpio.
yeah.
It doesn't have to be like all the time, but there has to be some water as of now, just with the Scorpio
Mhm.
sign, with water. So
Mhm. Well, he would probably know these things more so than a
and I
regular
never want
person
to go
too.
south
But
either. That's the other thing. If south feels like a wrong
yeah,
pool to me.
yeah.
Plus, literally yesterday, the EVP said west, and I thought that was wild. Because I kept
Mm,
saying, I was like, can you guys validate that I'm going in the right direction? And next thing you know,
right.
west as clear as day. And I was like, all right, that's it. It's over there somewhere.
Yeah, and well, it's also probably a place where you just more so just discard things rather than the beautiful nature part of it. You know, just saying. Because some of those washes do look beautiful, like when you're looking at them, like thinking about the water. Some of them look like
I'm just not, I
waterfalls.
never
Like,
think of the water. I think of what body is down
I know,
there. The other thing,
literally,
the other things too is there is like literal deep ass ravines over there too.
there is, yeah.
But
But
there's no water.
there's a whole lot of like interesting things, like coyotes and prairie dogs, probably foxes, skunks.
Oh yeah, I
I
see
don't know if
birds.
maybe some fish when there is water in there. I don't know. But Barbara, please promise me she's not allowed to bring home any wild animals, okay? Like,
Don't bring home a don't.
she
You need to tell Justice not to take home. bring home any
No
coyote
bringing
friends
anybody-
because he thinks that they're
Literally.
buddies.
No, like anything that could look like a cat, no. Like a dog, no. Like nothing. You're not allowed. Okay.
No, Scorpio's
Well,
not
good luck
bad. There's
with
a shadow sign to every,
everything.
but this is just in the like in forensic astrology. So forensic astrology, it's like things that are hidden in water and stuff like that, and drainage and stuff. So no, it's just every. So the thing with forensic astrology is every sign represents like a different,
Right.
like a story.
Well, I think Scorpios are very smart too. That's probably why I don't have a lot of
My
friends.
midheaven is Scorpio. We're the detectives. The Scorpios are the detectives of the zodiac. You like to dig into things, but my midheaven is literally Scorpio, so I totally get it. But mine is more like basically digging into things and bring it to you guys because midheaven is what you do in public or what you do for your career. And mine's like Scorpio, like digging into the dark, deep things.
Yes, Luann's very emotional, and now I know why.
Yeah, my mom's a Cancer.
My son's a Cancer too. Yep. Yep. And caring about everybody else.
Well, Trista's a Cancer.
You know that very much.
I only remember her birthday because her birthday's 7/11.
Well, I just found a friend, so Ashley says she's a Scorpio, and I really do believe she's pretty fucking smart. So there's that.
Yep, we are the detectives, and also Scorpios are pretty psychic in themselves. We are the detectives.
Yes and no. I think
detectives of the zodiac.
True, but yeah. Yep.
No, I don't. I'm actually learning from somebody.
Well, that's
forensic astrology.
I don't think they took that long ago, did they? Yeah.
Oh yeah, you got a lot of Scorpio. You guys are the detective. You like that kind of stuff. Yeah. Well, I mean, he could be detained for drugs.
Yes, there's a lot of that to catch up with him. And the other one, just saying.
So there could be a link. It doesn't mean that it's involved in Nancy stuff, but they could have found some stuff while they're looking into Nancy stuff. You know what I mean?
Well, I think they were also supposed to show up to court at one point for something that happened like in 2025, and I don't know if they did or not, but just
had a warrant.
They cleaned up the crime.
He might have had a warrant. So.
Yep, for not showing up to court. And they're pretty big drug charges, I think.
Yeah, that's just alignment.
Yeah.
Me and Tracy will tell you that those double numbers have been following us around since freaking Bella's case. So.
Yeah, no, they don't have any idea. They have no idea. Oh my god, it's like something.
I mean, just like when I pulled into that parking lot at 212 and got sick, I was just like, "That's wild." Like, what are the odds of I pulled into that parking lot exactly at 212 at the same time that the cameras were smashed? It's weird.
It was very weird.
Though. I couldn't have timed that myself.
It's never coincidence and things like that, though, Michelle. You know that it's never a coincidence. Like
that was
ever.
justice. Yeah.
So weird, but Oh, hi, Justice. See, Justice wants to do a job, so everybody, we want to give him a job that he's meant to do.
It's his astrology to do it, and he was really good. If you guys haven't seen like the one I used to take him up to scent work, he just loved it. It was just like he was just raring to go. He was freaking out when we put him in the crate when we were waiting for his turn. He just couldn't handle it. He wanted to do it then and now.
The other day with the coyotes coming.
Except for the coyotes, he thinks they're buddies. I don't know if he thinks they're dogs or whatever, but it's like he wanted to go play with them. I think our weather is going to change.
Wow, that's a whole bunch.
We might be getting some more rain.
Maybe.
Temperatures are going to drop tomorrow. So, yeah. Is this tomorrow? It says it might rain tomorrow. I don't know if this is, yep. So, yep, it's probably going to rain tomorrow.
Trump says death penalty if she's harmed. Like, oh my God. You see where this is going and who they're trying to look
Oh my
for.
God.
Yeah.
He says that for everything, even his enemies. Oh, let's hope he's gone by March.
Oh yeah, we know about Jim. We were kind of hoping that, well, somebody actually told JLR to try to get a hold of him earlier today, and he's like, "How would I get a hold of him? I don't know how to get a
You
hold
can't
of him."
really
And
search.
I was
You
like,
can't search in the dark though. So
and Jim probably needs a job too. I think he's very passionate about,
yeah.
trying to right now. So, yeah, I think so. Um,
Well, everybody's looking in
that's
the wrong
cool.
place.
It's cool because JLR doesn't even know about psychics like anywhere near Arizona. So.
Which I'm
Of
sure,
course
I'm
not,
sure
because that would
multiple of
ruin
you
his
like went
income
and
getting
told
right
him
now where
about
he's
me, and
from.
now he's still probably saying I don't know about any. And y'all probably send him emails. Somebody just already said they sent him emails. So
Well, if you can access that where you cannot find that information unless you're linked somehow or whatever, I literally could not find anything anywhere. I don't even know. Like, but Cash
yeah,
App me, do this, subscribe,
yeah.
merchandise. I'm like, yeah, I have a problem with that. Like, so that's why I was like, if anybody knows how to reach out to him, that would be great.
Yeah,
Thanks,
because his Instagram, you have to.
yeah.
He's live, not talking in his car about searching, and he says he will go. Okay, well, you guys know you have my video. You can send it to him.
He's not riding on his bike out there because he's got like a motorbike, I think.
Like I said, that
Goes
video,
up
the
like,
reason why it's public,
yeah,
because I had struggles if I wanted to make it public, because I really didn't know, you know, if I wanted it out
oh
there,
yeah,
so to speak.
yeah,
But it's the only way she's gonna get found. So if anybody wants to share that with anybody that you think will search, just share the video. And if that person wants to talk to me after they watch the video, you know what I mean? Because that kind of goes through
yeah,
everything and explains everything. Um,
yeah. Jim does.
and so that's why I kind of did
Yep.
it that way. And then, like I said, if anybody want to tip the area, they're more than welcome to tip the area. Like I said, I can't promise that that's where she's at, but it's just where everything ends up.
Well, but truth be told, we were trying to get a hold of JLR because we thought Jim had a drone, so
Yeah.
that's why we were trying to get a hold
Yeah,
of him.
and I was out there, and I was
And he's out
wanting somebody to
there
come with me, like, come over there
searching.
now, but we couldn't get a hold of.
Yeah.
Like, it would have been good footage for them instead of just staring. Cheyenne, it's okay, it's okay, it's okay, it's okay. Instead of just staring
Yeah,
at
we
the house,
already know.
that was weird.
Um,
Um,
yeah,
and
right.
then she ran over here. Nope, the family is not. You guys need to quit saying the family's cleared. They're not. No one is cleared. They
Come on,
arrested
guys, come on, you're all like loose when it comes to true crime. Like,
FBI.
yeah,
I stand by everything I did. You can't change what you get in spirit and astrology. It's not like I made it all up. So just have to wait for the evidence to catch up. That's all.
just make sure nobody gets on a plane to go to Italy anytime soon, please. You know what I'm saying?
Well, I'm just
'Cause he
saying,
doesn't
the
need
biggest thing that people do is they hear something and, they don't remember that, cops can just put shit out just to put shit out. And they just they run to the channel and they're like, oh, the family's been cleared. It must not been them. It's almost like, you were wrong. What do you have to say now? And it's like, no, that's not like until somebody's arrested, I don't have to say anything. Like, I saw what I saw. The
Yeah.
astrology says what it says. The card said what they said. Like, that's what it is. I wasn't even trying to get the
And
information
there
when I
are
got it.
layers to this too.
It just came to me. So
There are a lot of layers here on this whole case. There's so many different things going on in the background.
no, they're not.
And
You know how many times
lot
I've
of
seen people get cleared that are the perpetrator?
Yeah.
And is that blood family or is that in-laws? It doesn't matter. They're not.
Well, actually, you know what?
Thanks for
Thinking in this
focusing on that
term,
stupid
like,
fucking video.
yeah, well, the sheriff or whoever put the information out, they want it to be out for
Yeah,
a reason, and
exactly.
that's why they do that.
Exactly. They want people to feel comfortable. So that's another thing is until someone's arrested and charged with a crime with evidence,
Yeah,
I don't need to hear it.
yeah,
You know?
yeah, exactly. Well, Michelle, earlier JLR didn't have any idea how to get a hold of Jim, so I don't
You're
know how
supposedly
close they are.
good mates now.
Yeah, I don't think that they are. Well, he didn't even have a place to stay the other night, remember? And he's like, "Well, I can't help him." And was like, "I thought he was your good friend.
No,
Like, why would you not invite him back to your whatever?" And no, I don't know what's going on there.
no
I don't
timeline on
know.
it. I haven't been given anything on that.
Yep, all in the
Like
right
I said,
time.
everything has divine timing and how they're supposed to be found. But we can try because we might be that person. So that's the only reason I do it.
Mhm. Well, also thinking about the big picture here is the sheriff being local law enforcement and everything. By whatever happens and whatever gets fucked up, whatever goes through smoothly, however that is, this case is going to somehow affect him and it's going to affect the entire community. So by him being allowed to even do that is probably a huge relief from himself, like off his shoulders, so that he can focus on other things. Because that's a lot of friggin' stress, friggin' pressure, and everything. Everybody's looking at him like, well, how come you can't? Like, when are you gonna clear him? What are you doing? What are you like? That's a lot of friggin' pressure that he does not need to worry
Yeah.
about right now. He can't work outside of thinking about those things if he's being constantly, you know,
Hey,
asking
Michelle.
questions. Like if you ask them, are they clear? Are they clear?
Yeah.
So give him like the freeness or whatever to take
This
that
is
burden
not
off of his
involving the
shoulders.
Epstein files, guys. It's literally someone that lost his fucking cool. It's right there in the astrology, the cards, everything. When everything aligns, that's how it is. It's not the Epstein files. Not everything is the Epstein files. No one gives a fuck about an old lady that knew anything about the Epstein files. She's
Yeah,
84 years old. How is she any kind of anything to the Epstein files? It's already out. It doesn't make any sense.
yeah. Are there elements of that that have to do with other things going on in other
I
places?
mean,
Probably, but it
hello,
doesn't have
war.
anything to do. Myra. Yeah, your EMF just moved through. Huh. That's funny. Yep. Who has?
I'm not sure.
No, actually, Sheila, I don't think that that's the case with what's happening there locally. Because we talked earlier about this other part of trying to clean up Tucson, I guess. They have another program going with another person that they brought in from the area, I guess. He's very well educated and has been in law enforcement for a long time. So I think he's kind of battling with that right now, because I don't know if it's affecting the investigation or it's just kind of like harboring certain things, but I don't feel like there's a lot of people paying attention to that. There's something there with that guy doing his job and the sheriff doing his job, and I don't really think it has anything to like with it. No grievance or nothing with the FBI. Because you guys, like, I studied a lot of like local municipality politics and things like that when I had a friend that was running for city council, and you would be blown away by thinking that you live in this lovely place, and all of a sudden it's like, what is going on? Like, this person's pissed off at this person. Like, this they took money from here, they're taking money and putting it over here. Like, Epstein was like, it's not even on the same scale as what happens like locally. There's a lot of shit that starts locally, and then they kind of all learn to know each other and work with each other and find out ways to all, oh, my buddy wants this over here built. Well, and when I tell you, look at the housing prices in Tucson right now, there are mortgages that you cannot explain away. There's no explainability, in my opinion. It's so ridiculous. Like, just ridiculous. The housing market, paying or overpaying on a mortgage that is going to take you probably as long as Rochelle to pay her car off.
We won't even go into that fucking situation. I was just saying, I'm looking for a
But
lawyer.
it is absolutely unbelievable what they are charging people for houses. And it's not just like in that little area, it's in a lot of places. And it happens in other cities, because when they decided to increase all of the property everywhere, because we hadn't kept up with paying the taxes properly, when you're raising a fair market value and you turn around and you, I don't know, upcharge by like 750% for a house now. Because people are happy living in the neighborhoods that they live in. They don't want to move. They don't want to sell their houses. Like, they're fine. But communities can't live off that. They cannot live off that. So they have to find a way to make, changes and shifts within different neighborhoods. And this is what they do. I mean, literally looking at a house is only worth what, 30,000. They literally should be selling it for 50,000, but this person has a $750,000 mortgage. Make that make sense? It doesn't. But there's definitely something happening there with the construction and all that kind of things. So
It's okay, Shine. It's just the wind.
President of the Union.
No, I think it'll be like a weird way. Like, I don't know. I have like a weird feeling that I hope I'm right on this. I really have a weird feeling with them catching up with that freaking guy that was on camera. The one that I think is the neighbor that burglarized afterwards. And
Well, he keeps coming over,
I
so
think
what do
that
we?
it's like have a weird freaking feeling that they're gonna like corner him and be like, "We know you were there," blah blah blah, and he's got to get out of it. So he tells his side for immunity. I can't shake that feeling because there's a confession card in the deck, and it's just like I keep seeing a reference to both. And the thing is, we're coming up on Mercury retrograde, so nothing will probably happen during Mercury retrograde. But so thank you, living life, Joe. But
well, guys, when it comes to
unconventionally in that way, I don't know.
I think he's probably gonna get called in. But when it comes to the Epstein files, I will tell you all, like I've said to Rochelle a million times, I have been studying this for like 10 years now, long before anybody even knew what the Epstein files were. And I was going nuts for a long time because nobody was listening to what I was even trying to talk about. It's a lot of things that people have no idea. So I'm very well versed in the Epstein files and the connections and things like that. Everything breaks off in different places and different people, and you have to remember, just because they interacted with this person, he was presented himself as also having a very different lifestyle. He made himself look like he was somebody very open to wanting to help people, help communities, help science, and all this other stuff. He was literally trying to figure out how to make people better and create like this hybrid species of people that was very smart, very good looking, all those kind of things. It's very sick, guys. Like, you have like no idea. So
that's
the people
Aquarius
that
energy, though. That's like such Aquarius thing, like the future minded, like, you know what I mean? Future mind, scientific type thing.
Yeah. Yep. Very much so. He looked at everything. He was fascinated by everything. Like, so much about all that kind of thing.
And that's what got me, like I said, somebody sent me that today, and I'm like, but I know what I know because I know what I saw. I know what the astrology said. And then I'm just like, dude, I ran the astrology for like 10, 11 o'clock, and it seems like someone else comes in as, so there's a different sort of energy around that. So that's why I'm thinking, like, I think it's that. Why else are you going to come out and be like, I had a premonition that it was the son-in-law? Like, you know what I mean? Why are you going to come out and just like randomly say that? Like, matter of factly. It's not even like I had a vision. It's like, I know he did it. So I'm like, how else are you going to say that you know without putting yourself in the house? I mean, It makes a lot of sense to me. And if you watch the guy, he's freaking awkward as hell. He's awkward as hell. Like, he even hit, like, watch his shoulders and watch the video shoulders, how he like hunches his shoulders forward.
Yeah, how he even walks around.
And the
is
picture
just
I put in there, somebody had posted it on TikTok. somebody had tagged me. Somebody had
Yeah.
sent me that video, so I didn't even know about it. She's like, "What do you think of the ring?" And then I just started getting a download on it, and I was like, so then I had to double check everything. But
Mm-hmm.
then I looked in the comments, and they had that because I said I keep trying to do like a side by side, but these images suck. Right? I was like, these images suck that they have like on the still. Whoever did that image on, like, they need to be working for the FBI, dude. Whoever did
Oh,
that
on the
image
Sierra stuff? Yeah. Oh, I
of them that
know.
cleared it up
Well,
and put it together, like, yeah. So I saw that, and this was
the
all the
first
same, and I was
couple
like,
didn't see
that's
you.
him, dude. That's why we're looking at the Gemini energy
Yeah.
like everything's double.
Yep. Double and
Mm-hmm.
parallel, like literally parallel, like that. It's just
Yeah,
craziness.
no, and nobody
Just
that is
like,
gonna take anybody is gonna come with a backpack.
yeah, you need a place to put the things you're about to steal, people.
And
Like,
he is a
and
guy
you
that
don't
lives
fit
with his,
grandma
like,
in the
mom.
backpack. Yeah, it's just very, very strange. Yeah. Well, that's what we were kind of focused
No, just
on
the one place.
all
We're just gonna get a drone to the one place because there's really no reason to go to all the places of interest again.
Yeah.
Now I'm focused on this because it has everything. It's west, and it's got to be around there somewhere. And that's the one place I felt anything. Everywhere else I went, I didn't feel anything, but there I was like, and I was probably not anywhere near her, but still the energy of it, unless it was something else, I wasn't feeling good there at all. So
Yeah.
I've got to check
I'm
that
not
place
good at
out,
all.
like, but it's just so big, you know. And I
It
couldn't get
is
far away from my
huge.
car. So, but they might know a place that I don't know that's like closer to the water or like an inn or, you know what I mean? Because it seems to be in between two spots. So I'm just saying, like, and they've like lived around there, you know. I don't know where they were raised or whatever. Like, the other one was raised in Italy, but I'm sure that we don't know that much about the other one. So, you know.
Mm-hmm. Well, maybe like we know he's kind of socially awkward in that sense. And if he's like that, he probably doesn't have a big social circle. So,
No, but
but he also kind of presents, and I think even part of the parallels with this is that he's almost, he wants the attention, he wants to be noticed, recognized, or whatever, but he's trying not to insinuate that he is maybe have something to do with other parts of this.
oh, you're talking
Because he knows
you're
exactly.
talking about the on-camera guy, because I was talking about the location, why that location, and you know how to find the hidden spot is what I was thinking about. Hidden spots.
Yeah.
Hidden spots with like the drainage. That's the thing. So they
Yeah.
might know, might know a place I don't. It's a huge area. That's the only place with water. So trust me, I've been
Yeah,
up north.
that's
There's
true.
no water up there, and I don't even feel pool down south, and I don't even think I've even seen water down south either.
And drove to Starbucks a couple times, and then she drove. She's like, "Oh my god, this is
I did a complete.
Diamond Leaf."
I did a
I'm
complete.
like, "Oh my god, that's hilarious!" I'm like,
I did a complete circle. When I took Neptune to the vet, like I went the complete circle around. Didn't even realize it. You know.
And you're like, "I swear to God, if I end up driving around in a circle,
Thank
oh
you.
my god!"
Thank you.
And Sue's like, "Oh my god, Tractor Supply's right
That's
there."
what me and Tracy are saying, dude. That's what me and Tracy are saying. We're like, no fucking way. And then it was ripped off. Like, why are you gonna cover it and then rip it off if you're like involved? Like, it's just stupid.
Mm-hmm.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
And he's like looking around. It's more like he's being like nosy, but like maybe, kind of taking advantage of it, Because it could be that the door was even open if she was trying to get in and he went in and he didn't lock it before he left. It could have been it was still open.
Yeah. Well, if you want to be able to come back in at a point in time
No.
or something, and everything's locked up or whatever, you never know.
I mean, I don't know, honestly. I mean,
People just don't pay attention when they're leaving.
I think that Savannah thinks it's weird that, he was the last one seen. So I think it's hard to even think family's involved, but I think she has her suspicions. You know what I mean?
Yeah. I think, obviously you love your siblings and everything like that, but there's distance there.
I think the brother
I mean,
actually has, even though he's like really quiet and stuff, I think he has thoughts about it.
Yeah, I do too. Yep. I definitely think so. Because even just their body language and everything, and during interviews and whatnot, the brother you could tell he was trying to reach over and just like touch her in a way that she knew that he was there and
Mhm.
present. And the
Oh,
other
that was
one
weird.
was just the whole, she gives me Katie Proudfoot vibes all the time. Like, no, she's
I
involved.
just
She's
smell like
involved.
cologne.
She's involved.
Yeah,
Really?
kind of smelled
Well,
good. I can't explain what it was, but it was really quick.
oh boy, it's not your spirit boyfriend coming to visit you.
Well, I mean,
Well,
it
it
doesn't
might
matter if they
be
had the
somebody
most to
else.
gain. I'm sure that they were all in the will and the inheritance, and she wasn't leaving the earth fast
Yeah.
enough, so they needed money now, and she told him to go to
Mhm.
hell. Period. He lost it, then he
Yeah.
had to cover it up. It's not that hard.
Yeah. Totally agree.
And people
Yeah.
can tell me that they're. I know, no, I don't change. It doesn't change. I'm not
Yeah.
gonna go and be just like,
Well,
nope, I was completely wrong when every single thing points that way. It's not just one thing. It's not just a vision.
yeah.
It's not just the downloads I
Mm.
received, but then you have the cards, then you have the astrology, then you have the well, I don't know, the EVP hasn't really well, in my opinion, I think it said something that pointed that way. But like everything converges. It's
Yeah.
not just like one validation tool, it's every fucking validation
Exactly.
tool. And he's the
And
last
how many
one.
people in here too were feeling the same thing right from the very beginning? Was like, oh, we know who that is. You know, regardless of listening to other people. Like when you have an intuition about something, you feel very strong about it. Like,
Well, that's what I thought
there's
originally. I
many of you.
originally thought that the video was, like, faked and stuff and, like, taped over, but I don't yeah, after seeing that dude
Yeah.
and I'm like, "No, like, this is just 2 crimes, and they're not related in a way that
Yeah.
people think they're related,
Right.
and there's nothing
Right.
that looks scary about that burglar. He just looks fucking awkward." Like, I would walk up to that guy and ask him what he was
Yeah.
doing
He's
there,
not.
like,
He's literally not a
no.
burglar. No.
But he could, like, have the stuff from stealing things off of people's porches or whatever, but as far as breaking in, like,
Yeah. Could very well be.
like, maybe he was out and about and that's why he saw what he saw.
Exactly. Or he
Either
just
that
has
or
to be a no.
or there's some kind of
You know, like
surveillance he had that maybe he won't turn over,
oh,
but he has it. Like,
there was
who
also
knows?
like the pervert card or some shit in there, wasn't there? At some point, he might be
Yeah, a
the
couple of those.
weirdo, whatever.
No, I still think that's who we think it is.
Yeah, that's sad. What's the matter?
I
Is he
don't think
good?
there's so much energy that came up with him versus who came up with the perpetrator. It was just like, here's a little part of the story, like literally, we
Yeah.
pulled the what was it, neighbor surveillance. I'm pretty sure they came in together, and then the silent witness. I kept getting silent witness, silent witness. So he's not that
Yeah.
silent, but it still means like there's a witness that like
Only
knows
sad
stuff that
is
people don't
we
realize that it's
saw
really
him.
true.
Yeah.
Because no one just comes out matter of fact and says it unless you're like, and really, do you see me going on TV and being like, yeah, I had a premonition and that's who did it? Like, I would never do that randomly. It's just weird. I think it was just he wanted to say who did it without putting himself in the
Implicating himself,
putting
definitely.
himself
Yeah.
in the house.
Mm-hmm.
Who said they're going in the opposite direction? Nobody knows what they're doing. That's
Yeah.
the thing. No one knows what their evidence is. Nobody knows what their investigation is. You just know what you're seeing. Nobody knows. They do
Right.
things in a way that
Just 'cause, yeah,
you don't know what
they
it is.
want to tell everybody else they're doing something different or whatever. That's their
Yeah.
prerogative. Like,
Nobody
you
knows
know.
what their actual investigation
Yeah.
is.
Yep.
And again, they're doing that whole 88 thing over there where they're trying to crack down and bring all these other burglars and stuff
Yeah.
in and drugs and all that. So, they're getting paid basically to clean up the streets.
Yep.
So, if now all of a sudden they care about all these ring cams and stuff. So,
And no timestamp on that video. That's something that
nope.
always bothered me too.
Yeah, that was something that was weird to me too. But I'm just wondering if it's because the camera I don't know if that would do it with the camera getting smashed. I'm not really sure. But Tracy, it could be that what if that ended up on the cloud and he added it back? Would that make the timestamp go off? Like,
It's possible, yeah, because he probably erased all things of
do you
him
see what
doing
I'm
it
saying
while
though? Like,
yeah, but if he
that
put the
when
other
he
thing back up there, it could.
say when he reviewed it and he was gonna delete it, like he saw
Right.
it and he like
He was like, "Oh
He
my
left it
God, look at this!" Like,
yeah,
they
and
can
he left
actually,
it
yeah,
or something
absolutely,
and
yeah,
smashed it, like, with the smashing, if it was uploaded to the like, if that's the only thing that was uploaded to the cloud, which makes no sense to me.
yeah,
But I'm
no,
just wondering if in some way that it was messed with in that way, if that would delete the timestamp.
it's possible, I guess, because I've never ever heard of them recovering anything like that before, like in that way that they said they did. And I was also always like curious about if you have an elderly person, a
Yeah.
parent especially, you want to have access to, I want to see who's going in and out the house. If I'm not living there, like I want to know all the stuff.
Yeah.
And perhaps that was something that came from a device that they had when,
Mhm.
from the house raids or whatever. And
I
they
don't
put,
know, it's just weird, but, like,
yeah,
I don't know that, like, videos always have timestamps if you don't add them. Like, my video on my phone didn't have it until I added it, so it's also a thing, like, maybe she didn't have the timestamp added on her videos too. That's a possibility.
I am,
'Cause
I
I
don't
think you could
know
take it
about
off.
when I get notifications from mine, it comes up as a notification with that timestamp under my notification, but I never really paid attention, I don't think, to the
Yeah,
video
'cause I
file.
think you have to add it in the settings or something.
Maybe, yeah. FBI can do things. Absolutely.
Yeah, they're
Have,
following us, huh, Tracy?
right? Oh my God, you guys. The other day, literally, remember when I was going to have a panic attack because when I did a certain thing on my computer, it went black and it said it was locking it down. And I was like, oh my God, oh my God.
She was
Michelle,
looking at Nancy's
what are
house
you
and
going
it
to
just
do?
like
Just let
walked.
them
She's
do
like,
that. That was crazy. They do things that
yeah.
way. That was nuts. And yeah, again, it's like the
I'm just
time.
wondering if she didn't have like a timestamp on there or anything like that, or uh,
It would
uh,
be a good thing to know, and it's also interesting, however, they're able to access certain things and whose
well,
device.
what if he deleted everything else on the cloud but left that one?
Well, I do believe that there's a purpose that it's gotten left there, and I do think that you would also be like, huh, this is weird. Because why would I bust a camera up? Because whomever is coming in there, obviously, if they think, oh well, I got to get rid of this camera, blah 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 blah. They don't know what's on the camera. They just assume it's being destroyed or whatever. But then somebody has to go back and look and say, oh shit, I need to figure out if I'm on camera or not.
Mhm.
And
Well,
purposely went through everything.
that's what I'm saying. If he had access to the cloud
Mm-hmm.
and he like this is where the technological things come in, like he knew somebody that could help him delete that stuff off the cloud, but he left that video because there's like, oh, it's a gift. Like goes
Right.
along with the fucking narrative, you know? And
Uh,
maybe he even got oh, you know what?
yep.
He probably even got the notification that someone was at the house because he's looking at the
Yep.
timestamp
Because
stuff.
he had it on his
Yeah,
device.
because he had it on his phone because he had
Yep.
access.
Yep.
So that makes sense. No, we haven't been able
No,
to
we
find his bike.
haven't. Yeah, exactly.
Um,
We're not even
so that
sure
kinda
if
makes sense.
you
So then
can.
he could have been just like, "Oh, really?"
I know, right? Perfect timing. I better get over there quickly
And
after
that
that.
might have been part of the reason why they staged what they staged,
Right.
to go along with the narrative. Hmm,
Everything. Yep. Everything has
yeah.
to go with the narrative. No, but we're trying to decide how they would figure out the height of somebody literally by the angles and everything
Yeah,
because
because they even had the height of Delphi wrong.
mm,
They thought he was taller than he was, and it's hard to tell too from, like, the angle and stuff like that.
yeah.
Right?
Well,
I didn't either. That's
being
why I
a
never
girl, like you
I
always take
didn't know.
your camera like this when you want to take a
Mhm.
photo. So
Like,
just
you can't tell if someone like, how someone's tall is by the angle,
yeah,
but I noticed, like, I don't know, I mean, he could be, like, 5'9",
I
5'10".
think he
Could
is a
be
little
around
bit
there.
taller than some of the local media people. I will say that.
Mm. Well,
Just
like, again, they didn't have Delphi's height right either, so but in the car, in that picture I saw where he didn't, have glasses on, he looks stockier.
Well, I don't know because maybe the collar of that sweater or whatever is slimming for him. I
I
don't
had well,
know.
and I had almost a similar thing too, like you said, the zip up one. Like you noticed, he had a zip up
I did notice it looked very
thing.
similar.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Uh,
4 cameras, right?
that's what I'm saying. It would have notified. It would have notified Tomoso or Tomato. So that's
Mhm.
another thing. Why didn't he turn in that?
Exactly. Exactly.
I didn't think about
Let
that
me know
before.
why.
I'm telling you, first it just pops in my head. So why didn't he be like, and maybe that's what he kept, but why didn't he say anything the next day?
Right?
You know, oh hey, this was a notification, and this is what's here. You know,
Uh-huh.
there's
Yep.
just notifications for the cameras.
Exactly. We're talking about the first set of video that the FBI put out.
The
Um,
alleged burglar,
we had a suspect, or
the alleged kidnapper with a backpack.
yeah, yeah. The awkward
Walking around
stumbling
with
around, very looking out of his element kidnapper. Like, hmm.
Yeah, it was more like a he
Exactly.
didn't seem like he was worried that Nancy was gonna come to the door or not.
Exactly, because he probably already knew. But Sheila, that's a great
Yeah.
question because when we were kind of reviewing everything and thinking about, because I had mentioned this to Rochelle when after she pulled her cards, she was kind of like going over everything, talking about the roof or secret surveillance, like that kind of thing. And when they had gone over there and were talking about the cameras over there, I said, "Wow, you're not gonna believe this. They somehow these cameras showed up." Because I said to her before, like in the mix of that, I was like, "Well, maybe that meant that they did have secret cameras that maybe they didn't know about, and she had them put in for a reason." And because that would be very like clever of her, actually. So when we were trying to make sure, like they're looking around or he's already there.
Yeah.
He's kind of like going in areas, and even with the cameras, like the whole fact that he doesn't know what's over on camera, but maybe, the luck of the draw is that the camera was actually there and they haven't made that public information yet. So, but we're curious as to maybe how the police found out about the camera. Because,
She had both, I think. Didn't she have a Nest and a Ring camera?
she did. She did, but when they're because this person that obviously cannot go to the police, um, he knows that he didn't go on that side of the house. He went through the
Yeah.
front door.
No, he is wearing a
He
ring. I put it in the
hurry.
video. Hold on, I'll show you.
Mm-hmm.
Let me see real quick. I will show you. He was wearing a ring.
Yeah.
Tracy didn't see it until I like blew it up for her.
Yeah, the ring. No, I saw the ring earlier, but I did notice in the first couple of photos was looked like a tattoo or some coloring or something on one of the wrists. So
This is off the video that was sent to me. It's kind of hard to tell. Well, there it is. Okay, let me show you.
yeah, I'm not sure about how much difference there is really, Sheila. I think it's kind of driven by the app for the most part.
I posted it in the video. So, oh shoot, why am I so big? I don't want to be big.
Why are
Hold
you
on,
still? It's
Tracy.
your program. It's
Tracy,
your
I'll put you
community.
back in a minute. Okay.
Uh-huh.
So look right here. Can you guys see my mouse or no? You can't see my mouse on this. You guys see my mouse
Yes,
or no?
that's a good idea.
Right here. Ring.
Yeah,
Around here. Ring.
yeah. I know, I
Ring.
noticed.
Same hand, left hand, same finger.
Yep.
You see it? You can see the indentation of it. Probably because he always wears it and he didn't think about taking it off.
Right.
And then you have nope, that's nope. Hold on.
Oh, she's playing that one right now, or what? Well, you the photos
Those are
on
my
you.
pencils. Hold on. I can't. I gotta go find the pictures real quick.
Whatever.
Okay.
Please.
Here it is. I already put this in the video, but
Yeah, because you want to use my gas, so.
Now I can get more. I still have money. I'll get you more.
Oh, my.
I know I'll get you more.
Is the chart you what? Okay,
Yeah,
the chart. What are you talking about?
you let me know later.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Astrology charts.
Good night.
Good night.
Love you.
Oh, that one
Okay.
too, yeah.
This is why I'm like, okay, so this thing's really tight, so it's gonna push his nose down. But look at these lips right here. You tell me those aren't the same lips and the same eyes.
Yeah.
I mean, whoever cleaned this up did a better fucking job than FBI, because I tried to find a clearer picture and I couldn't.
They did do a great job. Yep.
But this is what I can you guys is this in the way right here? I don't know why this is still here. It should disappear. But there you go. See this? This looks exactly like him. Look at his lips.
Mm-hmm. Yep, it's very strange, and he's also very like the awkwardness kind of comes out like when he's walking around.
That's why he's wearing black glasses more than likely. And look, it's a white
Yeah.
dude. It's not a Mexican dude. I'm
Yeah.
telling you, dude.
Well, there's also a photo of him like literally wearing a very similar sweatshirt or whatever.
This is a
And
better
different-
job than the FBI picture they put out. It's crazy. And you're telling me that no one turned this in? That's what I'm saying. It's a matter of time before that catches up to him.
Right.
Because he's got all these wetsuits that probably, you know,
Yeah.
turned that in right away as soon as they realized it.
And he's
So-
white because the EVPs told me so. So I'm just like, and, they said call it into Fox News when it's ready or whatever. So maybe we should
I
do
did
that.
add that to my video though. So no, I'm talking about astrology charts. Ashley, we were talking about the video that they put out about the freaking dude. Yeah, no, that's Jason. That's Jason. He was the one saying he had a premonition that the son-in-law did it. Now, why are you going to come out and say you have a premonition so matter-of-factly?
Or had a bad
He
feeling.
has
that
to say it's a
something
premonition
happened.
because
Yeah.
he saw it. This is in the
Yeah.
meantime after brother-in-law left the house
Silent
to go
witness.
get his help and set his alibi and all that, allegedly. This guy came in to see what happened, to see what was in the house, whatever.
Mhm. Yep.
So it's two crimes happening that aren't connected,
Yeah.
but they're two crimes happen the same night.
Right.
And then I think that the brother-in-law maybe saw this video and was just like, we'll just leave it, delete everything else and leave this shit here.
Yep. Delete it all, smash the camera, whatever. But
Mhm.
somehow this dude is still there. So what better thing to do is blame it on someone else.
They do, and that's exactly what I said, Barbara.
Yeah.
It feels like they're trying to push a narrative to
Right.
blame it on someone in tan skin. I
Yep.
said that in my video because I fully believe that. I fully fucking
Yeah.
believe that because they also tried to, and it could be,
Yeah.
you know, off of another ring cam, there might be somebody else that looks like that other sketch. Like it might not even, because there's no way you can make a sketch off of freaking somebody in a mask like that. There's no freaking, unless you've got X-ray vision, you're not going to be able to make 1010. You're not going to be able to. That's
Yeah.
Jason's neighbor, and he also wears the same ring. So that's what I'm saying. It's a completely different crime. It's not related. I made a whole video on it.
Yeah.
That was a download I had tonight.
Yep.
Yeah,
Yep,
it's on
exactly.
he keeps putting himself, it's actually on TikTok, but somebody sent it to me,
Mhm.
but he keeps putting himself into the investigation saying he had a premonition that son-in-law did it. So this tells me, this is my confirmation I needed today anyways, because the video wasn't clicking for me other than the fact that maybe that's what I originally thought, because it looked fake to me. It looked like it didn't belong.
Yeah.
So I thought, well, maybe they like faked all this and recorded it. But maybe that's part of the whole reason they decided to make it a kidnapping thing. Was that he got the notification and he saw it and they got this idea like, hey, you know.
Yeah, I think he was like, oh my God, I'm so fucking lucky because now I have someone that I can pin this on.
And people
basically.
notice the ring in it's the same hand, it's a left hand. He puts it up, it's the same ring, it's an indentation, you can tell it's on the same finger.
Yeah.
And whoever cleaned that up on TikTok, bravo. Because I was looking at Tracy. I was like, I need to see these guys side by side, and everything I looked at was like from the side, you know, just weird.
Yep.
So I needed to see that to validate what I already thought. Like, it was a good validation for me once I saw that. I was like, okay, because I was scared to release the video. I was like, this is some bold fucking claims,
Yeah.
Rochelle, that you're putting out there. That this is like two different crimes and they're not even related in that way. And when I got that downloaded, I'm like, I don't know. So I needed that for my validation to be like, okay, cool. I think it's right.
And she started this all last night, and I wasn't playing along. I was like, F this. All these people want to go to these places and hear all this crap, and they have me going on rabbit holes for days. And I'm like, I'm not even doing it. And then I was like, okay, so today, the ring hole thing, and I'm like, guy, like, I've really lost enough sleep. I've lost enough of my life to keep going around in circles with all these silly, like, things that they're coming up with. And she's like, no, there is really a ring. I'm like, I see wrinkles. That's about it. She's like, no, you have to see this. And I'm like, oh, for God's sake. Like, this better be something, people, because this is like, this is like the make or break it, I think. Like,
the only thing that didn't make sense was the height. I wasn't sure if the height. I wasn't sure if the height was right, but I was like, everything else matches. So I'm like, dude, it's got to be. And then I'm going the Gemini, double, 2 crimes. So then I pulled crime charts for 10 and 11 o'clock, and it's a different crime. It's not the same person. I know that's hard to explain, but literally.
So also, the police don't know how to call it anything other than a botched burglary because that's the vocabulary they have to work with.
Well, they said they didn't call it that, so they went back on that, apparently.
Well, they went back on that too. Well, I don't think they have the words to kind of like say exactly what it is without implicating, I think, where they're going with it, really. Because there's no other way to really talk about it other than, oh, you're not going to believe this, but,
Well, and I'm like thinking, these are bold claims, and I'm probably the only psychic saying this. Because somebody else said that another psychic said, oh, there's a guy named Jason, or a guy with a J name, and that he's the one that did something to Nancy. And I'm just like, no. But there is a J involved. It's just not what people think. So, that's what I mean. Like, this clarity just like comes out of nowhere lately, and it's pretty fucking cool, honestly. I did the same thing in Bella's case. And when I went out there and I talked to the logistics guy, every single thing I told him, like, that he did this, he did that, he went there, he came back, blah, blah, blah. He's like, I agree with you 100,000%. And I was just like, this is weird because I've never been this specific before, or just like figured it out like a freaking detective kind of, you know what I mean? Don't take painkillers, I'll be high.
I know, right? Everybody watch Rochelle now.
Take painkillers. We joke about that because I think it was Candace that was in here and she took some medication and I was like high for like half the live.
Yeah, that was. Well, also, even times that you've driven out to certain locations recently in that city, you kind of go through that whole like ungrounding, whatever you want to call it, like spiral out kind of thing too.
I think that Nancy's, like, I'm not ungrounded now, but I think Nancy's case made me like, I was so ungrounded during her reading. It was freaking weird. But then if we look at that long ass download that I had about the whole timeline and how I saw like the second perpetrator and stuff, I just didn't like put together the whole extra camera thing. It didn't make sense that the burglar even fit. I was like, either this is staged or it's somebody else. That was my two things. Because it didn't fit.
I don't know where you're going with, his little friend or whatever, because, I mean, obviously, you could not convince us watching that camera that was anything but either somebody they just took, hey, go, like, take care of this or whatever, and then, took off. Or, I mean, he's just so awkward looking. I've never seen a burglar.
Me and Tracy just thought that it was like a horrible acting job. That's what we thought,
Totally.
But
like, this isn't even real. What are we watching right now? He looks drunk or disorganized, disoriented. Like, what is going on?
And then everybody was making a big deal out of that, and we're just like, oh my gosh, like, this is so fake. But I think it was just
I know.
so awkward that it's so fake. Like, so that's why, and because there's so much staging in the chart and in the crime itself, that it was like, I was thinking that this had something to do with the staging. You know what I mean? So that's where my confusion was. And then I was just like, I don't mean to backtrack on certain things, but sometimes I get more clarity. Like I said, readings can evolve and will evolve. It's not that I'm changing anything. It's just the evolvement of it. Same thing with the evolvement of the location. So, I tell people all the time, like, did you smoke weed? Because
Yeah, exactly. Exactly.
So yeah, no. It doesn't, and that's why I said, are they clearing the family because they're basing it off the video? That's what makes me wonder. Like,
Mhm.
or is it just because they want people to feel comfortable again? You know what I mean? Like, are they trying to say, okay, this doesn't match anybody in the family, so let's clear them? And I can't believe that people actually
Yeah,
say the dude looks scary.
I know. He honestly, I would
I'm
want to
like,
go outside and help him because he looks
that's
so.
what I felt like, you know?
Yeah,
That's what I felt like.
exactly.
I have like 10 different charts pulled.
Yep.
You can go pull your charts.
Way
So,
too much information all
yeah,
over the
I
place.
get help with them anyways. Figuring them out. I don't figure them out myself. I'm still learning.
And
I'm
that
still learning
is
stuff.
also part of the process that puts everything into a
Oh,
because
go pull.
1 second that
Yeah.
somebody's trying to second guess something,
Yeah.
it turns into 5 days of a nightmare for me. So like, just saying.
Oh yeah. 'Cause I'll sit there and
hmm
I'll second guess everything, and then I'll get ready to put it out.
Yep, she will absolutely do it.
You got super fucking windy.
Absolutely.
I have to get off here.
Yep.
Um,
Yep.
I I'll start second guessing everything.
Very
Yeah,
much. Yeah, he's
exactly. He does backtrack.
a lot, really. I feel fun.
But I guess his brother died like right after Nancy went missing or something. I mean, he honestly should have just handed over the case at that point.
Oh, I didn't hear that part
I
either.
saw that today.
Oh my gosh. That's terrible. Yeah, there's a lot going on. Like,
Yeah, I get help. I get help still. Like, I am not
you
I
and
don't
I heard
pretend to be
one
an
too.
astrologer. I get help from someone. They're helping me and I'm learning it. I have to learn as I do it.
Well,
So, you know,
I don't have one in what?
no, I don't. I
Yeah,
have like
she's.
7
This
different charts
isn't
I
like a
pulled for
live
every
reading.
hour.
She's already done it.
Yeah.
Like, yeah, the whole video and the other 3 videos and all that stuff. And yeah, Sheila, our eyes. We can talk about lube for eyes one day because we can share secrets. Just
Yeah.
yeah. Well, again, we go back to the whole thing within the county and everything else. I don't know how much politics or whatever people pay attention to, but there's also something else going on at a local level with cleaning up the crime, and I think that part of that is taken
Yeah.
over. I mean, I understand he's not like a young guy that can go out and get another job tomorrow, so it's very intimidating sometimes. And who this other person is, and I probably have it in one of my notebooks here, but he literally has been a very decorated person in law enforcement and everywhere. He was like the chaplain, and I mean, they make him sound like he's Jesus, honest to God. He has an amazing record, and he's been trying to do all this, wonderful work there, and I could see where he'd feel a little upset if he's been there for a long time trying to, make the place nicer. And all of a sudden, somebody else comes along that's younger and more, hip and up to date. It's kind of, very intimidating, I think, for people. And I probably have it in another notebook because I'm not seeing it here. Because I can't click on my links or I'll lose my screen. So, but yeah, I think he really needs like a little bit of grace at this point too. I mean, nobody, I think, going into law enforcement ever has the thought that they will be faced with something so high profile that is just you can't even imagine. You can't imagine. So it sucks.
Hey, your painkiller isn't working yet. My head and neck's back.
Or who else is the culprit? Or
Oh,
maybe it's
well,
because my legs are falling.
no, her neck hurts still. Her pain meds have not kicked in yet.
Yeah, and the eye stuff too. So, and that's another interesting thing, Rochelle, when you think about it too, when the astrology changes and think about, oh my gosh, right now, with like certain things that affect eyes and how it affects people during certain time frames. Like, oh, that's interesting. You know? Mm-hmm. Yeah, he's definitely not used to that at all. I don't think anybody ever prepares themselves for anything like that.
And
And
he's older, isn't he? Like
he,
he's
well, he
probably in
is,
a
and I don't think he ever, and he's also trying to, he came in at a point where he's trying to outgrow kind of the old boys school type of thing. And that's not an easy thing to do. But, the other thing is when, if anytime there's like a high profile, like especially where it's a disappearance or
yeah.
there's a body, that is so stressful because you are constantly being asked questions.
Mhm.
You're always having to fill somebody in with something. When it's a murder or anything like that, sometimes it's a little less stress because you know that you have resources. You can only use so many resources. That's all you can do. When it's this, it's very different. And Mara, you don't have to leave, honey. Yeah, he's definitely not used to that. He's definitely
No, you don't have to. It's okay. I was just giving you shit. You're fine.
yeah. We were making more fun of Candace than anything. So
No, I was just giving you shit. It's all good.
I know, we're just kidding. Just kidding. But local law enforcement, things like that. I mean, the sheriff's departments, they all work very differently than the FBI. That's why they call themselves the FBI. It's a whole different tier of things that they can use to help crimes. So
Apparently, what I'm saying totally makes sense. I was reading my comments. I'm like, everybody says it makes sense. Oh, thank God, because that
right,
video posted the same time we went live. So, you
it
know,
does like
no,
um,
no.
yeah,
I don't watch other people. I mean, oh, actually, I think I did see a little bit of Lady Zella because I was a little curious, but I left when she started
yeah,
talking about being held in a house, and I'm just like,
yeah.
no.
That was
But I usually don't. But I like when I'm done with like what I feel I'm done with. Sometimes I get a little curious, but no, I don't usually watch other people.
yeah. No, I watched it with you too. Remember, like
Yeah, I fell asleep anyways. I don't remember.
yeah. I
I
mean, some of
don't
the stuff
remember.
I felt
Well,
was
the
kind
REM pod
of
off when she said family tree. The REM pod went off. That was all I remember. And I was
right.
like, "Oh, I
Exactly.
already knew that."
Exactly. Right. Absolutely. Absolutely.
But that's when it started going off again. But every time I would pull something up on Nancy, whether it was like whatever someone was
Yeah.
talking about, the REM pod would go off. I'm just like, okay, I
Uh-huh.
gotcha. I
Yeah.
understand. But I think that's what it was about today was, you know,
Yep.
I think I think this is what it was about today with the REM pod going off at like 3 o'clock in the morning. I think they were pushing me to figure this out because that's what they do now. They'll wake me up, get up, look at the map, like they push me to do shit now. Like I'm like, okay, like
Yep.
spirit helpers. Well, I know she was
Yep.
going west, but I didn't look at like her map or anything. I think I was there for like 2 seconds. Uh, um, but I did see
Oh,
that
I
she
think
was,
she might
the
have been
pendulum was going the same
closer with the
direction that
motive
I
and all
was.
that kind of stuff. Yeah. Possibly. Yeah.
No, 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 you're good. You're good because we're not
Yeah,
going to be on here much
you
more.
don't
We
have to
can't
leave,
wait
Mary.
outside. So and I have to take care of animals and stuff. It's already 10:25. It's like 12:25
Well,
real
this
quick.
is definitely probably gonna make a movie at some point because this is
Yeah, it will when it all comes out and everything's done because I mean it's kind of wild, but like
you can't make this stuff up. And that's another thing that's been really weird is like these last couple cases when people think that it's really out there and far reached. It really isn't that far out there, or
well,
like it's
that's like
mind blowing. Yeah.
I think that's like with like Isabella, like
Uh huh.
what I can't make sense of is why I think he put her there because it doesn't make sense as like how did he have access, but if he knew somebody, but it's like
Yeah. Yeah.
why come back twice unless you are watching over something.
Yeah.
That's the only thing that like kind of validated that she could possibly still be there is
Yeah.
because what are you watching? Why do you keep
Right.
coming back to the scene of the crime just to sit in the same spot? What are you watching?
Mm-hmm.
So
Nancy is a wonderful, wonderful lady. Like, very Aquarius, you know?
I don't know. It just, like I said, somebody sent me the video on TikTok. Oh, run pod.
Uh-oh. They might have just triggered that bad, too.
Did you do that?
No. No, but I'm starting to get a really bad headache.
Is it dying?
It shouldn't be. I just put a brand new battery in it, but I am getting a very bad headache.
Well, it's interesting when that kind of came up right now with the whole Nancy's Aquarius.
Right? Yep.
If you follow me, like you can find my TikTok via my Linktree, message me and then I will try to forward it to you.
Yeah. Oh my
Because I
god.
can't find it on YouTube. But someone sent it to me today. And that's why I'm saying I don't. What's weird is I haven't checked my TikTok in like, I don't even know because I haven't had time. And I don't post videos like this on there. So, because it's just too much, everybody just wants to scroll and talk shit. So I don't like to post like cases. It's too in depth for TikTok. And so yeah, I think it is. And that's what I'm saying. If she wants to find my TikTok, I'm under the Psychic Sleuth on TikTok, but you can find it via the Linktree and then just message me and I'll shoot you the whatever someone sent me. Cause she asked me, she was like, "What do you think of this?" And so I was like, well, that makes a lot of sense.
Yep.
So
Absolutely. And anybody that goes through or experiences either this line of purpose, I guess, if we want to, I'd rather call it that because it's very strong to me, is looking at other people and how everybody coming in all of a sudden, like, I swear to God, everybody, even the dogs, are psychic coming into this case. Like, it's very much like, I don't know how much people take things seriously or don't take things seriously, and usually we're pretty good at feeling out the authenticity in people.
I
So
see
if
some
they're not,
ridiculous.
you know what I mean? If you're, and there's also a code of ethics when it comes to psychic and mediumship work, and there are things out of respect that people don't cross the line, and depending on how you're wording it, like, the only thing is, like, don't, because other people wouldn't appreciate that either, you know what I mean? Like, there's a certain way to handle it and a certain way to approach it, because that is not the problem that comes into play when you're curious about something. Like, of course there's going to be levels of curiosity if it's like, well, I listened to this but it sounds very similar, and how do I get her to listen to it and see if it feels close or whatever, because that's the thing that we're kind of looking for, is just feeling out the authenticity. And I will say, because I've watched her too, like, I find her to be very authentic. And in mediumship, it's not so much, like, everybody says, well, I hope I'm wrong. I hope I'm not right, but this is what I'm getting. This is what I'm feeling. She does feel very, very, very authentic. And she's not all,
Well, no, she has some stuff right. Like I said, the family tree and
Yeah.
everything. Like,
Right.
it's just I don't watch a lot of like
Yeah.
I don't think there's anybody that I really watch like that. I watch like my monthly readings and stuff. Like I have people that I watch for that, but for true crime, I really don't, because I don't like
Right.
to know what other people are saying. I have a
Yeah.
lot of people that come to me and they're like, "Oh, this says this and that," and I'm like, "Please don't do that." Like,
Yeah.
it's so rude, because I do not go in other people's readings and tell them they're
Yeah.
wrong, or no, it's this way, or no, it's that
Exactly.
way, or no, she's here. Like, you just don't do that.
Yeah.
Like, I've been in someone's psychic live one time, and they were doing a case,
Mhm.
and during the case, the mom was in the chat, and she was telling the mom that the lady was like being held somewhere, drugged up, etc. And the whole time I'm seeing Stephanie Parze,
Mhm.
my reference to a woman on the side of
Mhm.
the road in a ditch. And I'm like, no, that's not what's happening. But I didn't say anything because it's not my live, it's not
Right.
my reading. That's the ethics
Mhm.
of it. Even if they're wrong, like, you have to let them figure that shit out for themselves. That's like,
Exactly. Exactly.
you don't just come out and say what you think. That's not what you do.
Right.
And ended up the poor girl was found a couple days later in a ditch on the side of the road. And she had been there for quite a while. So she wasn't alive during the time of this reading.
Yeah.
And so, but my point is that you just don't come into people's lives or their videos or their comment sections and tell them.
Yeah.
I understand that people want to be helpful, but you have to understand that we have a hard time believing what we're getting anyways. I have a hard time with self-doubt. I always will doubt, probably because I'm an overthinker. And I think that there is there's so much pressure to be right. Like I always tell people, like, you can be right a million times, but the one time you're wrong, they will shove it in your face for forever. Oh my God, you were wrong on this. The first time you're wrong, I've had times on TikTok where I had posted something and I was wrong, and right away, oh my God, this is completely off, blah, 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 without knowing how I work. So, we always get things for a reason. So that's why, like, I'm like, people need to kind of like respect. They need to respect the space of the person that's doing the work and spending the hours to do it. You know what I mean?
Yep.
And I don't mean to go off on a tangent. I'm just trying to explain like the ethics of things. Like I don't do that to people, and I don't expect them to come to do that to me, because it's just not cool.
Absolutely. And there is a way to approach it too. There's nothing
Barbara.
wrong in reaching out because something might be similar and you wanting to be either curious
Similar,
or,
but not completely opposite.
yeah. And, and it kind of goes off of whether or not we're feeling the authenticity of people and too, and that's kind of part of it. And I do believe that she says the same things at the beginning of her lives and readings and everything else. Don't come over here with other people's readings and comments and everything. So she's just in agreement with everything that you're saying and stand for too.
Yeah.
She doesn't want the same thing over there. It's hard, and that's.
Oh, I get it. Everybody wants to say what they're getting, and et cetera, et cetera. But just because someone seeing something doesn't make it completely accurate, or make sure that they're perceiving it right, or they're understanding it right. And it can totally take somebody else off track that's done the work for it, or make them start second guessing. Good night, Barbara. And so that's why, like, literally in the Seymour section, it literally says, like, this is not a like a debate place, or whatever. Like,
exactly.
You know what I mean?
Yep.
So we just kind of have to respect each other, and I always tell people, if you have your own thoughts and feelings, go make your own YouTube channel.
Right.
I had somebody come in last night and repeat a whole thing about how she was kidnapped, and then she had a heart attack, and then she fell and hit her face, and blah 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 blah, and then she's buried under a barn, and I'm like, what the fuck? And I responded very nicely to her. But somebody else come in and say, you got that off of Channeling Eric. And it's just like, that you just don't do that stuff. You don't do that stuff. You don't come and say, okay, I got this from this other psychic. You must be wrong. Let me tell you what this other psychic said. Like, you don't do that. It's super freaking rude.
No, you don't.
It's not like I don't have the background.
Right. But everybody's
really
different information also. It's also partly about how you interpret certain things when it's coming through to you. It's a very big part of that. And if you're perceiving things one way, and perhaps maybe somebody's perceiving the information differently, but at the end of the day, it all kind of like coexists somehow. You're getting to where you need to be, how you're doing it, regardless, And just like you said, it's also their responsibility to figure their stuff out on their own. That's a lot of learning how to be more comfortable and, navigating your gifts. They have to learn, you have to learn, like everybody learns. It's always a learning process.
There's certain people I really bite my tongue with. So, that's the ethics that I have. I don't go in and tell them how wrong and off base they are. I just don't do that, because that's not who I am. I wouldn't do that. You know what I mean? And so when I hear certain things, like, from certain people, I'm just like, so respect the person that's putting it out their channel. Don't argue with it. Don't people can have their opinions, but it's just I have to understand. I put hours and hours and hours into this. I just don't throw out random shit. I double check this shit. I triple check this shit. Multiple ways down the board.
Bazillion times, checks this shit.
So I'm not just throwing out some random thing. Before, I used to do mediumship or whatever, but now it's like I have to check this a million freaking times. Yeah.
Sure. Exactly. Totally.
Yeah, you can ask something, girl. But it's just the ethics and respect of things, you know what I mean? So,
Mm-hmm. Yep.
because there's a lot of people I could go tell.
No,
Tracy knows my
wow,
secrets.
wow. I better behave, sorry. Because it's. Let's
And
just.
please do not come and tell me that I am a lot like somebody that we know I'm not anything like.
Oh, yeah, please don't
The
ever
name
do
we do
that.
not, the name we do not mention on this
No,
channel.
no. You, even Ezekiel's standing very firmly, like, yeah, don't do that.
Well, it's windy outside, honey.
He knows better. Like, yeah, don't mess with my mama. That's funny. Look at him. He's like, very protective, very brave tonight. But yeah, Mara, I don't know if you heard Rochelle, but you go ahead and ask a question if you have one, or you know, feel free.
Yep, I'm waiting. Maybe she's too high to type it.
I don't know, but if the headache's coming from her, I will be like, and
Yeah.
absolutely, Sheila.
And everybody reads differently. Everybody's in a different part of their journey. Everybody's in a, you know what I mean? But I've been doing this for 13 years. I don't need to be corrected.
Yep. Everybody
You guys
does.
know that I live in, if you guys know and you've been on my channel, you know that I live and breathe spirit. Like, this is completely my fucking life. Like, literally, the REM pod goes off, and yep,
No.
REM pod is validating that right now. So,
Oh, they're all off too. Wow. Okay, that's a good one. Okay.
hear that? That's
You're very
validating it.
happy.
They know that I live and breathe spirit because like they've been working with me with the REM pod, you know, to tell me to do certain things or whatever. It's kind of just like a push and helpful. And then, you know, the way that they come into the EVP, they come in very, very clearly. I have a very good relationship with spirit. Spirit trusts me. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
The REM pod's still going on.
Yeah.
So I live and breathe this work. Period. This is all I fucking do.
No. Yep.
I don't have a life. That's what I do. So, you know, and the REM pod's still going off.
Yep.
So when
They'll
people
go
start
off.
becoming trying to like correct me,
They're
and
all
stuff,
kicking
like
up.
the hugest pet peeve that I have is when someone tries to come and tell me I'm wrong or this or that. Like, I'll figure it out on my own if I feel like I'm like off base or something. You know, the REM pod's
I'm
still
just
going.
upset because your spirits are validating all this crap for you in my house rather than
I know.
like
I
for me.
don't know what that's all about.
Hmm.
Yeah, I do think she's in water, and I think it's like a seasonal water, like it could go up and down. So because I got the underwater card and a lot of water cards I do in the Scorpio, but I also think like it's a drainage because keep seeing a pipe that, you know, like water runs out of, like a drainage. And Scorpio does rule drainages. The REM pod's still going? What did you
Yeah.
do?
Yeah. I might have to put it.
Really hit on something there.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Why do I always feel like I have seen your face? The feeling you get probably from a past life, girl.
Exactly. That's not coincidental.
No, we've known people before. If we feel that certain kind of
Oh,
connection
my
like
God.
that, doesn't matter if it was even just in passing.
Yep.
We sometimes remember. It's the soul memory, you know. Jesus, what did I do to the REM pod? They're not. See, they're validating that I live and breathe this work. Like, this is all that I do.
Yeah, that's
And
exactly
so
what set it off.
So it was really, really hard when you know, for the 3 months, no one was paying attention. No one was engaging. Like, I was like invisible. That was really tough. I feel like I was yelling into the void and struggling the whole way through it.
That is very true. We thought of all kinds of things. I was like, Rochelle, do you know how to, like, I don't know, like,
and Angela or Angel, please
please
don't take it as like I'm saying I'm not talking crap about any readers. So please, nobody take that. I don't completely agree with everything she's saying. That's all I'm gonna say from what I saw. But I will never talk crap about anybody like that. Like, they all have their own journey. They can all do their own thing.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? The only person there's
Well,
only
with that
one
particular person, she likes to be very authentic anyway. So her reading differently is not a problem whatsoever.
Yeah. No, I
Oh,
don't have problems with, her at all or anything. And I'm not upset that you mentioned her. I'm just saying
yeah.
like I try not to really watch other, psychics or anything. Like sometimes I'll come across and I'll be like, "Oh, interesting, like they got the same stuff as me." So I'm checking to see if they got the same stuff
Uh-huh.
for like 5 seconds, but that's it,
Yeah,
But I've already done my reading, so I don't do it before my reading at all.
right.
But I don't watch for very long. Like I said, I only seen her for like
Right, I'm gonna shut this off. Like, no, stop it, stop it.
Hey, don't turn off my
I'm
spirit.
sorry, because my headache's getting like worse. I don't know what's going on.
Turned off my damn spirits. I can't
Sorry.
believe that. They were
They've already
validating.
look your little cheering section or whatever. They bring the party back to your house. You can do it all night long. It's cool.
They party over here all night. They can't do that at your house, so they figure they come to your house right now.
Sleep here.
Put new
You can
batteries
do it
in,
all times of
spirits.
night. Yep, I definitely have like a window of nope, no fun here.
Well, it was
Mhm.
interesting when that went off. It was about saying that this was my life. So
Yep, and they
that
just
just
kept
validates that. They
going.
know.
Oh, I know they know.
Yeah, because I've tried to walk away from this work a lot because, like I said, the last 3 months
Yeah,
were very fucking frustrating, really
right.
frustrating. Then I still have to figure out a lot of stuff that's happened
Mhm.
last 3 months. So,
Yeah.
oh, my spirits are always freaking partying. I just know, like I said, from 3 o'clock in the morning until about 9 o'clock. They were doing it while I was sleeping, and I was like, "What the fuck is going? Like, what are you guys doing?"
Mm-hmm.
And then when I get up, I had that video. So I don't know if they wanted me to see it
Exactly.
earlier, if they wanted me to figure it out
No,
earlier.
right.
They did the same thing like when I was going up to Tucson. Like especially on the
Mhm.
map, it just kept getting more and more. Tracy hears it when she's on the phone with me sometimes. And then when I get home from like going on a search or something like that, I turn it on and it just starts going
Mhm.
off. Like it's
Yeah,
like a
because she
welcome
goes,
party.
"Hi everybody, I'm home. Oh, hi spirits, I'm home," and they're like,
It
I'm like,
cracks me
"Oh
up
my
because
god."
it cracks me up because it's like when I came back from Bella's a couple times, like both
Mhm.
times I came back from Bella's, as soon as I turned it on because I had it off, it just went
Yep.
nuts for like hours. And then when I
Uh,
came back from Nancy's the last couple times, it did the same thing. As soon as I turned it on, they just like went nuts. Hey, 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 hey!
yep. It did for sure. They just kept going and going and going. Yeah, yeah.
I hate when my dogs do that. It starts off with Cheyenne chasing the cat down the hallway. So dumb. But
I
yeah,
mean,
no, they love it. They even say like on the EVP we have it on a live here. I want to clip it because it's so cool. They said we'll play with the lights or we'll make the
yeah,
lights go off before they did it. It was pretty cool.
yep. One day we'll get Trista on here. We'll do like a little triangular like REM pod session.
Well, yeah, on a day that my spirits aren't tired.
Yeah.
That's
Well,
the thing is they go all night and then they get tired and then they're
yeah.
gone for 2 days and then they come back and they wake me up at 3 o'clock in the morning. So that's what
Well,
I'll
it's kind of funny because in the early
happy
days
life.
when we didn't think there was any spirits that was gonna show up, and then it's like now we have like this portal. Oh my god, they never stop.
Mine are helpful though. They're very helpful
Yeah.
spirits, honestly.
Mhm.
And
Yep.
welcoming or whatever. And I was like, I feel like the EMS was gonna move. Um, like in the EVP, they seem like they have like literal clear stuff to say. I thought that EVP was kind of cool. It was the first time I've used that one,
Uh-huh.
and I was like, oh, I got good results on this one.
Oh, I
But I
still have.
think I only got River tonight. But I mean, that's still just one thing.
I have to send you that other one if I can ever break down the file because that does not sound like it's anything friendly. So, um, that that was strange. That was
Oh, is
strange.
it? Huh.
Yeah.
Yeah, that is funny.
And I was just kind of like, huh, that's
So a
interesting.
lot of times when we experience trauma, our soul is not in our body.
Yeah, I do believe that too.
Hmm. A lot
Aw.
of times, spirit will literally show me them out of their body watching it happen, and then I've seen near-death experiences where they will be like numb.
Yeah.
Not play. It's not playtime. Shira, quit. Dogs are getting antsy. Um, they up Tracy. They hit me once to get you. Mine isn't near an active. Well, it will get there.
Heck yeah.
Yeah, it'll get there. And I just wonder
Yep.
if we all did it with EVP, if it would say what again?
Mhm.
What was I saying? I don't remember what I was saying.
Oh,
Let's
about
see.
how she feels like she knows you from somewhere, or was it further along?
Hold on one second, guys. Tracy, I gotta take care of a dog.
Well, can get this into a whole lot of trouble while she's gone. So yeah. Mar, if you were referencing about how you feel like you might know her or you've recognized her from another, you think you know her, oftentimes we just kind of cross paths in other lives. So it's something that is just, you know, coming back up in our, for trauma, with trauma, usually what happens is because obviously God doesn't want us to experience anything that is horrific and those kind of things. So your spirit is usually removed from your body before like an act of impact or anything like that. Anything that's going to be very violent in that aspect. So you're already, it's kind of like your body knowing and pre-registering with the anticipation of kind of knowing this, because most people do know when it's that's what I'm explaining about trauma, unless you mention something else. But with trauma, you will not be in your body at the time of leaving, probably. And everybody, I hope, also remembers that this also comes from a place of God, and God does not want to have any of us experience something that is going to be as painful that you can possibly ever imagine. We will have the imprints in our memory and in ourselves and things like that. It's but that's what kind of like builds up our memory of when we get into thing. Why do I have deja vu right now? Why does this feel like this happened already kind of before, like that? Can you get amnesia from trauma? I do believe there's parts of your brain. Your brain is kind of like a computer system, and everything has to keep what you're storing things in places. And when trauma affects it, it's kind of like an area in that part of your brain gets corrupt, and it's not able to kind of go back into its regular place in your brain. So there are very many instances where you kind of go through like, oh, I don't remember, let's say anything about the year 1986, for instance, or I don't remember a certain incident. I don't. Those are. It's kind of like fragmenting all the brain fragment. Sorry, I can't talk right now. The fragmentation happens from all the trauma that you're incurring, and most times what happens is that your body is preparing you so that it's impacting it in less of a way, because that's the only way you can protect yourself is by not remembering, I guess. And if everything's kind of fragmented and all discombobulated and everything else, it's kind of like what happens with a computer until you go and you like reformat everything there. Will have like these little places of forgetting things, having amnesia, those anything that is traumatic like that. And that's a lot of why at times people go to like or is it repressions therapy or something. Yeah, just to kind of help bring those things back to the surface in a healthier way, so that you can kind of, because in order to heal that stuff, you kind of have to bring it to the surface. And it can be very, very, very painful, very, very painful. So they try to walk you through that, anything that's very traumatic, anything that's blocked, anything that is kind of suppressing all your health and your growth and everything. So, but definitely can cause elements of amnesia for sure. Now, who's the perpetrator?
I mean, he probably thinks he's cleared at this point.
Mm-hmm.
That's the whole point.
Right. Yep. I think so.
What better to get to somebody to put down their guard and start behaving normally than to say, "Oh, you've got nothing to worry about. We're not looking at you."
I believe so,
Like
Mar,
that.
for
We have
sure.
soul contracts. She knows why everything happened. That has everything to do. Doesn't work like that. They don't get mad on the other side like that. They understand it.
Yep.
Hey, Cheyenne.
Well, I think also that was pretty clear also in the sense when Savannah was speaking like yesterday, you could already tell what a kind of person that Nancy was just from the
Cheyenne,
way that Savannah
quit.
composed herself and talked about, don't worry because she was
You're acting
offering
weird.
compassion. She was offering all these things that she knows her mom raised her on. Like, I mean, that just kind of shows you what kind of a person she
Mm-hmm.
was, you know? Oh, I just got the chills. Yeah, she's definitely not. That's not her cup of tea. Not her cup of tea.
Yep.
I know. Rochelle, were you gonna do readings or anything tonight, or
11 o'clock. So,
it's what?
well, thankfully,
Oh,
like I said, someone donated, so thankfully, I don't have to stress out really about tomorrow. So
that
I'll
would
just
be
take another
nice.
day at a time.
Hmm.
Excuse you. What do you do?
Yeah, and you know what, guys? Like you guys are awesome when you're asking questions, and you do ask very, very smart, intelligent questions. And obviously, if you're asking sincerely, then you're asking because you want, an answer. There's nothing wrong with that, you know. That's what kind of like this kind of stuff is for, talking about those things. Am I getting another cat butt in my feet
Yeah.
in my computer?
Yeah.
Like, and it should be a safe place to ask questions, and even if you're not sure how to word it or
Idea.
whatever, like, it's quite okay to ask questions. And we pray that her body will be found for sure.
I have no way of knowing unless Spirit shows me something in that way. Like I said, everything has timing. There's times that I get, like I said, GPS pings on where bodies are or inklings that something will happen, like Brian Coburn being arrested. But I can't have that unless Spirit says it's
Right?
you know. And sometimes they'll give me like the GPS pings about not every case. Like I
Yeah.
said, it's just weird that like it sucks with cases where people don't listen to me and people that do listen to me, it doesn't happen. Or, things that I can do about it. So it's all about that
Well,
totally sucks.
all
I
in the
just can't get
timing
over
of
that.
everything.
I mean, I never expected I had a dream about Sebastian out of all the, because he was never
Uh-huh.
really, I mean, he was clear.
So, mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yep, absolutely
No, I
timing.
try to answer everybody's questions if I know. Yeah, no, there's timing to
Yep.
everything. There's always a timing, especially when it comes to like, crimes and like arrests and things. There's always a timing to it. Like, you ever notice that sometimes they'll walk by a body like 500 times or for 5 years, and then one day they find it in the same place? That tells you
Mm-hmm.
everything about the whole timing thing.
Yeah.
So,
Well, because when they're searching
especially in
for
life.
somebody, they're thinking they're in their normal state of being in a person. They don't. I don't think they put together the fact that they might very well not look anything like they last looked. Um, when your body deteriorates and things, they miss a lot of people just from the blending in, I guess, of the natural soil or places, terrains very similar. It's sad to say that, but and not all animals are able to detect people that have, passed away, which is sucks.
Well, excuse me, that's I need that. Thank you.
Did you see what Shelby said? Her ball
Yeah.
went off. Yeah, that's cool. Yep, love that.
Well, like I said, I watched this one Psychic Detectives episode, and literally the psychic told the cop where to go, and the cop went and he looked. They took dogs, blah blah blah. Didn't find anything. Another time they went back, same place, found her. So it happens. Just
Yeah,
like,
it does
that one
happen.
lady that was by her car that they walked
Oh,
by for I don't even know how many times, she was right there. So it happens.
yep, happens more often than people realize.
That went off with Sebastian, didn't it?
Yep, it did.
Figures.
Well, I know it sucks.
I know that was a real dream. I know he was showing me where the
No,
fuck
I
he
totally believe
was.
it's a real
It was
dream, but
weird, but it was different than my other GPS dreams, but
no, that was very vivid.
yeah.
Very vivid. But
Well, it depends
will
on if
he
they're
ever be able
right.
to be free of that until somebody charges people
Well,
that
the
should be?
problem is that I feel like there's so much, and this is why cases don't get solved. This is why cases go on for a long time, is because they end up getting um, a tunnel vision and they get focused on one thing, or one area or whatever, and they don't kind of expand any of that. So that's why I think a
Yeah,
lot of cases go unsolved for a while.
that is true. That is true. And
Wasn't
just because
happening.
they happen to be
Could have
like
been
in
solved
this,
a really long time ago if they would have just got their fucking
yeah.
nose off of the dad. Just
Here
saying.
comes the cats. Here comes the kitties. That's
And,
cool. Snow White time. Snow White time. You're gonna have to get you a dress or something. Mm-hmm. Wow.
nurse, I had a lot of experience.
Cool.
And I've heard other nurses say they have certain experiences and stuff
Mm-hmm.
about
Yeah.
it.
Oh,
You wonder how my microphone got
that's cool.
messed up.
Oh.
This is Minna. She was one of the garage cats, and she was one of the more skittish ones when I first brought her from the garage. Eli had to have her because she was so beautiful, right? We ended up not being able to separate the three because we literally never used to get cats in the garage out there. They were like laid there on purpose. And so I ended up keeping all siblings because I just couldn't separate them.
See, this is why she can't be left alone out in the wildlife, people. Just
Well, they
saying.
used to suck on their brother.
She
They were
brings
also
the wildlife home.
They were also bonded. They used to suck on their brother, and actually,
Yeah.
the other sister is a tortie, and she's in love with Rose. Like, I'm glad I kept her because they're like besties. But torties are my favorite.
Yeah. They are all siblings for sure.
Yeah, no, these three, they're like the orange one that he used to be friendlier when he was younger. He got kind of weirder when he got older. Like he comes and lays with me when I'm in bed, but he doesn't come out here too much. It's weird. Rose is out here all the time now. I don't know what's going on with her, but yeah, Minna doesn't come out a whole lot.
They're clearing all the energy and keeping you healthy.
Yeah, that's what they do.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what kind of irritates me like I see like people say she was kidnapped. I just get so mad every time I hear people say she was kidnapped. Even certain psychics say it, and I'm just like,
There goes our umbrella, thanks.
there goes the REM again. Why are all my spirits at your house?
I don't know, but I have like a horrible headache and I need to go.
Come over here, spirits.
I don't go to Michelle's. She's waiting for you. It's only what, 1 o'clock? Oh, I still got like 2 hours.
I know, or you should get off here. I have to take care of everybody anyways. Mine has music. You can come play the music and the lights.
I know, see that? Rochelle has toys and animals and it's so much fun over there.
It's fun to play with the music. Kai has started tucking himself into bed, not coming out again.
Oh, he's doing that again?
Because he has that little.
Is he upset about something? Is he just having a temper tantrum? What's going on?
Well, I put him in there when I let the other dogs out because he'll like attack their ankles and stuff because he's a weirdo.
Yes.
And then when I go to let him out, he just doesn't want to come out. He gets in his like
Yeah. He's a little diva too, like whatever.
He has that little cave bed. He just looks so comfortable.
He's a little diva.
Yep. He had to have his duck, and I think he lost it.
Oh no! Oh no!
Stupid duck.
Wow. Yeah.
I mean, we don't know if they are using mediums or aren't. You never know.
Yeah. Oh,
Um,
good.
that's one thing. Like you know,
They
we
keep that close to the vest too.
could they when law enforcement uses mediums, they don't come out and say, "Oh yeah, we use a psychic or a medium."
Exactly.
Say that. So, but it might not
John
be.
Edwards does a whole thing about that, and the FBI guys will tell you, especially the FBI guy, because he didn't want everybody to think, "Oh my God, what are
Yeah,
you
I'm
doing?"
listening to that book right now.
Right? Like
John
it is,
Edwards' new
yeah,
book. I'm
yeah,
listening to it because I wanted to. I got it.
very, very entertaining.
Yeah.
Yep. Mm-hmm. And just like with Rochelle, when she calls in a tip or something, she literally has to describe herself as just a concerned citizen after they basically already have her loaded in the computer and going to drive over and check her out because how does she know this information if
There's
she's
so
not?
many tips I've turned in. They're probably like, "What the fuck? Like, not this
Yep.
late." And
Exactly. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
yeah,
And she's very
so,
careful in how she words things.
yeah. I just say it's
Mhm. Very
because actually I
professional.
turned in a tip for Camilla, and I told them to
Yeah.
circle back to searched areas, and interestingly enough,
Yep.
they did. But I know that they did mention they listened to psychic, but that could have been somebody else because I didn't say I was one. I just say
Exactly. You're just a concerned citizen.
I'm just an independent researcher.
That too, yes, very true. And they do have those, yeah.
And the
So,
last time I kind of made a funny with it
yeah.
when I turned in my tip. That's why I'm like, I don't know, because I said, "Hey, what are you doing, Violet?"
Rochelle, do you
If
know
I
what the name of the book is off the top of your head? Do you remember?
Chasing Evil,
Yes. I wasn't sure if that they had named it that or not, but
and I listened to the
Chasing
audiobook.
Evil.
Yeah,
Yep, that's cool.
I do, but none of them get followed up on. But the last tip I
No,
turned
we
in,
don't know because we thought when they were in Marana, for instance, like, oh my God,
I know
maybe
when they were in Murano, that was weird because I
well,
had turned that tip in.
you can't make
But
these things up.
no, I said, well, I said,
Oh,
because you know they asked me how you know, right? And so I said I'm an independent researcher,
right.
and then I said, well, I've been every place before you guys have.
Literally a dad. Like,
Tell them that. I was just like, they're probably not gonna find it.
uh-huh.
Ow, cat, dig your nail in
But
my.
no joke is like when you're driving around and all of a sudden none of your Google Maps is working properly and all this other stuff, and I'm going, maybe they're tracking you, like, because literally they have a way to follow people around or whatever, and then
Good.
to the last couple of days when that friggin' rusted color or whatever orange Jeep keeps showing up on TV, I was like, oh, like, wow, that's interesting. Like, oh, it's not you, but it's somebody that might resemble you very closely. It's a car, and I'm just one day, but yeah, chasing. Yep.
And I messed up because I actually bought the book on Amazon thinking I don't know why I was thinking that I could listen to it on Kindle, dude. I bought it for Kindle and I was like, then
No,
I opened up and I'm like, wait, I have to read this? Like I can't read. Like I can't focus to read, so it doesn't work for me. Like I
I
have
know
to
me either. I'm
I've heard.
totally turned off by that.
Yeah, I don't know why I thought that. So then I was like, shit. So I
Oh, do you
had to
think it
do
was
audio
Audible?
anyways.
Was it
And
supposed to be Audible? Maybe.
yeah, well, yeah. So you could do Audible or Kindle, and I don't know why I was thinking you could listen on Kindle. So I
Yeah.
basically bought the book, and then I still had to get Kindle. And now I'm like, I don't know if I should just return the book because I'll probably never read it. And I'm just listening to
No,
it. Did you
you
get
don't
one
read
for
the books.
Audible?
No, I'm just
I
kidding.
could have got it for free for like $14. I was so dumb, mad at myself.
Yeah.
It
Well,
was
especially getting details like that when something is so like it involves a lot of sophistication, I like to hear it better
yeah.
because I remember it better. If I have
Oh,
to read it, I'll go, oh, Snow White woke up one day, was walking through the forest, and all the cats came, and then it's like something shiny. I'm like,
I can't.
oh boy, and I'll never go back to that
Ever
book
since I
again.
got my gifts, I can't read and focus. Like I have to read things like
Right?
500 times. It's just dumb.
Yeah, exactly.
So,
You have to do it that way, even like with headphones, and especially to no distractions. Like, totally.
But yeah, it's called Chasing Evil. It's John Edwards, and he worked with the FBI agent for 20 years, and they just came out with a book about.
Yep.
And then the part I'm listening to, I mean, I guess so far it's about a serial killer that they were hunting together.
Yep. Well, he was stuck on what to do and where to go, and didn't have any anything else where he could go. Like thinking everything on the outward
He
world,
made him a believer.
nothing, no leads, no nothing. And so he happened to hear about John, and was kind of like, well, with a grain of salt, like, and actually had an experience with him where he was kind of like, wow.
He gave him a reading.
And vetted him and everything, and just spent time together, and kind of got to know each other, and felt like he had like a very sincere presence about his work and things like that. And next thing you know, 20 years later, we're just hearing about it, for Christ's sakes. Like,
See, I mean, I love John Edwards. I know a lot of people say he's fake. No fucking way, dude.
yeah, no,
I love him. He's, I think we're kind of similar in little bits of, in a little bit of ways. That's why I kind of relate. But like he knew stuff about the case that he shouldn't have known, and then he gave the guy a reading, and so it was good.
Yep. Yes, he did.
It is a good book. I'm only about how did the Audible version of the week it came out. Oh yeah.
Top of the list.
So, I don't know that they play with spirits, but I think the only dog I have that reacts, she'll randomly bark and run down the hallway. It's really weird. And I've seen her like stare at nothing, like be weird. But mostly just the cats come and clear the energy. I don't really think they mind them too much. There's no hissing or growling or anything, I think everybody just coexists. And the kids come and play with the REM pod.
Right.
I don't.
Oh, do I always wear? Well, I don't know. Do I?
I was like, I don't think it's a wig.
Yeah, no, I think I shoveled and my hair got wet, and I wear hairspray, and no.
Huh?
It probably looks like junk. For sure. Any other questions? And yes, animals are very highly receptive to anything.
He'll always finds himself over here.
Yeah.
Usually during videos and stuff. He came and parked himself over here earlier when I was recording. I had to add stuff because as I was recording, I was getting more stuff. So that's why in some of it you'll see the cat and then he'll disappear. You'll see the cat.
Right. All the time.
I don't know. I didn't get that. I mean, I kept pulling the card, but it didn't make sense to me, so I don't think so.
Right.
Oh, you know why they're doing that? The guy had a gun on his on his waistband. Yeah.
And I had a gun show.
It wasn't used to do anything to her. I'm like, no. It was used as you guys don't see the gun in the video?
Yeah, there's a gun there. And there was also a gun convention or something like that weekend, so I think they're just trying to see if anybody recognizes anybody.
Yep. I'm telling you, they're focused on the freaking guy in the camera.
Yep.
Oh,
Another awkward way to bring a gun to a gun show, like, oh, I'm going to kidnap you, but I'm safely going to have this gun here and this dingly holster. Like, it doesn't make sense. Mm-hmm.
Well, he's John Edwards is authentic, but he also like he doesn't take shit. Like there's boundaries. Like it's like nope, that's not what it is. It's this. You know what I mean? And I think people don't like that sometimes. Kind of like they don't like that. That's why I said I think we kind of are similar in that way. Because I tell people that I don't try to make things fit. Either fits or doesn't. You hang on to what doesn't fit. Like no, that's not what I'm getting.
Yep.
Oh, yeah. I don't. Yeah, that was the whole timeline. Like I said, he saw her do it. So obviously she was deceased.
Yep. That's true.
I'm telling you, that's what they're trying to trace is that stupid gun.
Yeah.
That wasn't the one was used. They're focused on the video for whatever fucking if they ever think that a guy like that could ever pull off stealing a
No,
84-year-old woman out of her house by himself,
no, but if they are actually able to put enough pressure on him to where they bring him in to question him and
that's what
he's
I'm
on the
saying. I think he's
cracks.
gonna get caught in that way where
Yeah.
they're because it's almost like I see him getting caught and then questioning him and him like spilling the beans. He might even have some sort of surveillance that he's holding on to.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know.
Exactly.
Because he's gonna have to prove it somehow. But
Mm-hmm.
otherwise,
Okay.
or he could just be a witness. He could just be a witness. Like he could have just seen it with his own
Right.
eyes. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Absolutely.
So
And
that's
you're
why
gonna work on that rumor tomorrow about the whole relation to whomever's and
yeah, I don't know. We haven't looked into that because it's the first we've heard about it today.
it didn't excuse me, it didn't come up in the other like references to anybody else being related. I can tell you that the way that the cluster map kind of works with people and their family and everything is very strange. And some people have a long list of people, and other people have a very small list of people. And yeah, so, but it is one of the things we're going to work on tomorrow. So,
Tracy does the investigation. She does all that shit. Like I would get lost in the work that she does. I'm just a psychic that tells her shit, and she just looks it up. So it's
well,
like,
it's
are you
helpful in a lot of
sure?
ways for validation because it's not something you want to do is by putting something out in public. If you want to know that there's validation and why you're getting the things that you're getting, like the information, and it's a very difficult to publicly put things out in the open when there's no reason for it to exist, for instance. Like, so if she's getting something
Stop.
and there's nothing out there that is even correlating to it, it's even more interesting because sooner or later, right, Rochelle, you gotta find out. This isn't public knowledge, but it will be public knowledge
I mean,
because
we knew about that guy before anybody else did, because like
you,
literally the 29th, and then you looked it up, and like we knew the first. We
yeah,
had to do some more research and to make sure
yeah,
that like he was
absolutely,
matching everything
yeah,
before I gave it out to you guys. So
yeah,
I'm not one to just like if we know a suspect, I ain't just gonna like randomly throw out a suspect without some
right.
investigation to it.
Can also imply that there's a certain looking extremely handsome man that is a suspect. But we know why, because some people are intimidated by handsome people,
A RIM pod? Yes, RIM pods you can buy.
Yep.
You can buy them on Amazon. I got mine for like $60. It's called Gift for You. That's the one I have. I don't know which one she has. She ended up with a different one.
That's pretty well. It's
Hers
close
is
to
free.
it.
Mine sounds like music. So if you have animals or something, it's
Yeah.
probably better.
And yours takes A battery or double A batteries, I think. Mine takes 9 volts. So.
Mine takes 4 AA's on.
Yeah. I knew it was something like that.
Oh,
But yeah, this kind of
weird.
weird
This
one.
case has been completely clear for me. It's
Yeah.
weird. That's what I'm saying. I think it had a lot to do with like the Neptune and Aries and the fact there's so much Aquarius energy.
Mm-hmm.
And I wasn't even gonna touch it, guys. I wasn't gonna touch it, but I
Nope.
would choice. Like I tell you guys, I don't pick the cases; they pick me. I don't pick them because they're popular. I don't pick them because whatever. I pick them because Spirit chooses me to pick them. She came to me that night. She showed me what she showed me. I was put in the case.
Well, interestingly enough, it was like that night, I believe, that you were being questioned in the live, and you're like, I heard bits and pieces of it, but it's nothing I've been drawn to, yada, yada, yada. And within a couple minutes, like, things already started happening.
Yeah.
And she sat there very quietly, but was kind of like, and immediately, oh my God, like, I feel sick, I feel this, I feel wicked hot, like, everything was happening was, starting to come to fruition, and I just got wicked hot, like, the whole 9 yards starting with this, so
And
it was
EMF went.
kind of at that point, you can't really say no, so, You know?
Like one time, once she showed me the perpetrator made me nauseous and the RIM went up, and I saw how she passed. Like I saw what he did.
Yeah,
I was like, okay,
right.
I'll let you guys know later. And then I'm like,
Mhm.
hey, Tracy, is there such thing as like a son-in-law or son in the area? Someone was like a son. So she went and found him right away.
Mhm. Like
So
literally, I
we
don't
like
even
knew.
think I looked. It showed up so quickly, like just yeah. And because we had this experience with the case already from Isabella, it's like you're not even gonna believe this. Like, yeah,
The
I'm not gonna believe
The
this.
Gemini,
When
same name and everything was fucking wild. It was wild.
Mhm.
So I think it was because we already learned the whole Gemini and what they do in
Yeah.
cases, how they
Oh heck
misdirect, throw out all these like
yeah.
false flags and stuff. So I think we learned that with that Gemini case, and that's why this one has been a little bit easier because we know that type of perpetrator. They just throw out misdirection and cover ups and stuff. So
Totally.
I think we learned from her case very much,
Yep.
and her case came through very clear as well. Like that's what I'm saying. It's just it's
Mhm.
different. It's not like I'm sitting here scribbling and doing mediumship. It's
Yeah.
the downloads will come when they're supposed to come, and like sometimes it's come when I'm doing the card readings, or sometimes it's like
Yeah.
it gets triggered. Like what triggered the stuff today was somebody sending me that video. So
Mhm.
it'll get triggered, and then it'll be just like. And it doesn't even feel like psychic information. It's like claircognizance, like I just know, but I'll get visions with it. It's really weird. Tracy, Rochelle, Tracy is the lady. What?
Oh, for the daughter or for I don't think she's very familiar with the case, but
Oh,
the home
show
kind
host or
of
something.
yeah. Yeah, she is a little bit famous, but I think her daughter's more famous than that.
Yeah. Hey.
Yeah.
Hi, baby.
Yep.
Good.
It has been like something else. Just something else. And guys, when Jill kind of started asking, oh, is she? Yeah, the victim, honey. Yeah, she's the mom of somebody that is on a daytime morning show, I guess, and she does like other kind of documentary journalistic things too from time to time. But I think Nancy's more kind of laid back and humble, like in her neighborhood, so they don't really look at it like she's like some big celebrity or anything. She's very kind
No,
and
I think Nancy is really kind. I just think, and that's
yeah,
the thing is, she just finally put up her boundaries.
yeah, totally. You
Sometimes,
have to get to a point where you just say no, like, oh,
yeah.
sorry.
Well, I don't say no either. That's my. If I had money to
I
give,
know.
like, you know what I mean? I'm always spoiling people if I have it.
You're
But
welcome.
I even bought a tattoo for one of my clients for her son when I had money. Like that's just how I am,
Hmm.
and I designed it too.
Yep, very much
Designed, I
so.
guess I could say, but it was special. It was the one that like he came to me before he passed. So,
Yeah.
um,
Yep.
where is it? Well, someone said something about Nancy found money missing. That's why she took Uber there. I don't know if that's true
Really.
or not.
Mm-hmm. All right, so um hmm. Well, I would probably agree with that philosophy also. Because it kind of goes in alignment with everything else that was going on at that current time. And according to everybody else, her birthday dinner, whatever, was like 2 weeks prior, and they had an argument then. So somebody obviously called and reported whatever was going on there. And because I know, because I zoomed in and saw the card myself with my own eyes, because I couldn't believe it. Like I was like, stop, because guys, like, yeah, see, literally is trying to figure out the narrative about that. Yeah. Well, it's probably in their best interest. Yeah. But yeah. And that's why other things like in the mix of everything happening around there is like that's all just an added layer so that they're kind of delayed on it fighting all the people. Sorry, man. Like I don't know. And that was probably what is going on right now. It's a lot of digital stuff. It's a lot of things like that.
Well, and somebody just says, "I'd like to know where they're getting their information." What? The neighbor's home is an Airbnb, and and was empty at the time. Not talking about that neighbor. I'm talking about fucking neighbor Jason. Literally
Yeah, right.
put it on there.
Yeah.
Um,
The one that might get.
I'm also confused. The missing items are Nancy's clothes, medicine, medical devices, Nest camera. They took the Nest camera and still have it. No, they didn't. They smashed it. Where's this person getting their information? I don't know of any stolen Nest cameras.
I don't know. I still laugh every time about the plant. Hey, Veronica. Like, who covers a camera with a plant? For God's sakes, is a professional cartel kidnapper. Oh my God, my head hurts. Yeah, that's crazy. Just crazy. Yeah. Again, probably more rumors. People
I'm
talking.
like, what are you listening to, dude? Like,
probably JLR or whomever, like saying things out loud because that's a lot of the problem. A lot of the problem. But yeah, they were actually trying to raid one of the other. I think the one that went to jail today or whatever, or yesterday. But, yeah.
that dude doesn't live 15 minutes away. He lives with his mom somewhere around there.
Yep.
She wants to know
the REM pod. She was wondering about the REM pod.
Yours or mine? Well, mine is called Gift for You. Why are you being weird? Why are you being weird? Stop. Maybe that's why it's not working. This thing is messed up.
Oh, we need to be calibrated, maybe? Yeah.
No, it's this thing keeps falling out for some.
Yeah, I was having like the same thing. Mine seems like a little loose or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah. I think on Amazon they have them all kind of listed fairly.
That's
I
the one.
know.
Looks like it's called Gift for You.
Yep.
It's,
I know that's one of the brands. I don't know.
that's the one that.
But yeah, that's what I have to talk. But that's what mine looks like, and it kind of gives it that little aesthetic feel to you. So that's REM pod right here. It just picks up different frequencies. And the EMF, when there's a change, it registers with it. So it's kind of like if perhaps we want to be visited by anything that changes within the element of the air around us, it can touch the device and let us think about that. And, I mean, they like Rochelle for the most part. So, Especially at 3 a.m. What is that? What does that say about this lady? 3 o'clock in the morning.
I was sleeping. I wasn't telling them to come play.
Yeah,
I wasn't even doing anything. I was sleeping.
Exactly. We're waking you up. That's when the party starts, people. 3 o'clock. 3. Absolutely. All right. Well, how did my phone just... Why did my phone just do that? That was strange.
Well, even if he lived 15 minutes away, who says he wasn't trolling the neighborhood?
Who lives where? What?
They said that he was a neighbor, and this lady's saying he's not a neighbor, lives 15 minutes away. She doesn't know why they're calling him a neighbor. I said, even if he, like, neighbors should be within the vicinity, but even so, because he wasn't driving.
Well, I think he kind of presented himself like that too, like, and said that those things kind of like, but.
And I don't know, like.
Yeah.
I mean,
he's probably camera guy.
We have to find his address, so I mean, it doesn't mean he doesn't know the neighborhood, and maybe he was trolling around. Why else does he have burglary gear? Just saying, that guy in the video is ring matches. However he did it, why ever he was there, Too much matches.
Mm.
When you're wearing the same ring that's literally in the glove
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
and your face matches, at least this part, from what you could tell,
Mm-hmm.
and he
Yep.
stands the same way and is goofy. The only thing that was getting me was the height. I couldn't really tell, but
I don't know. I don't know.
what's up, Mio?
Yep.
What-
Well, the witching hour. That's why I was kind of like laughing about the party starting at 3. You know. For Rochelle, I like literally live 45 minutes maybe from Salem, Mass. So you know all about that. Mm-hmm. Right, Rochelle, and all
Yep.
your listeners.
Sometimes her RIMPA will go off to validate stuff that I say and vice versa.
Yeah.
So
Huh?
well, you don't have to
Yeah.
you don't have to have it on all the time. You can turn it off.
Right.
I keep mine on all the time because I feel
Yeah.
like I was
No.
but unless they go like that, it doesn't go
Yeah.
off.
Yep.
So, and mine sounds different than hers. Hers screams. I couldn't handle that one.
Right.
Mine's
That is true.
like a musical thing. They tend to like it for some reason.
One.
Boy or a piano or you know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Just kind of like that. So
Yep. And yeah, you probably wouldn't want to do that anyways, because as much as you can kind of attract any type of, energetic whatever, you don't want to be, putting a place where it can draw so much into it.
come on, dude.
Yeah.
This is why I think my mic broke. Fucking rubbing against it like this all the time.
Yeah, they were rubbing up against that pretty hard last time, if I recall. Mm-hmm.
That's why it got loose or something.
Mm-hmm. And they were like, "Mama, you're not touching me. Why aren't you touching me?"
Well, Neo, I haven't seen Neo in my bed in a while, so he's probably like,
Yeah, he's been a stranger, huh? Hi, Leo. Bud.
so knock my water bottle off the table.
Wow. That's like 2 days in a row you've had a problem with bottled water or something.
No, I don't know why it's leaking. Like my water bottle is leaking, and I don't know why. But
I don't know, but kitty butt. And balls over here.
he doesn't have any of those, so you can't say that.
Yeah, well.
Don't
The
tell
ones
him.
that light up or whatever. I don't know.
Don't tell him he doesn't have those anymore.
Don't tell him he doesn't have them anymore. You would think he'd be the first to know.
He probably
You'd think.
doesn't remember.
Yeah. But yeah, they're very cool tools, and just sometimes, it's like, wow, that's fascinating. And then other times we're literally just trying to get through comparing notes, and it's like, like, is it what is his name? Dana Harvey and the other one there that do the Wayne's World. It's like, like that's what it's
Oh, I have no idea, Georgia. I have no control over what I get, what downloads I get. I have no control over that, especially lately. Like I don't even fucking know. Cadaver dogs are not foolproof. They took the bedding. So they're not foolproof.
Yeah, they don't always have like.
If they used any kind of cleaner, anything like that, they had hours.
Yeah.
If they took the bedding, and whatever, threw off the scent with some other kind of cleaning thing on her bed. It doesn't just because someone dies in the house doesn't mean a cadaver will always
Yep. Well, and the other thing too is like people, and just for technical, medical purposes or whatever, as their bodies start to decompose, they do it at a different rate for everybody. So depending on how long a person is left somewhere, it all depends on how quickly your body will break down, and the dog can, be able to pick up on that. So that is a very good reason why a dog wouldn't necessarily, be successful at that.
If they miss, they're not valuable, depending on how well they cleaned up.
Yep, that's true too.
Like I said, they removed her blankets and she wasn't there for like super long. So
No, I don't think she was there that long either. Not at all. And
and like 4 hours.
yeah,
Because by
yeah,
2:30 they're moving. That's why I pulled the chart for 2:30. I want to see if they moved after.
yeah.
Before she was there. So that's why it was a little confusing.
Yes and no, because I think it wasn't really coming together by feeling like, let's just say, somebody dropped somebody off very, by the clock kind of thing. And who brings their 84-year-old mother-in-law? I'm sorry. I would never bring my mom to the garage that might not be well lit up or everything. She has a hard time, like, getting around. It's just terrible. Like, I would walk her up to the door. I would carry her if I had to, obviously. Make sure she's at home safely inside the house. Nice and even tuck her in, for God's sakes. Like, why are they not taking care of her? It's terrible. But, you know. And I don't know, Rochelle, how do you feel about that if a spirit will stop visiting after? I think we all kind of like have that experience. There's less energy of a past person that will come around and visit. And, they also have jobs on the other side. They can't hang around and hang out with us all day. So, everybody still has jobs. Like, everybody thinks it's great and everything. Like, everybody has a job over and out. Like, it doesn't end, people. Yeah.
So, you're talking about the question. So, spirit doesn't ever stop visiting. They're always around. It's just they, as far as signs and you feeling them or having dreams and whatever it may be, like that gets less and less because we have to learn how to live a human life without them. So they have to do their own thing on the other side. So they stay as long as they need to, and as time goes on and they get better, then they kind of go and do whatever. It doesn't mean they're not around, whatever. So.
Exactly. See, that's the stuff the FBI needs to tell us there.
Because apparently they connected, and if they took the watch, then they have no way to know.
Yeah. Yep, exactly. But the batteries can last, I guess, for a very long time, unfortunately. And I say that because, it gets people's hopes up if something should happen or whatever. And it keeps the machine working doesn't necessarily mean that the person is still with us. So that kind of sucks. And yeah, the data stuff, like, probably in the hands of the other person that was in charge of everything else. Just saying. Control freak. Oh, my head hurts. Yep. And hopefully, Yancy comes home at least where her daughter feels comfortable that she's puts her at peace, I guess, at some any way, shape, or whatever she can. It's very sad. Just I don't know that.
Like, and they'll still come back, I think, from time to time. Like if they want to give a dream or a sign, they don't like leave forever. It's just that it gets different as time goes on. That's all. And as we grow and heal, we don't notice as much.
Exactly. And people go on to become other people that are, reincarnate into or incarnate, however you want to explain it, into their next life and things like that.
The way that this is literally the astrology in the case.
Yeah.
The Aquarius rules like online stuff. Like this is why you get a bunch of internet sleuths, internet psychics, things like that. This is just literally the way that the case is. I noticed a lot of quick signs like that. Sebastian's was like that. Summers was like that. This is like way over the top. There's aspects, but
yep. And being out in the open also, like, even some of the cards coming back with like literally out in plain sight, but yet being public out in the open. Like it is kind of like showing very much like, yeah, there's a lot to learn here. Everybody needs to be on the same page, but and not to implant anything. We're just saying it's very strange that a sketch comes out of somebody that we all know does not look like a white person, but the video camera shows a white person. Like, what are we doing here? Are we done past all this baloney here? Because you can only push a narrative so far.
Or somebody with a ranch or something. They're trying to make it look like, I don't know. It's fucking weird.
Something along those lines, yeah. But
And that goes along with the misdirections and things too.
yeah,
With police, I don't think they've ever dealt with anything like this and the media attention and stuff. And I think they just, I don't know if they got tunnel vision or they're just not
yeah,
like they're just letting it look like one way when they're doing something else. That's very possible.
yeah, exactly, Mara. That's kind of what they were describing when they mentioned the
understand too that even if the data is sent to anybody, who was taking care of her?
yeah. Well, we all think we know who has control over all that bullshit. Anyways,
Yeah, somebody told me that they had a pacemaker and it worked for a very long time afterwards. Anyways,
yeah. Uh-huh.
But they were in control of all that stuff.
Yep.
They knew how it all worked. That's what I'm saying. He needed time. He needed help. Like I had somebody ask me, like, why would he bring somebody else into this? Because he couldn't do it by himself.
Mm-hmm. Yep. But he can control everything.
Backpack and without, he could have taken off the backpack. Doesn't mean it's two separate people.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So, kind of a crazy situation. And unfortunately, this is not like the first time about hearing about something similar related to how they are trying to commit crimes nowadays. So everybody be cautious. Just be, openly aware of what's going on in your environment and people in your neighborhood because you never know. And make sure you keep your doors locked, unfortunately, and provide yourself with cameras and things that can protect you. Because I don't think it's going to get better from here,
I just have dogs. So
You said
dogs coming in here.
Yeah. And look out for each other, nowadays if you think something's going on in your neighborhood, or especially with older people that might have terrible kids, whatever, like keep an eye out on them. Just check on them every once in a while.
I don't know why people are commenting, but they're not watching the reading. So it's like you want to watch this video, you gotta go watch the other video because they're like, why wasn't there blood on the mattress? Well, she was strangled. There would be no blood. Like the blood was on the pillow or a pillow because of her head. That's it.
First
Not
of
like
all,
she was.
Visualizing and reading what you're putting back in your, for public information and all that stuff. You're just speaking about what you're seeing, what is being shown to you. You do not have an affidavit or whatever in your hand that says exactly what went down, because that would be very suspicious. Like if you did.
I know, but I'm just saying, she wasn't like there wasn't any like. It wasn't like that.
They don't have any way to
like I
validate
hit in the head, and then
exactly.
So there wouldn't be blood on the mattress, maybe on the pillow.
Yeah. Yep.
But you don't listen to the reading, so
they don't even have anything released to the public that would be able to argue with you about this point. So I'm weird about that comment to begin with. Like,
I mean, all the comments are like that. It's like, okay, go watch the reading. Like it's all laid out in there. This is just the extra thing that I feel doesn't make sense.
Uh-huh. Uh-huh.
Like I literally just don't. Why does he do that?
Oh,
I
that's
literally,
coming from you. You mean you're doing the comparison part right there? Is that what you mean? All right, because I thought they were arguing.
well, no, it was the video explaining the whole other,
Okay.
you
Yeah.
know, the whole Violet quit, the whole other that it's.
Yeah.
I think it was like two different crimes. That's just the
Right.
video
Okay.
explaining the crimes. And then you have people saying things that aren't true. Like, as far as I
Yeah.
know, they take their medication.
Yeah. I think everybody with common sense said the same exact thing. Was like, if you're going to do that, why are you taking her medicine? Where's her medicine?
Hmm.
You know, they kind
But
of
then,
already know that there's not going to be a longevity in this exchange without that medication. So, but, you know, I don't know.
and
That's
I don't
crazy.
see them just like thinking, oh, well, we're not getting any money. Let's just drop her off at the police station.
Right? Oh. Well, you know, in times like that too, you might, when you're acting kind of out of rage or whatever, especially where you had that comment come into your mind about how long things were happening. I find that very ironic when you realize exactly how not long it didn't drag out for after she's hurt. Like, you know what I mean?
No, I mean, that's what I'm
It's
saying.
scary.
I explained everything in the video and everything's
Yeah.
explained in the readings. Like, just go watch the readings. Like, this is just like an extra thing. I don't know.
Yeah.
I'm like frustrated because I feel like all the answers are already in the readings. So
Yep,
I don't
they
want
are.
to go through the
Right.
I hope you're
Mm-hmm.
right, Marie. Because if not, this is one of those cases. It's make or break your career. So hopefully,
Well, you can't unsee
I
what you
always
saw first of all,
yes.
so yeah.
And then if I get it wrong, I tell Tracy I'm going to quit.
She says this every case though. Like literally. Literally.
Well,
Yeah.
because sometimes I've gone against the narrative and I'm just like, I don't know what to say. I can't change what's being said here. And it's not what the cops are saying. And it's like, I
Yeah.
have to quit because people are not going to believe me. I think I'm
No, and
wrong.
that's usually when we end up going on the rabbit hole because we're looking for every other possibility that might shape that in some way. And you know, that's another thing too that's kind of changed and built up in some way was that more of this going back and forth kind of opens up her mind's eye, you know, more clearly about other things that have kind of happened. So when the download drops come along, it's like, oh my God, now there's another element they have to add to it and explain things away, and then things start to make more sense, you know.
Yeah.
Yep.
Because
Yep.
things sort of trigger the downloads, I notice,
Yeah. Yep.
like questions and stuff. But I mean, I think I've basically laid everything out that's
Yeah.
there is to lay out. So,
I think
and,
so.
people are gonna freaking argue with it anyways, or find holes or whatever they want to do for what they know. But
Yeah.
a lot of
Well,
it is
yeah.
misinformation.
Right.
Yeah, usually a sign of clairvoyance there, Marines.
Yeah.
Because I
Absolutely.
know same thing, like if someone's explaining something, I could see it.
Yep. It's
So,
like that slow motion movie, like
mhm.
very interesting. And yeah, and you know, the part of the process too is just unlocking like the all the levels. There's lots of different levels, and if you think this was like a very difficult one, like there's been others. Like the one before this was just like you've got to be kidding, and it was very similar with the perps, kind of like. Where do you find him online? He's got no information nowhere. There's literally no trace of him anywhere. But
People find
we
a lot on
knew that he is not a great dude, you know?
Mhm.
Very bad. And it's very
Hard
much
to
the
see
same
info.
thing. Yep. It
I
was
only found out info because of the parents. That's the only reason that I knew like he was rich. I mean, they came in the cards, but it was just more of a validation kind of thing.
mm-hmm.
You think you're rich, but you're living in a garage.
Exactly. Yep. That cockiness, that ego, and
People where your money's going. So how are you making it?
Yep, exactly. Exactly.
Well, guys, this is a long ass live. I think we should let Tracy go to bed. I think I gotta go get the animals. It's getting windy outside, and
Yeah,
you know. And this is
definitely.
the thing, because when me and Tracy talk, even to ourselves, we're on the phone for like 10 hours. So I don't think you want a 10-hour live.
Yeah, literally right now, my phone is probably like, when it says usefulness or whatever, it probably says right next to the 150 hours, whatever. Like, you should stop doing this. This might lead to a brain tumor. Like, oh my god.
Well, I mean, I don't have anybody to go
All
with
that
me.
noise, and every time they'll talk
So
together,
she can keep
and
an
they'll
eye
talk.
on my, she keeps an eye on my location and stuff. So I could tell her, hey,
Yeah,
I'm being chased by coyotes right now. Or,
exactly.
this is
Someone's
happening.
got to go find the pieces, you know? Yep,
So,
indeed.
so
So
she
if
finds
Barbara
her
can go out there too, that's pretty cool.
so she knows where I am, and
Yep.
I tell her what I'm feeling, and she makes note of it
Yep.
so that we can understand it and learn from it. Do you know what I mean? So,
Excellent.
oh, welcome.
Yep.
Sounds good, Georgia. Welcome to the tribe. We call the Vibe Tribe here. We're all
Right. And
usually
Michelle takes
vibing
no
in the same
bullshit.
tribe. Hey, 10 minutes till the 17th.
Oh my god, you guys, it's gonna get
Already
so great. Like literally hours from now.
You're already on the
I would
17th.
be rejoicing. That's probably why I have the headache, because things are starting to like already take place. Like literally. Craziness. But yeah,
I just hope that download dream was right, or I will never hear the end of that.
it's about to shake things up pretty much. Like,
Here comes the eclipse, people.
yeah,
Just
that's
so
true
y'all
too.
know, the eclipse is today. And guess what else is happening? Chinese New
Mhm.
Year. So we're out of the year of the snake
Yeah,
and the year of the horse, the fire horse.
true.
Time to go forward and shed the
Yeah.
snake skin.
Well, be very careful traveling, be very safe,
Be
and
very
yep, especially
don't
with
fall
all
asleep
these.
because people fall asleep when they listen to my videos.
Yep.
I put
Well, at
people to
least
sleep.
she's got plenty to do while she's out on the road. At least, yeah. The best time, honestly, is to like let her talk you to sleep. That is the best. Just turn it on, go into bed, and be like, "Oh my gosh." And then when she wants to talk about the video, you're sitting there thinking, "Oh my god, I fell asleep. What am I gonna say?" You're just so like comforting. Your voice is just so calming.
I don't know. I have people tell me, "Hey, I turned on your playlist and listened to it till I fall asleep,"
Yep,
and I'm like, "You guys
very
are
good.
weird. Like, you guys
I
are
know.
really weird listening to true crime videos."
It is very true.
Falling asleep, but whatever.
And then you wake up to it, and you're like, "Oh my god, it's like 24 hours
We're
of sleep."
still fucking talking.
I'm
Not
like,
that
"Come
girl.
on." You're on my TV all the time. My husband really says, "Are you okay?"
She's she's probably like
Yeah, like
she's probably like, I know who she is now.
exactly. Is that girl again, Michelle, the one that lives in Arizona? I'm like, you know who she is. Like, like it's no secret. She's on that TV. She's over here on this monitor. She's on my phone. Oh my god.
Hey,
You
at
guys
least
have no idea.
someone loves me.
I try to encourage that. And my family is all just like walking by until they want to act weird, and I just be like,
And then the red pot goes off all the time, and she's
uh-huh.
like, "Oh, Rochelle got me into this," and then like the EVP, I got her into the EVP, so now she's going to play with that.
Yup. And I play away. But, you
Because I
know.
was like, yesterday, I was like, let's try the ghost tube. So what does she
Oh,
do?
that was the thing you got me into yesterday. That's what it started with, was all that stupid ghost tube stuff.
She
And
starts listening to EVPs, and I'm like, oops.
literally, because I was supposed to be looking up, doing homework here. And she's like, what do you think about this? Have you ever used it? I'm like, yeah, I had that installed a long time ago. I just never kept up with it because it was kind of boring to me. And she's like, well, I don't know. I can't like listen to the stuff that it says. And I'm like, okay. Well, her stuff is like really related to like the case, how things are coming out. And I'm like, that's weird. And here I got my thing open saying, oh, you're all a bunch of dummies. Call Fox News when the time is right. I'm like, what? I'm like, this cannot be real.
Well, on the first time I was using it, the REM pods all going in the background. I was just like,
Uh-huh.
"Yay."
Yep. And there's like 4 different apps in one, so we kept going from the next one to the next one.
Yeah,
the next
there's different ones. I have like 3 of them installed. My phone's probably gonna run out of room now.
And
But
said,
it
why
was
did you
just so
get me-
weird. They gave me that bird, those birds. I was just like, that's weird.
Oh, the birds, yeah, definitely.
Here we go.
It was pretty weird. So we had a new toy to play with for a little bit, and you know, then I get woken up to this. What is this dude? What is his name? James or John, whatever.
And
And I'm like, wait, like, really? One of those rumors again? We're gonna go down that hole? Like,
well, I told her, I said,
ring.
it's the ring on the camera, and I said, this can't be right. I said, like, we already know who it is. This can't be right. So then I'm all looking at the astrology and stuff, and like, getting, trying to figure it out and getting down to some clarity. And
Yeah.
I messaged her, and I'm like, never mind. I figured it out.
And I was like, what do you mean? You can't say stuff like that to me, Rochelle. Like, you can't just drop a bomb and be like, oh, well, because Tracy needs to know now, you know? Like, oh, I figured it out. I know. I'm like,
Never mind.
no.
I figured it out, and I'm like, but I need to call you before I release the video. So I called her. Like,
Yeah.
it doesn't need to be long. I just need to talk to you about something. 3 hours later.
3 hours later in the SpongeBob voice. Actually, it was like 3.5.
3
Yeah.
hours later.
Uh-huh. 3 hours later. 3 hours later. So, yeah.
Okay, I think we're just hilarious now.
Yeah, very tired. Very much like, oh, it's been a long case and a long couple of days. And the twists and the turns and the adrenaline things. And
REM pod.
now you always want to go off. Oh, they're starting. Okay. It's almost 2 here, so that would be about right. So, yeah.
Why are you guys coming now?
Because they're like, hey, they're wrapping this up, but we want to show off for everybody first. Oh, my head hurts. Yep. And actually, this is what happened the last time, Rochelle, if you remember correctly. And you were about to get off, and then everything started going. Okay. That's crazy.
What about the timing of that shit? Because, like, literally, you guys have been quiet the whole fucking night.
Yeah. Huh.
This is what they do.
Oh, wow. That's crazy.
They're like, wait, you guys aren't going nowhere.
Yeah, the party's about to start over there. For sure.
They left your house and came to mine.
I told them to go, so it's not a surprise. Yeah, that's cool. That's cool. You don't understand nothing we're saying. That's okay. That's about right. Nobody usually does. Oh my god! Like, that's how tired.
She's high.
Oh my god!
Pain medicine. That's why my neck doesn't hurt.
That is so funny. But you're right. That's the funniest thing I've read in days. Oh my god. Well, we're glad that you can laugh a little bit. Oh, boy. Yeah.
It's because
We
she's
knew it was about
high for her medicine. That's why she doesn't.
We knew we were about there, just right to peak. Oh my
Because
gosh.
the spirits just wanted to say bye.
Oh my god, I
They're
love
like,
it.
let us show ourselves. We're here.
Oh my god, that's so funny. Oh, well,
Joking, we do play.
well, hopefully you people that needed that laugh got a nice, good laugh out of that. Oh my god, I can't understand anything else. Oh my god, that is hilarious.
You're laughing. Everybody else is probably sleeping.
I know, right? Oh well. That was the best moment of the whole life. I'm laughing so hard because I don't understand anything you're saying. Oh my god. That is priceless. You gotta clip that. Oh my gosh, that is so funny.
Oh, with the light flashing? Yeah. We do.
Uh-huh.
It's always
Yeah,
good to make sure that, it's not an electric thing.
exactly.
But I'll get that come in readings where people will say, it was interesting, the last reading I did, I told him, I said, so what is it with the TV? I said, she likes to watch TV, but is she flipping it on and off or whatever? He's like, that just happened before the reading.
Mhm.
And she's around then.
Right.
So, I had him turn on the TV here. Only two
that
times.
happened, yeah.
It was Micah Miller, and then Virginia Giuffre turned it off. Or did she turn it on or off? She turned it on. They both turned it on. It was off. The remote was sitting over there and just ran. You have to use the remote to turn it on. I don't even know how the fuck they did it. Like, it just pops on loud as hell. And I'm just like, that's weird. Because there ain't no one near that. So.
Well, they're being undetected apparently. Until they want to be like, hello, hi guys, we've been hiding over here this whole time. No one's gonna believe you if you don't. So that is hilarious.
The REM pod, yeah, I just had to go off and be just like, I'm here, we're here, blah 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 blah, bye bye. I guess I just was saying bye to you guys or whatever. That was their approval of the stream, apparently. They've been silently listening. That's the quietest thing. That's just crazy. It just did that like that though, but
yeah, very much so.
Things. It'll be quiet and then it'll do that.
Yeah.
I guess I heard when a family tree came up on the video, on that one video, as soon as that came up, the REM pod went off. And I was like, oh, okay, thank you.
Yeah, the time we
did that. Because,
everything
in my pool when I did it, so.
Yep. That is true.
That's it. All right. Anybody else have any lasting questions?
Right. Yeah, hopefully there won't be any nonsense in the community later, with silly people and getting Rochelle very upset by this.
Get mad at the comments. I already know.
Yeah, don't look, girl.
I went to my room would flash, so I asked him to turn on the light or a fan if it was him and lights, and the fan came on in the living room. Oh,
that's cool.
Well, they don't stay there, but
that's very cool.
Oh my God! Turn off. I said no. You did it. You turned it off. You did it. You turn it off. You told Dad to turn it on, so I'm not turning it off. Tell Dad to turn it off. That's funny. The problem is talk slurring. Really, I can only hear properly when letters are pronounced exactly. Age. I like your. Well, you probably because you just took pain meds.
That's what I was thinking too. Like, we're not probably the
She's telling us that we sound like slurring or murmuring.
yeah,
And I'm just like, well, you're on something good over there, girl. I don't know what to say.
I know. Maybe you should send some here. Oh my gosh, that is so funny.
Are you trying to say
Oh
we're
my God,
slurring? Is
that's
that what you're trying to
crazy.
say?
Yeah.
I think I'll lay in your head, girl.
It's just interesting how that would transfer over like that. Like, oh my God, that's hilarious. She's killing me tonight. That is so funny.
I just keep seeing her like just high.
Right?
Like, I don't understand what they're saying, but
Exactly. But underwater, like. Oh my God. Maybe because I was a mermaid in a past life.
that's why she doesn't eat lobster, even though that makes no sense because that's what they eat.
No.
Yeah, it is. They live in the sea. What else are they gonna eat?
They
Lobster?
are vegetarians, Rochelle. They eat.
They're
like
not
seaweed.
vegetarians. They don't eat fucking seaweed. They
They're
eat fish
yes,
and
they do
lobster
eat
and shrimp
seaweed.
and
I'm
like
telling you, this
No.
mermaid eats seaweed. Oh my gosh. Oh, maybe I'm getting high from that. Maybe that's what's happening.
I think you're just tired, delirious. That's all.
I know, right?
Oh, it's the 17th. We brought in the 17th. Happy Chinese New Year! Whee! Everybody shedded their old skin. It's time to move forward and gallop into the Chinese New Year with new things and new horizons and hopefully no more Trump.
Right? No more of that baloney. He's literally supposed to be gone somewhere. Like,
So
like God.
gallop into the New Year's. Happy Chinese New
Giddy
Year.
up, everybody. Yeah, giddy up.
I was arguing with Eli the other day because I was looking at the monkeys in the zoo and I was like, oh, look, it's your monkey. And whoa, you need to go to bed.
It's like, oh my God. I'm dying over here.
And so he's like, no, I'm the year of the rooster. And I'm like, no, dude, you're the year of the monkey. Your grandpa had it when we were like born, and he sent it all to me because he's an Aquarius. He's all into the astrology, Chinese astrology. Like I had like a whole thing of like his birth chart. Like my dad did that as soon as he was born.
Oh, I know.
And
I remember the whole fighting with him
it
about
because he's like sitting here saying he's a rooster. So I was like, just Google it. So and Google January, 6, 2005. What Chinese year are you? And I was like, it doesn't start till February. Oh yeah, you're right. I am a monkey.
So that's interesting. Maybe the whole start of all this stuff was with your dad. With
yeah, my dad was
all this stuff. Only it was not all accurate information, or they're reading it wrong, one or the other. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. He loves the Chinese astrology, regular, like he did.
Wow.
He's always doing like astrology. He's an Aquarius. His birthday's 8th. He's always doing that kind of stuff.
Now that you remind me it's Chinese New Year, I'm gonna have to go get a Mai Tai tomorrow. So. Oh. You sound like two drunken cowgirls.
I think Mara's just high. She's taking too much medication.
I'm just glad you're having a great night. Just like it went from,
Quit taking the medication, Mara. Go to sleep.
Exactly. But she's not feeling any pain, so that's good.
Yeah, my neck feels a lot better. Thank you.
Right. We sound like two drunk cowgirls.
But now she's so high, we don't sound right. We sound like slow, I guess. I don't know. I want whatever
you sound like two drunk cowgirls.
Give me whatever you're on.
I guess I'm the problem.
You're welcome. I'm glad you enjoyed it. Yep, shed the skin. We're moving in. New year is supposed to be a better year for like, moving forward. It's the number
Oh,
1 year, so it's
rockstar
beginnings.
here.
So, sometimes growth pains are painful, but it's all for growth and new beginnings and galloping. Dun, 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 dun.
Right? All the
Horse
way up to being
there-
2 drunken cowgirls.
Yeah.
Oh my god, I'm dying.
Hilarious. We appreciate you guys for hanging out, for supporting the channel, for
Right.
hi and sticking with us. You were drunk and down.
And you
No,
know, kind of talk about cases like in this way too, because it's good
huh?
to have the conversations and kind of like gets us going and invigorating and looking at other different things at other different angles, and because there are other things in the background here. It's not just what we think we know. So
Yeah, there's probably more in the thing is that there might be more uncovered
yeah,
even in our family or connections in regard to this, because if they're looking into everybody, they might find other things. Just like
oh yeah,
burglaries, they're gonna find more burglaries and more crime. Like not everything is gonna be connected. So
She's- oh my
what'd you
god,
say?
she's
American
not
toast?
American sushi. No, I was a mermaid
Goatee
in
or
the past life. Oh my god, I'm dying. Now I don't want to get off, but I really know I have to.
I do too. I gotta go feed the babies. It's windy.
Oh my god, that's hilarious. Mara, you're killing me. You're cracking me up.
I don't get what she's saying. I'm not American sushi.
Sushi.
Is it supposed to say sushi?
I think so.
Okay, I'll give her a break because she's on some good stuff. So I'll give her a break.
You should share with your friends. Just saying.
Well, I think I already feel it. That's why I'm a little delirious.
I know, right? We sound like two drunken girls because of this. So
It's all your fault, drunken. You made us drunken cowgirls.
exactly, you're the bartender apparently. Oh my god.
I wish we could do like a retreat or something. That would be kind of cool.
Yep, and Mara's coming with her. What's the word?
I can't even read that.
Oh, she's
But
she's when they say like Rocket Gibraltar, but she's Gibraltarian.
Gibraltarian.
Yeah,
I don't know what that is.
I think it means she's from up there. Somewhere. Oh my god, she's trying to make
What
it say
planet?
words.
No,
Yeah, that's what
I
I'm
want to
saying.
know
I
what
think
planet
she's
is that.
from up
Like,
here,
what
yeah.
planet is that? Like, what star system is that?
Take us to your leader.
Pick
No,
me up
we
in
don't
your
know. That's why we're
spaceship.
asking. Is it close from the place where they sent Trump from? Because somebody needs to address that. Mm-hmm. But no. I know it's not on a Google map.
Nope. I don't know where it is. I mean, I don't even know where half of everything else in the world is. I'm not good at where things
Right. Yeah, geography is not.
Yeah, no,
Maps.
I've never been. That's
Mhm.
for me.
Right.
No,
Mhm.
we don't know. We asked what planet it was.
We really don't know.
Where's the star? What star system is it?
Yeah.
I can imagine her having a hard time spelling
Oh.
Gibraltar. Where's she?
Yeah.
Right, to spell it.
Okay, here we go. We have not had this conversation before, I think. I think
Was
so.
it like Jerusalem or like?
No, I think it was somewhere far away, but not.
I
Not.
don't think it's around the corner, Tracy.
Yeah, no. That's right. South of Spain.
Oh, it's out of Spain. See, I told you. I don't know shit.
Spain's not there, it's still there, but yeah, exactly. So when they say Rocket Gibraltar, like I'm thinking about music. There's like an album or something. Like, what is that? I can't even remember who the artist is now. So
No, you're thinking of Jericho.
it's not Menudo. I know that. Like,
Here, let me look it up. I'm gonna- This is ridiculous now. It's in
Oh,
Google Maps. Okay, I'm not gonna go look.
he just said it's on Google Maps.
I spent enough time on maps. I'm not gonna
Yeah.
go find it.
Besides the places we've been looking into and whatever, I think Google already has a thing where it says, "Watch out for these two ladies." It's something weird. No joke. Oh my god. Holy crap.
Maybe later.
Hmm.
I ain't even gonna get on the map right now. So as soon as I open the map,
That would be a good time. Because we can't go get lost on a
find
map.
it. That's the shit I can't find on a map, anyways. I'm like, where is this? I
Send us
can't
your location.
send us your location.
Yep.
We can see where you are.
We will definitely look it up tomorrow.
You will.
Definitely. It's on my list of things to do.
Now I'm here for her, and she'll tell me about 70 things about the Rock of Gibraltar that she researched, and
She will. And through that whole conversation,
she'll go through.
we'll get to a point where all of a sudden she sends me this, I don't know, picture, screenshot, whatever. Can you believe this fucking shit? And I'll be like, I just showed you 70 documents of what Rocket of Gibraltar is all about and how beautiful it is. And I wrote an essay. And you said,
And I'll be sending. Can you believe they're fucking saying this now?
exactly. That's how it goes.
Now Mara's blaming us that she hasn't slept. That's not our fault.
Oh no.
How's that our fault?
Well, we don't know anything about that because we can't even find you.
You can go to sleep now.
Right?
We're all
Yeah.
gonna before I blow away out here.
Oh, maybe.
Yeah, I'd
Well,
probably get on that one.
I don't think I can search for the planet part, but now that we know there's something on Google Maps about the rest of it, totally check it out. Yeah. And I don't know anybody from the planet either, so they can't confirm any of that. Rochelle, these aren't your people, right? There's the other place that, you know,
The
come from.
place, the aliens.
Yeah, it's not the same place, right?
I wish.
It's very small.
Oh, that's where Hercules is from.
Oh. Did you see that, Mar? She's talking like and looking at and mentioning that like.
Well, I know who Hercules is. Like I know, I like mythology. I love mythology. I love Hercules, and I love oh shit, what's the name of that?
What's the name of
I can't think of the name of it now.
it? Is it like a temple or something?
No, it's a very old movie with the golden owl, and they remade it, and my mind just went totally blank on it.
A golden owl?
It's very old, very old.
It's not like the Monty Python.
Y'all will know what I'm talking about.
Oh, Joan of Arc or something?
No. Why is my mind blank? They remade it. Help me out here.
I'm trying to think about what your whole movie style is now because this is concerning. I don't.
It has a Pegasus in it.
They remade it.
My brain is like it's like blank.
Yeah. The process of the body is starting to shut down because you're tired.
And the Kraken, it has the Kraken in it.
Has the Kraken.
Release the Kraken. The fuck? You know what?
Oh, wait a minute. Is it like
The Titans.
it's not the Titanic?
No.
I know it's not. I don't know why I said that.
God.
Clash of the Titans. That's why I
No,
wanted
my
to
brain was
not
just
Clash
like,
of the Titans.
blank. I could just see the movie and I couldn't think of the freaking movie. Blank.
Oh my god, yeah.
You should watch it sometimes, Tracy. The old one is great, and the new one is
Tracy doesn't have time for all the things people want me to do.
I'm just saying, one time when you're not going down rabbit holes,
Oh
it's a
my
cool movie to watch.
gosh. How about that?
Oh, we already talked about all that.
Oh, heck yeah. Yep. Pink colors.
There's a whole new video on what I think is new. If you want to watch it.
For comedic
We're getting
purposes,
off down here for.
yeah, you can probably rewind for about 3 hours and get to like good stuff. Probably.
Maybe. So, okay, this is what happens when Rochelle says, let's do a live with Tracy. Stay on for 6 hours.
Well, they can be on the phone with us or go this way, one or the other. Like,
You don't want to be on there when I'm searching either.
no, we need a timer thing that says, wrap it up.
I'm
Wrap
just-
it up.
Okay, I'm going to put a GoPro on with a live on it. They make those?
Right? I think they do for your head, yeah.
That'd be kind of cool. And then just have a live stream, just like everywhere. And you can see all the
like
crazy.
Jim does in his videos, except he doesn't look down, he just looks up.
That's what I was saying. But it looks like when he's on the bike, it looks like a video game, like on ECMO, and he had him on there.
I know, like real life, right?
It was weird. And then, yeah. It was weird. But
All right, shut the ship down because it's like 2:17. It's 2:17 here on 2:17.
yeah, and it's 12:17 here. Oh, 2:17, 2:17.
Yeah, on 2:17. Look at that.
What was I gonna say? The spirits already said bye. They already did their deed. So.
And I had to shut mine off because they're naughty. So.
All right, guys. Thanks for hanging out. Don't forget to hit the like button if you haven't already on the way out. Hopefully, nobody's asleep because everybody's
extra light in the comments.
Now this is public record. Damn it. Okay.